Guys, you guys want to say hi to YouTube for me? You guys want to start off by saying hi to YouTube for me, ladies and gentlemen? You guys want to come in here and say, hi, YouTube? You guys want to say, hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen? That's our first fucking movie of a long, long time, ladies and gentlemen. It's our first time doing a movie in a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a hell yeah, brother. Give me a hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Give the YouTube Frogos a big ol' hi. Hi, YouTube. How you doing? I hope you're practicing that self-care. Hey, welcome on in. Appreciate you coming through. Appreciate everyone here on Twitch that showed up for this random fucking movie day where they're all dropping hell yeahs and probably Doritos and 101 different things that are coming through. As you guys can tell, I'm not a fucking wizard. It probably says somewhere down there what we're watching. Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching A Silent Voice. Now, I want to be straight up about it because I always am whenever I've seen something beforehand or anything like that. About 2 years ago, when I first started this channel, 2.5 years ago roughly, I did watch A Silent Voice. And I thought I had recorded it in my shitty ass camera that you could barely even see movement in and so on and so forth. And I tried exporting it, and guess what happened? It was corrupted. It was absolutely corrupted because my computer at that time couldn't handle everything. But yet here we are, ladies and gentlemen, a whole 2.5 years later, ready to get redemption on this show, ready to come in and analyze it and look at it through the different perspectives that we have, to be able to fully enjoy it for what it is and take off everything. The reason why I'm saying this and the reason why I'm going through all of this is because I like to give heads up and I like to say, hey, when I watch the show, when I watch the series, a movie, anything like that, I've watched it. Very straight up about it. This is one of those few times I can say, hey, I tried doing a reaction to it a long time ago, but a shitty computer could not handle it with a shitty camera. Wouldn't have been good anyway. Because it was like, it would probably have to have been edited down to like 20 minutes back in the day when I couldn't go longer than 20 minutes because of my computer. Anyway, with that being said, hey, this might be a multi-parter stream, a multi-parter video, letting you know in advance. We will be breaking down everything psychologically speaking. We do go on rants. We expand on themes. We talk about what is good, what is, what the characters are going through. We try and understand the characters for what they're worth. In no way, shape, or form is what I'm doing any type of a prediction. It's actually trying to understand and ground the characters for what they are. And that is our main job. That is my main job as a psychologist, is trying to go out and empathize with these characters as though they are people that are going through this right in front of us, to try and understand them better. And I hope you guys are along the journey with us. I'll be asking questions. Join in on the questions. Join in on the wild, insane shit that might happen with it. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, because fucking I am. I am so fucking excited for this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, thank you so much for being here. Come and join us on Twitch. Let's go. Let's go. Also, editors, gomenasai. I forgot to hit record on that first little bit. You're just gonna have to rip that entire spiel from the VOD. I am sorry, editors. Okay, classic end moment. Classic end moment. They can rip it off. They can rip it from the VOD. That's fine. Anyway, let's go. Now I hit record. We should be fine. Oh, that one cracked me up, guys. I ain't gonna lie. Wouldn't know better. The author of Oshinoko. I wish, man. I feel like I haven't cooked enough on Oshinoko. Oof. So before even touching that, the symbolism fucking beautiful. This symbolism is absolutely fucking beautiful. Let's touch on this a little bit, right? And of course, not of the world, but just of this. And let's take a quick little moment on this. When I was doing a lot of, both a lot of end of life counseling for the family, counseling for individuals, families and whatnot that are ending, right? That like their life is ending or that they're terminating their life or whatever would go through. Oftentimes what like you'd get to hear their stories. Like they'd tell you, hey, you know what? This is my story. This is from beginning to end, and this is an aspect that I felt. And I've had, like they'll tell you, hey, I've had some near-death experiences. And the aspect of near-death experiences is always interesting. It's always interesting. And by the way, there's brain scans and amazing things that you can go out and check out there where individuals, where they're going to their end of life experience in their brain, starts to activate and hit different levels of processing. Even if say that the only level currently, let's say that they're in a vegetative state, in a comatose state, or whatever that may be, right? That they might just be at the very ground level and entering an end of life aspect, their brain activity spikes. And then you can see this all throughout different imaging that they've done on the brain, where their brain activity spikes all the way to the top, as though they are processing multiple events, going through multiple scenarios, going through everything. What I find fascinating about this is we're starting off with the tunnel and the light. We're starting off either at the end or the beginning of something new. What a fantastic way of opening this shot up. What a fantastic way of psychologically inclining us to look into the series. And the first thing we see, especially if you're blind like me and you have to put your eyes on those things that shoot air in your fucking eyes. Can you see the house in the distance? Can you see the house in the distance? Is sort of the light at the end of the tunnel here. And it's not just one light, but it becomes more focused or more focused in as it goes in. And I love how it's like a point of the light and it's two people. I've never done that despite wearing glasses all your life. You've never done that? But I'm 25. It's a pretty common... that test sucks. It really, really does. I'll be honest with you. I hate it. I want to ask you guys a question. And I know we're 48 seconds in. And I sincerely mean this. But just by looking at the two people that are walking there before the ripple comes through and goes, washes everything through. And then we see more ripples come through and push it out, right? So for example, here we see someone clearly in the distance, light coming from behind, a point, a light, blank. No airstrikes. Two people walking through. And then the ripple. Right. So I want to ask this. In your life, and I want to use this as an opportunity to explore this and explore the themes that are being presented. In your life, what people, what connections in your life have acted as both the end of an era for you and the beginning of an era for you? What people have been with you from the moment that you were here to the moment that you were here, and you knew that this was the closing of this chapter here? What objects, what individuals, what realm, what personality, what aspect have been your agents of change? What individuals have given you hope to stay in this world, to keep doing what you do every single life? And if there's no people out there right now, what would that people look like for you? What would you want out of people to be there for you and legitimately show you, hey, you know what? There's greater things in life at this point in time. There's something forward to look towards. There's a light out there. And right now we might be in a deep, dark tunnel of depression, of anxiety, of guilt, of whatever may be there. But there are people out there that you can still clearly see. And sorry if this is going deep almost fucking immediately. It's just we're touching on these aspects as they appear, as the themes, as the waves, as the noise that comes through in life that often filters out everything. And I hate to put it this way, but that's often what it is. Oftentimes we're so focused in our life and we're clamoring away, or we have the fucking, YouTube trolls just fucking writing mean comments in every single little piece out there, right? But in our life, there's a bunch of noise. There's a bunch of people talking left and right, and we get anxiety, and sometimes we don't feel comfortable by what's going on. We're trying to focus and reorganize stuff, but there's too many things around us, and we see some people out there, or we see a reason or a goal or an objective, and all of a sudden we feel motivated. We feel as though that is a cause, and oftentimes we center ourselves before something bad may come. Sorry. I get a little into it because it is deep, and it is oftentimes stuff that gets shoved away off in the limelight. No one talks about it. So Sharion, for example, thanks so much for sharing, by the way. You said no one, honestly. Then what would the person look like for you? If you could say, hey, you know what? This is what a friend means to me. And this is a friend that would truly be there for me and care about me and would signify for me, hey, I have to change. Or, hey, I need to go ahead and improve. Or, hey, I need to go ahead and do certain things. What would that look like? A friend, a partner, a family. My sister and an online friend in another country, Amy. Tell me more about that. What does that mean for you? Like, especially if you have another friend in another country or your sister, how close are they to you? Or is it from time to time? And that's stuff that like we often push aside and we don't think about. A lot of people come into these streams and like they think, oh, Mr. Psychologist, man, solve my issues immediately, wizard man. That's not how this works. A lot of this is personal processing. Ellie, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it. You're wonderful. A lot of this is truly processing in the questions that are being asked, the shows that we're watching relating to these characters and taking it from there. The shape of voice.
今までお世話になりました。
全部で3万くらいっすね。
全部下ろします。
I had a client, right? Let's talk about this a little bit. What do these signs mean? Quitting job, taking out all of your money, stopping certain activities, stopping your hobbies. What does that mean for you? What red flags come to mind? And if you've ever been at that point, what did that mean for you during that point in time? I'll share this because I always think it's an impactful story to share while sharing the bare minimum, or using it as a story. Absolutely, Kiwi. Abso-fucking-lutely. When I first started off as a case manager, bright and young Ed, right? This was way back in the day. I just got in my bachelor's degree and I was like, yeah, I want to be in behavioral health. I want to help people, so on and so forth. I remember going through and seeing this kind older man, significantly older man. And he's like, I would go with him, check in with him every so often. Hey, how are you doing? Are you doing okay? We would have long conversations, and he was registered with so many other people that were supposed to be helping him. And we were supposed to be having meetings to help him. Guess how many people showed up for his meetings? for his meetings of care, professionals, therapists, case managers, other people from other agencies that were supposed to be helping him. Guess how many people would show up to his meetings? The man was tired. The man was going through a lot. The man would, he was going through a rough time in his life. And he was a happy-go-lucky man. Like, he would talk to you about anything and everything if you asked him. He was very much like, hey, Ed, let me tell you about this, what happened this week. Let me tell you about how I've grown in the past. Let me tell you about, and he would go on telling all of these wonderful stories. His family would come by during the holidays. Guess what they would do? They would come by for the holidays for 15 minutes, and you could start the clock, stop the clock. 15 minutes to visit their grandpa. 15 minutes to come in and say, hey, how you doing, Dad? How you doing? Grandpa, hope you're doing well. Wow, your house is a mess. This doesn't look good. You should really go ahead and whatnot. Keep us in mind. Hey, please remember to sign this document. Hey, please remember to try and do this. Hey, he would light up. He would light up like a firecracker. He would light up like, oh my God, my grandkids are here. My family's here. Oh, I love them so much. And then all of a sudden they would leave and it would go away. One day while he was outside and I was helping him out, putting in all his he's putting in his meds and we're going over coping skills and life skills and talking about the whole array of things. He tells me, hey, I'm getting kind of tired. That's all he says. He's like, can you call one meeting? Can you call one final meeting? Sure. Let's talk about it. Let me call an art meeting. I'm going to go and make sure that they all come there. They all get there. We're all good. He didn't make it to the meeting. He didn't make it to the meeting, and what was left behind, he just showcased that he was thankful that someone was there for him, but he was tired that no one else wanted to be there. So he had taken out everything. He had marked his calendar. He had started doing things in the background so that no one could notice but him, because for him, he was tired of it. To this day, that still impacts me. To this day, that still fucks me up. To this day, that is one of the stories that I carry with me, knowing the impact that actually having not just a good care provider team, but listening to people's stories means. And being written in there Ed's the only one that cares about me, or Ed's the only one that listened to this old man's tales. It hurt. And that's why I bring it up. And that's why whenever we look at situations like this, where you see a person that's too smiley, you see a person that is going through a lot of shit and they're in a lot of pain and they're going through 1,001 things, check in with your friends, check in with your loved ones, especially if you start seeing rash decision making, quitting their jobs, taking out all the money, closing off their connections, doing everything. It is a red flag. It is a flag that they need help. It's a flag that they might need a friend. It's a flag that they might just need to vent. Even just being kind to someone might change their life. And that is why I wanted to go ahead and bring that up and have that conversation. Sorry, guys. I know we're going in deep. I know we're going in deep quick, but it's important to talk about. It's important to analyze, and it's important to be aware of these signs. That this is we all have signs, and sometimes we might quit a job to go into another one or try and progress, and sometimes we might relapse. Shit happens. But all of these signs continuously, that's scary. Cleverka says, my grandma did something similar, cleaning out the apartment and getting rid of useless paperwork. But in her case, oh, I'm sorry, Cleverka. Can't even imagine, man. It's a lot. It's a lot to do it. To be there for your family while everything's going on. Oh. Especially that last day, him imagining it. The suicidal ideation being there. Him thinking about aspects like this. It's true. My sister and my friend were kind enough to listen to me. That's what helped me. And Amy, I'm so glad that you had someone there for you in that regard. I want to ask this, and I know this was a personal question, that this might be a triggering question for you on Twitch or you on YouTube. But how many of you have had a last day? I have. I'm very straight up about it. I have. I feel a majority of us, or some of us, have gone through an aspect like that, or we've thought about it, or we may have acted on something, right? Because we may have gone through a period in time in our life. A lot of people knew shit was going on in my life, but a lot of people were like, oh, he'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. They got all the tools they need to be successful, but do we? No. And this is why I want to go ahead and highlight it. There's oftentimes a lot of people who go through a lot of stuff. John says I haven't. I don't know how I would do it. We'll go more in depth, I think, later on as we progress. Maybe wish, but not acted towards it. Right now I'm not considering. I've had like 3 or 4 times. Right, Sherian. A lot of people like to downplay it. It's still very stigmatized. Like a lot of people are afraid of opening up and talking about it, you know. One of my colleagues from work years ago told me all done before his vacation. He never came back. Dude was with me almost every day talking. At least like to me, he looked fine. I've tempted. Oh, Lena. And yeah, no last day per se, but I've held days where I felt nothing like mattered at all. Too ADHD to get there. But Lena, and if you've tempted, how was that feeling for you? Like, and I don't mean to like process any of this. I'm not your guys' therapist or psychologist. I'm not going to be here and therapize you in any way, shape, or form. This is all psychoeducational. But for you, if you've been there, you've tempted it, or your thoughts have come to mind, what was going on in your life that brought these thoughts for you? And do you feel like you've grown? You're like, whatnot? What's up, Desha? Welcome on in. Appreciate you coming on through. I had thoughts, even thought about how I could do it. I'll say trigger warning. I'll be very straight up. Trigger warning. I went through a lot. I absolutely went through a big period of time where I did my master's in a year. Not my master's, my bachelor's in a year. And in that year period, I was planning on going to another university here in the States instead of abroad. And I had a partner during that time, right? I thought everything was going great. I thought everything was going successful. We had been together for so many years, you know, getting a place, thought about like, hey, you know what? Like, this is the person that eventually I'm going to get married to, that type of ideal love, you know, idealized love, whatnot. Planning everything out. The week of my birthday, the week of finals, come to find out they're cheating. Literally like the day of or the day before, it all hit so fucking similarly. What do you think that does to someone whose objective for that year to try and get their bachelor's degree or try and like zoom through all of their classes and get everything done for the purpose of moving on forward? I'll be honest. I was struggling doing a full-time job, doing full-time theater, fucking trying to go ahead and like, you know, keep myself with my hobbies, with my martial arts and other stuff that I was doing at the same time. It came crumbling down. It came crumbling down almost instantly, where all of these life plans that I thought I had ahead weren't there anymore. And there was more stuff that happened as well. And Twitch chat knows about it. But needless to say, I'll be honest. And that's what that's what seems to happen when you sacrifice something for everyone. Yeah. Not having a proper support. Yeah, it's just is rare where I live. Oh. But what ended up happening, and this is just me being open and being honest, is I remember running to my room, grabbing something, putting it in my mouth, and, you know, luckily, you know, you gag, you cry, everything comes through. Luckily, it was an older weapon, and who knows what could have gone wrong. There's 1,001 things that could have gone wrong, but luckily, I'm still here. And for me, ever since then, it's always been a reminder. It takes one day, one bad day, to break someone down. It takes one day. Let me go ahead and move this over. to break someone down. Let me bring this up. Some people might not get what I'm talking about. You might have, for example, morality. You might be at the top of this pyramid. You might be successful. You might be like, hey, I'm fucking thriving. I'm doing so many things, right? I'm excelling. I'm whatever. Boom, something bad happens. Your pyramid cracks. Self-esteem, confidence, achieve, respect by others, respect of others, respect by others, bam, 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 bam. Friendship, family, sexual intimacy, crack. The pyramid keeps cracking down. Oh, security of body, crack. Security of employment or resources of future, crack. The family, the health, crack. The property, crack. And you're all the way down to physiological needs. You can break someone. One bad day is all it takes to literally break someone's triangle, or someone's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, all the way down to their physiological needs, and they're in survival mode. And what happens when someone thinks or feels as though they've lost that much? You get fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, even on themselves. Thanks so much, Destro. I appreciate it. That was a while ago. That was a while ago. I'm totally fine now, but it's just a good way of like bringing this up as a way of conversation. You know. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. You guys are absolutely wonderful.
People try to put us to down. Talking about my generation. Just because we get around.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, I love it. The bad boys. Trying to cause a big sensation. I'm just talking about my generation. Oh. I love these shots. I absolutely love these shots. Can you guys guess why? For a good period of my life, for a couple of years actually, I've done a lot of group therapy. I did a lot of group therapy for kids, for teenagers, kids, adults, even like older individuals. What is this show? For me, this is storytelling. It's one of its finest. Aside from propinquity, which everyone loves to go ahead and show, right? Which is, we'll talk about that in the future. You go movie, and I actually managed to join the 3:20 a.m. Clea, welcome on in. A silent voice. Let's go, Clea. Dude, I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Good relationship with friends. Yes, absolutely. So let's showcase this, right? This is Erikson's developmental theory, one of my favorite theories to always go into and talk about, as well as Brofferman's ecological theory, but we'll talk about it. They're school age. Even though this says, how can I be good? It's not, how can I be societally good? How can I be good with my friends? How can I be good with my parents? How can I fit in? Right? How old is he during this time period? What'd you say? He's school age, I would assume, right? 6 to 11? Yeah, this was one of my favorite theories to learn too. It's really, really interesting, right? Yeah, Kiwi says 6 to 11. So, at this stage, what are they learning, right? Industry versus inferiority, important events, school activities, making friends, so on and so forth. Key questions to be answered for self. How can I be good? And as I said, this doesn't mean like, how can I be societally good? This is referencing, how can I fit in? How can I be good with others? How can I be good with my parents? How can I get in good with so on and so forth, right? Their definition of good does not mean societally good. And I think that's important to go ahead and talk about in there. Which here, it says, children need to cope with new social and academic demands. Success leads to a sense of competence. Competence in being able to be with others. Competence in being able to go ahead and acknowledge others and be there with them and take them in for what they are. Competence in being able to go ahead and fit in and understand social cues. Failure results in feelings of inferiority, self-esteem issues. This is where trauma might start coming into play. This is where guilt might start to develop if failure happens. And that's important to go ahead and take in. That's important to contextualize that and even look a step forward and a step back. A step forward, 12 to 18, identity versus role confusion, social relationships/identity. Who am I and where am I going? Outcome. Teens need to develop a sense of self and personal identity. Success leads to an ability to stay true to yourself, while failure leads to role confusion and a weak sense of self. Who am I really? Am I worthy of being someone? Do I deserve to be here? I'm nothing. I'm trash. I'm this. I'm that. Role confusion can really lead to low self-esteem, that trash talk that we do with ourselves, the internal monologues that we often talk to with ourselves and turning into a negative environment or a positive environment if you are successful. And back then, preschool, you can go on and say, like, am I good or bad? Children need to begin asserting control and power over their environment. Success in the state leads to a sense of purpose. Children who try to exert too much power experience disapproval, resulting in a sense of grief. And this is why I love talking about series. This is why I love going in deep, because we really get a deeper perspective as to what is really going on. What are we contextualizing in this like couple of minutes that we've seen, right? You're supposed to understand social cues to win the school age at this age. What the fuck is this game? It's rigged. Kinda. But you're supposed to understand like how to interact with others and how to be there for others in that way, right? That's why I'm bringing it up. That's why I'm asking this stuff for you guys, right? By the way, this like senses of failure and whatnot. I had an outline plan for a character analysis and I said, this is making me want to do it. Well, that's awesome, Kiwi. Hell yeah. For a lot of you guys, how many of you guys have like noticed, especially here on Twitch or on YouTube, you failing a stage? Yeah, I think all of us have maybe not successfully met a stage. Here's the thing. It's okay. We all fail a stage at some point in time. Through therapy, through proper support, whatnot, we can overcome it. We can learn to grow from it. That's what often may become our insecurities if we leave it for too long. I honestly failed that stage bad. Oh, Ellie, Lena, me. Yep. Always, we're laughing at you. Hold on, guys. Let me turn on the fan because these lights are fucking warm. All right, I'm back. Oh. So this is why we're saying this. Like, looking at this, I can easily be like, wait a minute. There's a lot of stages where this failure might look back and like, oof. I mean, it's very statistically likely that you'll fail. So where is he? Where is he in his hierarchy of needs right now? Where is he in his hierarchy of needs, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to be straight up with you guys. I'm going to give you guys a chance to answer. That way you guys have the ability to think about it. Aside from sex, you guys have to remember, sex is limited towards like, being able to go ahead and understand self or anything like that in that regard. He's a kid. Where is he in a sense? As a kid, J-Tree trying to get me in trouble here. As a kid, where is he? Eliana says right at the very top. Yeah, as a kid right now. Because he can't really have employment. He's a kid, So that's probably being met by his parents, right? The family being met by family. Health probably being managed by parents. Property probably being managed by parents. This is probably being taken care of, the bottom aspect. Again, right now he's at the top or second to last pillar. Absolutely. I'm going to be honest. He's probably in self-esteem and self-actualization, right? Self-actualization does not mean that you don't do bad things. It just means that you're at the level where you get the respect of others or others look up to you, and you're often also, you might respect others, or you might not, depending on the aspects, right? But you have self-esteem and you're confident and so on and so forth. That puts poverty kids into perspective. So where is he? He might be up here, right? That is well, my mother needs to have foot in front of him. So if he's up here and he's doing what he thinks is moral, if he's doing what he thinks is problem solving with his friends, does that always mean he's going to do the best decision? Does that mean that he's going to go ahead and do the best decision out there? No. It just means that you're at that level where you're able to be creative, and creative in a way that you choose to be creative. As a kid, you're able, and even as an adult, you can have all of this shit met and be self-actualizing and still be a dick. That's happened many a times before. I hope that makes sense. Even if your morals are bad. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. So in comes in the next aspect. Are you guys ready for this one? My favorite one. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Broad from Brenner's Ecological Theory. Let's go through this. Time to ponder on this orb. I know, welcome to the orb of power. So we have a kid. Right? Boom. What goes around him? He has peers. He has friends. He has clearly gone to school in some way, shape, or form. We know that there's family. Right? Oh, God, I got to write smaller. Just so that way I can have it in here. So, K, loop, peers, school, family. I mean, there are no challenges during childhood. There are no challenges. Yeah, there's a neighborhood that he's chilling with them with. There's health services. There's all of these wonderful little things that he has right there. And he probably has a good connection with all of them, Okay. So how does this pull, right? How does he pull in this regard? If him as a kid, if he were to have an impact, if he were to push something forward, right? Do an action. Would that impact his peers? Yes. Would his peers care? Yes. Might they respond back? Yes. He has weight to pull because of the people around them. And we will specifically list it as we go forward. I just want to go ahead and introduce this because it's important to realize, and important to even realize the aspects of self, right? How much of self do we have in control of this, in control of everything? Here's a good one. In control of family, home, school, how it all influences one another in that regard. Anyway, with that being said. Oops. Sorry, editors.
Sensation, I'm just talking about my generation. Why don't you all fade away? Don't try to dig what we all say. If I die before I get old. Why don't you all fade away? Don't try to dig what we all say.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful way of showcasing this.
Die before I get old. Why don't you all fade away?
What stands out to you about this? Watching the beginning makes me feel nostalgic, not gonna lie. I used to have a small friend group as well. We did all sorts of stuff at school, right? And I feel like this is a really good way to empathize with the characters immediately. That brings back hey, remember when you were a kid and you had some friends that you used to hang out with, play Modern Warfare until 3 a.m. and laugh with, and then slowly but surely they all just started disappearing and growing up and last seen 3 years ago, 2 years ago, never again, seen on Steam or on Xbox or nothing. I am noting parallels with him standing on the edge of the bridge, star at the older jump into the water as kids. Right. And the song is talking about identity as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. The song is talking about being the kids of the new generation, but also I want to go ahead and talk about color theory and color theorems in this regard. What do we see here, right? We literally see the three kids up front, right? time passage, blue signs in the background, a lot more blue than red, a little bit of red in between the purse, the phone, the jacket, but it's very scattered throughout. They're kind of separated though. And that's sort of what I'm getting into. I feel like I'm about to trigger some people with this, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. If you're in high school or you're in college, I want you to ask yourself this question. Are your friends or your partner because they meet all of your qualifications to genuinely be a great friend or be a good friend? Or is it because of environment? Is it because of proximity? And that's a question I ask, and that's a question to ask yourself. It's proximity, situational friendship. And you can tell this. Look, they play their games, they're jumping and they're doing everything. But look at like even the distance. There's enough for a person to stand right in between them. So they're friends because they have to be friends. They're friends because of proximity. I literally just stumbled upon them and bonded. Oh, Ellie, we never talk outside of school environment. No, it's not up. It's not up. I didn't have it up. But if you look, you can really tell there's a big distance. There's a significant space between them. Are they close? Or are they friends by proximity? Are they friends by environment? Usually when I'm with my bros, when I'm with Brady or with Sagas or anyone out there, I'm going to be fucking close to you. I'm going to be talking to you on the one-on-one like, bro, no fucking way. Dude, did you see that fucking anime the other day? Dude, I can't believe, thanks so much. I'm going to be talking with you. Like, we're going to be up in not in each other's business, but we're going to be close enough that we can, talk about it and whatnot. I'd say it can be a mix of those. Yeah, a lot of friends through school is more important, more of an acquaintance thing. But a few of them, yeah, I mean, you could keep in contact and genuinely make some genuine friendships, right? How are you supposed to meet someone without proximity? Proximity is not the issue, John F. Senpai. It's the fact that sometimes when these relationships are being forced, and this is turning into a proximity friendship because of power, because of steam, because you're the silly one. Everyone likes being around you because you're silly. So I'm going to be your friend because I want to be in good light. Guess what? You're now my proximity friend. Yeah, from elementary school to college, it was environmental. Yeah. It's not the meeting itself. It's like, would you still be friends with someone if you weren't stuck together? Absolutely, Kiwi. Absolutely. Good way of thinking about it. And the same way to think about even with the partner. Would your partner still be your partner even if you guys were cities apart? Or no? And if that's the case, are they proximately your partner because there's no other person around that you're kind of into? Or is it because, hey, you know what? They actually meet some qualifications. In that case, yes. Not a bad thing. It just happens. And it's happened to all of us at some point in time. What if you are single as fuck? Ellie. Don't have a partner, though. Yeah, friends, partners, whatever that may be. Now, I wanted to flip it because, look. Now, if we flipped it, on the other side, you have all the red with the limited blues. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we have someone with red, which counters this. We have the boys. Hold on. God damn it. Oh. We have the boys all in different colors, all having different wants, different desires, different everything. Our main character boy here, a little bit of red, a little bit of black, all in black. The other one in white, khaki, blue. Flip it. Blue, a little bit of white, blue, a little bit of red. Why is she different? And that question goes out to you guys. We're clearly seeing, I know it's symbolizing the boys and the girls friend group and the propinquity and levels like that. But does she not stick out differently than the others in her environment? The same way that her main character in the spacing between them looks a little different. interesting things that this showcases that I feel often go overlooked. That often we just skip right over. We're 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, by the way. YouTube, welcome on in. This is what you get when I go fucking full unleashed and we're talking about this entire thing. Building a bond, sharing interests, confiding in each other. Yep.
Trying to cause a big sensation. Just talking about my generation.
Oh. Even this, the boys, right? Get comfortable, YouTube. Yeah, get comfortable. Well, came here for one long one, chat. Buckle up. Even through this. This is beautiful, dude. This is so fucking beautiful. I love that he's sort of leading the pack, but yet he has the flag. Let's talk about it. I thought the flag bearer was supposed to be the leader. Is he really the leader, or is the leader of the pack in the back? Just asking. Just asking. You know, there should be no leader between friends, but sometimes we assume roles, you know. But just asking. I don't know, boys. I'm just asking. Flag bearer isn't usually the leader. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking, Ash. There were soldiers that the purpose was just to hold the flag, just as that Marine. Is that a sign of trust? I don't know about flags. I love this. Love this. Her little glance back, right? Hands behind her back here, little glance back, trying to see what the reaction is towards this. Eyes forward, eyes sideways. She's talking to her friend, which is beside her. Definitely. You got an example? No, I'm just saying. That's why I'm asking, Widgie. I'm just asking questions. So this is why I'm asking this, because this is showing some prime examples of what is she looking at? Is she looking at him or is she looking at him? She's still looking back at this point. Oh, Mom. Seeing like water, like leaves and stuff on people's heads, that's heartbreaking. Oh, the like, you know, messy hair, not in that way. Yamada's such a visual genius in storytelling. But like, have you ever seen a kid that's gone through a rough time and you can tell physically on their body or by what they're wearing or whatnot that like people, they might not have had the best day? It's rough, dude. It's rough. Also, I wanted to talk about this, and this is I'm glad that we stopped right here. I really wanted to touch on this. What are they all doing? They're all doing different things. Everyone in the room, but they aren't involved, but they are involved in their own thing. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's in the room together. Everyone's in the room together. And they're all involved in different things. He's playing video games. He's reading something down here. He's reading something else. I know sometimes we can have conversations. I'll be honest, when I was a kid, I'd be fucking playing with my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, with my Pokemon cards. Coming in together, we'd all be bonding, fucking playing Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Beyblade, fucking letting it rip, you know? Like, we would be playing fucking Smash Bros. Melee on the TV together. Also, happy holidays, everyone. And happy New Year by the time this releases. But this all seems like, hey, we can all be less lonely together while being lonely together. Fuck, dude. What a way of telling this story. And what a way of telling the fact that, like, you know, we're all on different pages. Some people's love language is to have someone by their side. Yeah. It's called quality time, right? And that's usually what happens as adults, is having that quality time. However, I'm going to go ahead and throw this back at you guys. As a kid, when someone stopped paying attention to you, when a friend stopped paying attention to you, as adults, we don't mind it as much, right? Because as adults, you should have gone through a lot of your developmental stages, so you should know what's okay and what's not okay. But as a kid, what was it like when your best friends were ignoring you? Or maybe you were playing something really cool or doing something really cool, but they were off in their own little world, not paying attention to you. What was that like for you? Let me grab the fucking tip here. It fell off. Hold on, boys. Hold on, boys. It still feels like shit. I felt isolated. Yeah. It sucks when you want to share something you like. And especially as a kid, dude. You're like, hey, yo, listen to my new favorite song. Let's go ahead and fucking do it. Dude, you want to get into Warhammer for like a 40K? They're like, no, it costs too much money. Dude, you want to get into Pokemon cards? You want to do this? And if they're like, no, or they're just like there, not even paying attention to you, it's like... But for me, this seems more like regulated, and this seems a lot more regulated, especially nowadays when we have all this technology. And so this is sort of the expectation that it's come to be. How it came to be this way, who knows? But the fact that this is what it's showcasing almost immediately, like no one's paying attention to the game on the TV. There's no comments, no, hey, dude, you're doing great. Oh, shit, what's going on? He's just solely focused on this world at the moment while they're focused on their own little thing. That negative attention is better than no attention. For some people... Not always, but for some people, you know. Oh. Look at this. He did something good. He hype modes it. He throws his fucking controller. He's fucking hype moding it. He's like, woo, yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what I've been talking about. And everyone sort of looks at his looks at him are just like, are you done? And he just kind of looks up. Look at it. This is why I find fucking movies and sometimes like the animation so fucking spectacular. You know, like, looking at this scene, look at this. Boom, done. Slight look up. Like, not even an expression of, oh, yeah, you did it. Well, not. It was just like, oh. I don't know about you guys, but for me, at first glance, if we were just going through it, and been like, oh, friends, quality time, propinquity. The coffin of Andy and Lele. Welcome on in, Adam. How you doing? Mods will probably jot that down for me later. But like the reason why I'm highlighting this is because the storytelling aspects of this movie is amazing. I remember the silly handshakes and everything that we had right out of the blue. Oh, snap, this one. Do you think after 30s, social circles are mostly set in place and it goes from creating and making friendships to maintaining friendships? Yes and no. We're at the precipice of a new like change in like social developmental culture, for example, where a lot of people are starting to branch out a little bit more in their 30s because they felt lonely for so long. So it's like you should be in maintenance mode. If you want me to be honest with you, a lot of people are like, yeah, right after college, you should go into maintenance modes of friendships and relationships. But does that happen? No. Actually, a lot of people are still lonely right after college and even in the workforce because guess what? The only people that they interact with daily are the people that they work with. Yeah. So there's bound to be a cultural snapback from that. Wait, what did they say? I want you guys to pay attention to one particular thing. And I'm sorry that we're going through a lot of rewatches and stuff like this. It's just amazing to see the critical details that are being placed here on a fundamental like character level. The details that are being showcased here are fucking beautiful. Kiwi, no worries. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful night. Right. So mom's doing her work. We're showing sort of the aspects in here. Him shooting this rubber band. First off, cool, right? This kid, the kid with the white shirt. I want you to look at his expression. His eyes go into surprise and delight. His eyes stay pretty normal. Look. Their eyes, they're in the same wavelength. The main character and the kid with the blue shirt. They're in the same wavelength, right? I guess I'll have to see a 10-hour VOD, excited to be honest. They're in the same level of energy. Well, I can't really see through the copyright filter, but I believe you. Yeah, no. So our main character and the kid with the blue shirt are in the same level of energy, bouncing off one another, like fucking pogging the fuck out, right? The other kid simply just turns around and is like, there's something different. There's something distinct about this relationship. And it's interesting to note that like the characters are like the way that it's being portrayed is that there's already like a character hierarchy and all of them have their own motivations and wants and needs based off of just a simple introduction. You know, even the side characters and whatnot seem to have their own little motivation. Beautiful way of telling the story. Girl's been staring at him in every shot. You're right. Me after I go to the gym. Oh no. I am la cucaracha. Oh no. Or whatever it was. Right. What's up, Manzor?
Why don't you all fade away? Don't try to dig what we all try to cause a big sensation.
Oh, what a cutie. I love the fact that sometimes though I feel like I'm underreacting a lot to friends. So, yeah, but you usually show some kind of compassion to it. The also resonates with me. So what's happened? What's happened here, guys? What is different in this shot compared to the earlier shot? This is beautiful. Again, beautiful storytelling by the author. They faded away. Nobody's there. Nobody's there. It's him. His friends that have continuously been shown to be active and there are no longer there. Why do you think that is? He's alone playing his favorite game, the way most of us are. Right, chat? Wait a minute. Right, chat? This got too real for a second. But nobody's there. You know, the spaces that they would occupy aren't there anymore.
Fade away. Don't try to dig.
That's interesting. And that's a way interesting, like a very interesting way of just showcasing like the changes and how the relationships have already started to change. This little intro here, fantastic fucking storytelling. What's up? How you doing, Dark? Welcome on in. At least he had a friend come into the house, however superficial.
What we all try to cause a big sound.
Why do we smile? I want to put this into perspective. Why are we one of the only animals that smile? Why are we the only animals that smile in a way that's not show aggression? Damn, before the why, teach me how, Ed. What do you mean? Think about it this way. When dogs show their teeth, is it a good sign or is it a bad sign? It evolved out of aggression to show teeth. In my line of work, I'll tell you what. There's a difference between a smile and an over smile. What is the difference, chat? What is the difference between a smile and an over smile? And yes, we are using this as an opportunity to psychoeducate. What is an over smile? A smile might be you just like you're having a good day, you're smiling, whatever, normal smile. An over smile is a forced one. An over smile is someone that you see, it's like the entire time, and you can tell that it's a mask. We all wear masks. Don't get me wrong. Masks aren't inherently bad. I will never say this. But when someone is wearing the mask of a smile for too long and you know it's a forced smile, does that not hurt you? Does that not hurt you to see either a friend or a loved one and you know that like they're going through a rough time and they're over smiling for everyone and for everything? You're like, don't, but why? Why are you doing this? What's going on? Do you feel lonely? Look, everyone in the background of this shot currently is paired up with someone. Everyone. All of them have someone that they're talking to. Social wise, you got to remember, we talked about Erickson's psychosocial stages, right, of development here. Looking at this, though, all of them are paid up back here. They're all moving together in little groups. It's that social clause for this, like these years. And yet he's alone and he's walking forward with a big smile. What is going on? Look, they're his friends. It might be because of his friends, but I'll ask this. And I'll ask you this. This is a whole power position move. This is a way to think about nonverbal communication. Do you find anything weird about this? His friends are there. You can be like, he's smiling because his friends are there. Cool. Do you find anything weird about this situation? I do. Is he taller? Nope. Social wise, I want you to perspective yourself social wise. Two girls are there? Okay. Usually when people walk towards their friends, sometimes they tend to take a step forward or tend to go ahead and meet them halfway, like, dude, how have you been? I hope you're doing well. Or wave back and be like, hey, come on over here. Hey, whatever, right? They tend to be that center of agreement point, that center of propinquity, that center of, hey, like, let's meet you halfway. Let's go. Come on. The group is open for you. They're all just turning and looking at him. I highlight this because that's fucking profound. And that is a wonderful, like, I'm fucking mind blown actually taking the time to analyze this. No one is trying he's the one that waves. He's the one that waves. He's smiling. He sees him. He forces a smile. He's approaching, and he's the one that waves. If they wanted to show it off otherwise, you have to remember everything's done for a reason through anime and through all of this stuff, all the shots that we're seeing. They would have shown them taking a step forward. They would have shown them, like waving back. But the fact that they all just stood there and looked at him, would you feel welcomed? And that's my question to you. Would you feel welcomed in an environment like that? Well, anime includes the visuals usually when it comes to like even just like a small step forward from people in a group. Would you feel welcomed in a group if they just turned around and stared at you? You wave, they don't wave back. You smile, they're just staring at you like, I'll be honest, I wouldn't. But if that's the only proximal group of friends that you have, you're going to make do with it. Wow.
みんな席に着け。今日から新しい仲間が増えるぞ。
んだよ。
Oh.
女子だってはあ興味ねえし
Oh. Oh.
いいか。じゃあまず自己紹介して。
Selena. Oh man, kids can be great, but they can be really cruel. Like very honest. Oh. Protect. My heart. Protect, boys. So I want to highlight something to you guys. And I want to say this. This movie made me think of Anakin right away in that thing. Damn, that you need to talk to me. Right. There's still a lot of discrimination and a lot of stigma towards individuals with any form of a disability, right? Or any form of just anything in general. Anything that people might find slightly awkward or weird or, you know what, like, hey, I can't see that well, I'm mute, I'm deaf, whatever that may be. There's still a lot of stigma. There's still a lot of bullying surrounding that. I'll share this story because I always find it really impactful and want to go ahead and share and whatnot. When I was first doing youth groups, when I was first doing a lot of like, teen counseling and youth groups, had this kiddo, she was very young, that would come in, in school, they would be bullied a lot. I don't know what else to say other than like, they would be bullied a lot. They could speak. There was nothing wrong with them in that regard. But because for them, they were very much what we would consider in the anime world a chuny, right? Where they would come in doing grandiose speeches of like, it's because you've seen my evil power. It's emanating through everything. The world is darker than dark, blacker, like they would be so over dramatic and over the top and keep trying to adding into the world that is there, right? Adding to go ahead and into the world that was there. The bullying got so bad that as a child, as a kid, as a teenager, as a young teen, they now have they had suicidal ideation. They had suicidal thoughts. They were going through all of these things where they couldn't even communicate with them normally, even if they dropped the whole act, even if that's who they want to go ahead and be, even if that's how they want to go ahead and present and be out there and be dramatic and so on and so forth. They tried to kill that version of themselves because they couldn't fit in. Because every single time they tried to be themselves, others around them would start hitting them, would rip up their backpack, would literally start ripping apart their shirt, would start kicking them, would start going ahead and grabbing their lunch and throwing it on them, would start going ahead and, even the teachers would start making fun of them in aspects. So, a lot of changes happened in their life when they came to therapy, right? And they told me, first thing first, that they were talking very normally. This is before group, because they tried to kill that version of themselves, because they had no friends, because even them talking normally and trying to be a normal individual in society, normal, no one wanted to be around them because everyone had that stigma on them. Could you imagine their eyes when they come into group the first day and they hear me say, "You dare come into my realm without your powers, little mage. You will never escape us." You don't have everyone else in the group being over the top and silly and joining on in. Could you see their eyes light up? Could you see all of a sudden this aspect of themselves that they thought they had killed, that they thought they had shoved away in the dark recesses of their minds, all of a sudden come through and then start to shine and then start to heal and then start to go ahead and process that, hey, you know what? People might be assholes, but it's up to us as individuals, to select what's going to go ahead and affect us and not. And even educating the parents as to what it means to be there and be open to being there with your kids. And needless to say, they made a whole lot of friends and they grew and they became amazing at what they did and they got excellent grades and they were just fucking being successful. The reason why I say that is a little love and empathy goes a long way. And that there's still stigma out there. And it's bad. It can be pretty bad. Anyway, sorry guys. Just a little story, a little excerpt. I hope that helps in contextualizing some information whenever we go into some things.
よろしくね。西宮さんって日本語喋れるの？もうなおちゃん言い方。
So why are people reacting weird? Why are kids reacting weird? I'm gonna throw this your way. Why are the kids like that joke, like, trying to go ahead and do that to her? In both cases, why is this happening? Thoughts? Kids are weird? Because kids be weird? Kids be weird? There's no adults telling them what to do. They're curious. Because of this, boys, girls, everyone. Because of this. Because of this. Because what happens when your normal circle of power, your normal social dynamical circle, right? It's the dynamics that we're used to. This is how it flows. I make fun of someone, people laugh. I make fun of you. Why are people giving you attention? Why are people giving you attention? I'm making fun of you. The normal circle that you see on here, when I do something, people all around my microsystem, they all agree with it. I'm trying to do it right now. People are not agreeing with it. Why? Why? Why is this happening? And all of a sudden, the fucking world starts to shake. And for them, you are not a threat. Even as an adult, if something like this were to happen where someone new comes in and disrupts the dynamics and all of a sudden stuff that you're used to getting changes a little bit, what does that do to you? And I know this sounds weird to think about and weird to process, but I'm just trying to go and contextualize why some kids might act this way. First off, it's probably because parents haven't educated them in the way of like, hey, you know, treat others with respect or, you know, especially individuals with any form of disability. But put that aside. Let's just go with person to person on this aspect, right? As an adult, how many of you have been there? A new person comes into work, a new person comes into class or school or a group project, and you guys feel like it's weird. It's out of place. Like, bro, what the fuck? That's not how we do things. I have. Annoying, frustrating, takes a little bit to go ahead and adapt and be resilient and keep moving. Now, as a kid, kids sometimes haven't learned how to process their emotions correctly. So what does that do? All of a sudden, I'm getting angry. That's not how things work. Still getting no reaction. I'm going to get angrier. Fight or flight. Fight or flight starts kicking in. All of a sudden, you're a threat, and I got to fight. And that's why things start coming this way. If I get a laugh, guess what? People are reinforcing that behavior. And it starts resettling itself in. It starts going on through. And this just keeps cycling through, you know? You know, and that's sort of why it's not really, but I consider myself way too understanding of things. We're empathetic, yeah. That's what we try and be. But I hope that this contextualizes some of that information, especially when looking at this, because I'm like, whoa. That one nice teacher that goes away on vacation, the substitute is way harsher, always feel bad. Yeah, when it happens, exactly.
石田と一緒じゃん。
Hmm.
翔ちゃんだって。
いいですね。はあ、よくねえわ。
Oh God.
今から言うところ書いとけ。20ページから25ページと32ページの練習問題。
Oh, she can't.
テストの範囲だから。
ノート貸してみ。
まず視点、文字の通り力を支える点な。次、力を抑えるところが力点。重りを下げたり置いたりするところが作用点。テコは3つの位置によって3種類に。
For him, she already caught his attention. Actually, before that. What does that mean? I know some of you guys might not be able to read that. I have like the handwriting of a horrible individual. This is why I type everything. Yeah, it's a 3. I fucked up, masters. I was trying to do it right, okay? Here you go. Here you go. But the reason why I say this is like, it's not better, but whatever. Intro show desku. A good psychologist, right? First impression was made. Introduction. What happened to him? She's different. A new threat, new person has come into this environment. Different, weird. Whoa, final boss, blah, 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 blah. She's getting attention. He's doing silly antics in the back with his friends, you know, beating them up, pulling on their pants, whatnot. Everyone's gathered around her to know her name. She's getting all the attention. What's going on here? My friends are helping her. My friends are doing this. My friends care about this. My friends are trying to go ahead and like help her reasoning out the information. 1, 2, 3, guess what? That's starting to become habitual for him. This might mean that he might, like, you know, for him, it's like he's feeling threatened. For him, unknowingly, subconsciously, even speaking, all of a sudden, something that's weird, something that he hasn't had time to process, people are paying more attention to her. He's doing silly antics. He's doing all of these things. There's like friends actually trying to talk to her more than to talk to him. Jealousy might start coming up. You know? In this handwriting of a medical professional, yeah. And this is why I want to go ahead and highlight this. And this is why it's important to talk about this stuff. I just remembered something. Our class had a kid with autism, and while a lot of kids were fine with her and didn't mind, there was one small group of 6 kids that made fun of her. It was painful to watch. She was very afraid of them. You know, acoustic individuals, like people on the spectrum in general, I feel like that's what I'm saying. I feel like there was a lot of stigma. There is a lot of Ellie. Thanks so much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. There is a lot of stigma, and there's a lot of like. Even looking back, I'm like, I know that there was people that made fun of individuals on the spectrum, but there's a like. Even nowadays, I've had a lot of people do the RADS art test. There are a lot of functioning or normal people in society that have a lot of like traits that would be present in the spectrum, you know. But a lot of people love to go ahead and like poke fun and push things into an uncomfortable setting. Not gonna lie, I'm always amazed when I remember my childhood. It was such an honest and obedient child. Now that I've seen my nieces and nephews have been raised, I see how hard it is to come by quiet kids like I was. Oh. Oh.
じゃあもう一回。これ合唱コンやばくない？負け戦じゃん。
しょうもないこと。
Choir. It's cementing itself, boys. It's cementing itself. You see why mean actions can start to come about? And this is in no way a justification in any way, shape, or form. This is just trying to understand why kids might sometimes act this way and why early interventions from where's the teacher? Where are the teachers in talking about it and being coming through and saying, hey, you know what? You know, they're a little like, you know, they're going through this. This is the best way to interact with them. You know, it's okay. We're going to be here for them. For us, that joke might come immediately. We might be like, ha, that's funny. But for a lot of people, this is what they deal with on the daily, you know? Starts to mimic before time. That's why I'm like, ooh, ooh. Exactly, Lena.
私また聞きそびれちゃったんだけど。後でコピーしてあげるね。頼むわ。
Point 8. Point 5, I guess. Friends distracted, or friends, you know, distracted. I'm going to put this. 6. This is more for me to realize what's happening, but I want you guys to contextualize this point. This is what you're hearing. Intro, she's weird. Oh, look, all the people surrounding her. Her name is Show. Oh, at the desk, you know. My friends that usually pay attention to me are now paying attention to her. At 4, we're not winning the choir competition because of her. Number 5, friends are complaining because you're distracted because of her. What does this do to a kid's mind? These are points that are being highlighted. What does this do to an adult's mind? An adult is like, what the fuck? We're forming a schema. Exactly, Masters. We're forming a schema, a way of viewing the world. And that is exactly what this is falling into, is our main character's world is being shifted by these specific points that we're witnessing. Anonymous gifted I know, they're amazing, right? Thanks so much, Anonymous Gifter. It makes them see the kid as the problem. Yeah. But here's the thing. The person is not the problem. The problem is like everything else that's going on in here, right? The fact that like not being able to communicate, right, properly, or maybe being empathetic enough to get there. The problem is the problem. The problem might be the system, but the problem is never person. The problem might be a person's like, inability to do certain things. We can talk about like, oh, you know what? Alcoholism is a problem, but the person is not. Depression is a problem. The person is not. There's some key link in there that needs to be targeted and treated and talked about. I feel like this kid is acting like he doesn't have a father figure. Sakis, yeah, I mean, even in relationships, it's important to differentiate by saying the problem is the problem, not you are the problem. True, but not always, right? Because sometimes it's about we working together as a team to go against whatever the issue is, right? And sometimes that issue might be a behavior that we have, right? Or that I personally have, but it's still us as a team going against that behavior, understanding and calling each other out when that happens, having that communication. I blame the school system. Let's put her in extra classes so she can socialize. Let's talk about that, because that's also true. Do you guys think that all these extra classes, these classes that sometimes go way longer or over, or some completely exclude people from the normal population, actually help them in any social skills to reintegrate or integrate into society? I'm asking this as a genuine question for you guys. How do you feel about that when individuals are often shuffled off to the side into special programs and not really interacting with, say, normal individuals, classmates, whatnot? Anyway.
僕は悪くない。だから絶対にごめんなさいは言わない。
なんだ上野、その読み方は。たく、もういい。次。西宮。
Oh, that's.
ここからだよ。いい加減に意地を張るのはやめなさいよ。
Oh.
あきえ顔で言うけど謝る気はない。
よし。次、石田。
嘘でしょ。
That set him off. Look at his eyes. Look at him contextualizing it. Look at him contextualizing that his friend that he's already heard talking about it has now settled down and said that's bullshit. This is bullshit. This is contextualizing his frame of view right now. Her actions, unknowingly for him, he's solidifying that into his schema, into his frame of thinking, where he's like, hey, you know what? My friend thinks this is bullshit. I think this is bullshit. I've heard all of these complaints. I've seen all of these things that have impacted my emotions going through everything. At least one person is trying to help. Bro, what's going on? Oh, I hate that. Everyone wanted me to take an extra English. And they're, do you think special needs education is better where they're being treated, but they're not shown? Oh, he was also probably mad that the teacher criticized her, but not Nishimiya, despite, yeah. And this is where bullying might start coming into effect, because this frame view, this frame of mind has now just solidified itself.
うわうわうわ
石田、ふざけるな。
And he got a positive reaction. He did this, and the class gave him a positive reaction, and he didn't get scolded, and he didn't get punished. Hey, stop that. Hey, he's just gonna keep making fun of it. He's gonna keep going at that point in time. This is where teachers need to be smart and teachers need to be educated as to how to treat symptoms like this, right? This is where teachers need to be at least knowledgeable in some aspect about social dynamics for kids, as to how to go ahead and treat this, and hey, you know what, proper punishment, how to go ahead and exclude people from that. That is not okay. That is not what you do, right? Because all of a sudden, this is like them just being like, hey, stop that. It's going to go ahead and rework itself. That's him by thinking he's covering for her, but it's really not. No, it's not. It's not. For him, if you look, and let's contextualize this.
あけどね有権謝ってはない
よし次石田
He was going to read this normally. Look, he's looking down. He was going to completely read this normally. He stood up. He didn't care. We were all in our own little world. He was going to read this normally until this point. Until that point. At that point in time, all of this schema that he's been working on, all this schema that's come through, boom, came back, and that's where he decided to go ahead and take his little shot. Not only that, it just got a positive regard, so it's going to go ahead and reaffirm it. Whew. Whew. Boys, we're oh. 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 Tell the bully to stop. It gets worse. Slap him on the wrist. If the bully, then it becomes a huge problem. Yeah. What needs to be called out? See, even she was surprised by his action. This scene pisses me off a lot more because in the manga, not gonna lie, they softened it up in the anime. What happened in the manga? Was that surprise or was that fear?
それはやめなさいよ
嘘でし
Boom, recontextualization happening. He starts it. It's a bit of both. It looks like maybe even fear that he's doing it and surprise that he's actually taking this approach. Guess why? For her, right? As a teacher, I wouldn't have made her read, but also if they did the boy, I would have called him the hell out. Good. Good. But also, let's talk about this for a second. What does this do for her? For her as the individual witnessing this. She has very similar aspects as he does. Very similar points. What does this do for her? He just did it. Japan's not the only problem. Every kid's around the world. What does this do for her, chat? I want to be straight up with you. He got away with it. Everyone applauded it. I feel this way, but people seem to like the fact that he made fun of her. I guess it's okay for me to do that as well. It pushes the boundary. It continuously pushing the boundary as to what is okay and what is not okay. It was rewarded by the class. It was not even a negative regard by the teacher. It was like, hey, just stop that. So she's going to go ahead and push the boundary as well. Whew. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick little break because I got to go pee. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back. We're going to go into a quick 1 minute break, 2 minute break. We just did over an hour and 30 minutes of analysis for the first 8 minutes and 32 seconds of A Silent Voice. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, fuck, we're going in deep. We're going in deep, boys. I didn't think I'd be fucking... I'll be honest with you guys. I didn't think I'd be spending this much time fucking breaking it down. It is what it is, YouTube. Welcome to a standard Psyculturists stream. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back. I'm back. Holy crap, thanks so much for the gifted sub, man. I appreciate it. Whoa. How many gifted subs was that? Worldmaker, 5 gifted subs. Dude, you're a fucking legend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, wow. All right, guys, how do you feel about the pacing where we are right now? Are you pretty standard? Yeah. I'll be honest. I thought we'd be further than where we are. But Worldmaker, thank you so much. And everyone that's gifted a sub, I appreciate it. Or Ben, you guys are the fucking goats. Why do kids... Prediction is up. What will he get through the movie? 30 minutes, an hour and a half. Oh, you guys are fucking next level. Hydrate. Thanks so much for the hydrate. Why do the kids are afraid of involving parents? I remember when I was bullied in middle school, I didn't tell my parents. They found out at once that because kids are afraid of repercussion. A lot of kids are afraid of actually like, hey, my parents will think I'm weak. They like I'm not the kid, the superstar kid that they see. I'm not popular. Like there's a lot of shame and guilt complexes that come through with that, you know. I feel like this will last another 2 streams, but damn, this is great. I will definitely, Ellie, no. I will say though, I really genuinely feel like, I think I'm gonna go to sleep. No worries, Plazenstein, appreciate it. I really feel like this show deserves this amount of attention, right? Or like this movie deserves this amount of attention, in love and deep analysis and conversations. Because most people would probably fly through the entire story in under an hour, right? And just like recap it or analyze the entire thing in under an hour. When there's a lot to go ahead and touch on, you know. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and continue.
石田、ふざけるな。
Oh, have some M&Ms here. The grouping. The grouping has already begun. You really think that's going to happen? The grouping has already begun. And I love storytelling wise how this is happening, right? We see her holding on to her notebook, her only form of communicating at this point in time. She's holding on to it for dear life. And everyone else, I think we take it for granted, the fact that we can communicate freely and openly. And everyone else has already formed their cliques. Could you tell me what you were talking about and then getting dismissed? This happens to everyone. We've all walked into it at some point in time, and I guess I'll bring this up for you guys as a way of contextualizing this. How many of you have walked into a room, an environment, and they're laughing and they're like, you know, the people there are all laughing and whatnot, and the moment that you walk in, everyone's all serious. Or like they're like, you know, they're having a great time. The moment you walk in, it's like, oh no, don't worry about it. Doesn't that make you feel excluded? You're not part of them. Not yet. You're not. It makes you feel like you're not part of it. Or you're missing out on something, or maybe they don't like you, or whatnot. Like it sucks. Story of my life, Cleo. Dude, I'm gonna give you, Ellie, everyone. I'm giving you guys a big ass hug. Y'all deserve a major hug. Cause fuck, dude. A/B conversation. See yourself out of it. Am I the problem? Right. Those cognitive distortions start coming in. Imagine for her. She knows that, like, she's probably gone through a lot, right? She got a haircut clearly because of whatever was happening previously. This style of belief is, hey, am I the issue? I'm the problem. I'm stupid. I don't fit in. I'm weird. I don't deserve to be loved. No one loves me. No one cares about me. Everyone forms their own cliques, and I'm not included in it. Where are my friends? Who do I belong with? Do I belong with anyone? Or maybe there were, and those trains of thought start coming in. Not like that. I'm just using all of the cognitive distortions, like the hard cemented cognitive distortions from some people, and throwing it out there. But for some people, you know, it takes time, but these thoughts start creeping in. And all of a sudden, their narrative revolves around that. And their schema, their worldview starts turning around that. Wait, who here has rewatched that? The Oshinoko opening analysis compilation. Actual question. Who here has actually watched that mega beast? Ellie, you have? I've rewatched it. Ash! Just 4 hours. I watched the first few hours. It's good stuff to put in the background, you know, while you're doing something, I think. But also, I will say, I feel like that is an anime that I cooked pretty well. As much watched or rewatched, either or. But I feel like that is an anime that I cooked pretty well, and I feel like I missed a lot, and I feel I need to go back and cook more at some point. Oh, everyone's walking along, but she's no longer there. Look at that, dude. The distance keeps growing. And everyone just leaves her. My heart, bro. Oh no.
お前さ、もっとうまくやらねえとうざがられちゃうんじゃねえの？なんだよ。
You friends?
友達
Oh. Ah. Not gonna lie, no joke. It ended up being my most rewatched. Dude, this hurts. This hurts. Ah. He's even shocked by it.
気持ち悪い。
Why do you think he does this? And I know he does that, and it's... So we've now discovered his stigma, right? That there is a stigma there. His voice says everything. The way that he talks says everything. Him talking calmly. Thanks so much for the follow, Professor. Appreciate it. Have a good night, Emma. Appreciate it. I'm a Gabby. His voice says everything. His voice being there, the way that he's interacting with her and giving her sort of like that advice, right? Because he's sitting there and he's like, hey, you know what? Like, you need to be smarter about things or people will start to hate you. He's trying to go ahead and like give her that heads up. Like, hey, you know what? Like, stuff is coming. Like, he did whatever he did previously, but that is a very real moment. That is a very real moment. Would you guys agree with that? For me, I see this and I'm like, he's not yelling. He's not being over the top. He's not like making fun of her voice or whatever. This is pretty laid back and, you know, you need to be smarter about things or people are going to start to hate you. The way he delivers this and the way that this is done is not just him extending like a leaf over for a second and being like, hey, like just giving you a heads up here. Like, this is something that's going. Kids do this all the time to try and mend the bridge. However, look at this. She closes the space between them. Unknowingly, of course, because kids don't really know a lot about this. I've put you at this distance, right? I'm throwing things at you. I put you at this distance because I'm comfortable with you there. You... or I start getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. At what point do you feel freaked out? At what point do you feel like that's too much? At what point are you like, okay, wait a minute, you know, too close. And then you say something embarrassing or something that I find embarrassing or something that like, I'm giving you this advice and you're saying, let's be friends. My schema is going to come back. My worldview is going to come back of to what I had of you. I tried to be very real with you for a second and you just broke this unknown boundary and you just came way too close and you just, you know, you did that. Like it's a lot. It's a lot, you know? So just observing this, right? And even unknowingly, because he was throwing this rock to settle a distance and be real. And for her, this is her way of communicating. Her way of using her voice and actually trying to establish a friendship. So she also has faults in this. Kids don't know a lot about this, right? If I can clearly feel your breathe on my face, you're too close. Yeah. For her, for some people, uncanny faces when he's closing in the camera. Fuck you, masters. Also, I love you guys. But like for some people, like we communicate closer, right? And for individuals that may have a disability, that's probably the best way to truly communicate how they feel. And this is why it's important to have communication lessons. It's important to teach about aspects like this. Otherwise, he's treating her like she would understand all the social cues and everything presented. She's treating him as though she's interacting with anybody other person that knows how to interact with her. And that's where the miscommunication lies. They're both communicating at different levels, and so they're both hitting a wall. It made me jump. Haruki, no! I'm making you guys jump. No. Fuck, dude.
気持ち悪い。
聞こえの教室の北で
I want to establish this for you. And this is what I was talking about. Look at the spacing of this, right? She says, let's be friends. She closes in the distance. He throws the dirt, and he could have continued to go over and hit her or do something to be like, I don't want to be your friend or whatever. But what does he do instead? And this is exactly why I'm trying to highlight this point so that you guys are aware of it. And whenever you guys are watching a show, whenever you guys are watching people, always watch their distance. Look. He's shocked, embarrassed, all of these things. Boom, throws it. Okay, he throws it. He reacted. He moves away, and then he stops when he's comfortable with the distance. He restated his distance. Yes, he reacted in the moment. Yeah, it wasn't cool. But look at it. The distance, the space that he tried to have earlier is reestablished, and he stops. Interesting. He could have ran away. He could have continued to go and hit her, but he doesn't. He reestablishes that distance, meaning that there's something that calls out to him. There's something there. Yes, it might have been uncomfortable that he feels the need to stop and reflect and talk about just for a fraction of a second. Also, beautiful fucking cinematography. Let's give it up, guys. Fucking Doritos. Holy shit.
聞こえの教室の北です。皆さんは手話って知っていますか？手で話した感じで手話。
Aww.
手でおしゃべりするんですよ。素敵でしょ。そこで皆さん、翔子ちゃんともっとお話しするために毎日3分朝の会を使って手話を覚えましょう。
Oh.
先生、はい？ノートに書くのじゃダメなんですか？翔子ちゃんは手話を使った方が楽なんですよ。私は手話より書く方が楽なんです。
A lot of kids tend to have a very egocentric belief system. So this is where you have to turn it into, oh, but like you'll be a very successful adult if you know sign language, and you'll be able to go out and right, like use it for them as to how it can improve that. Well, a lot of adults are still very egocentrical, you know. And this is actually something that should have been done the moment that she was brought in. Exactly, Masters. This is the moment where, like, you know, hey, the first couple of days that she's there, it's an integration process of like, hey, this is how we do it. We watch over it, make sure that bullying isn't happening. Prevention steps are necessary. And this is where a lot of schools fuck up. Because a lot of schools are simply like, all right, let me just dump this kid and fucking leave it to be.
私
Oh, making a friend.
たあやみろこさあポイント稼ぎおつおめっちゃ好き
And the exclusion that happens. Even just the comments. I'll tell you what, chat. I'm just very honest about it. The exclusion that happens affects everyone. As a kid, as an adult, it don't fucking matter. But imagine this, you're in the inn and you're trying to do this to try and get to know someone. Maybe you're empathetic, maybe you have a sibling, maybe you have whatever. And all of a sudden people around you start bullying you the same, start making these comments. All of a sudden you're not part of the group. You're being bullied. All of a sudden you are on the defensive. All of a sudden fight or flight starts kicking in. And guess what? You might have to fly. I'm glad that my school didn't completely mess up in that. Yeah, that's something my colleagues that also work in other militaries have complained about. Oof. That's why the non-sellouts don't last. Brownie points probably labeled as teacher's pet. Yeah, absolutely. And everyone around, like, if people don't stop this, if people don't intervene, if people don't whatever, it just keeps growing out of proportion. This is why intervention is needed. Is very, very much needed.
かっこよすぎだねあ来週ドラマ出るし見ないとだよ
Even that. Look at that.
あのわ
This is why I love this show, right? Hold on.
こうし
めっちゃ好きかっこいい
She's fine. They're communicating. They're talking.
だね
Looking normal.
ドラマ出るし
She looks down. All that power that she had, all that confidence and whatnot, as soon as she walks around that group, the eyes come down. All of a sudden, that power and that transference goes over, and guess what it does for these group kids? Oh, I'm disappointed in you. You're not going to react. You're not going to do anything. You're a disappointment. You're your brownie point winner. You're your brown noser. People are going to keep going at it. And look at her. These eyes are steadfast down. Oh, concepts of shame, boys. Concepts of shame is a big one.
ないとだよあいつ服ダサくね
And then the bullying. Oh, no.
作者はこの作品を通して実験の後も二酸化マンガンを
Yeah, stopped attending class. For him, for a kid, you just witnessed a classmate suddenly stop coming to class. Why? Because he's hanging around her. He already has a schema that we've talked about. This just added on. Oh man, I don't know about you, but this is breaking my heart. The further we go into analysis, the more that I'm thinking about how small little things, all of this could be prevented. All of this could have been prevented by the teachers. The teachers could have been stepping in at this point in time. Oh,
広瀬お前そっちにえしみや
何やってんの石田やめときなよ
こう
reaction formation.
石田やりすぎだって
そうこんなもんっしょ
悪いやつ
いいじゃんいいじゃんいい感じ
See? Him writing this. Sahara went off somewhere. Teach us sometime. Hooray, hooray, congrats, Nishimiya. He's getting praised for this. This is cementing in his mind as it being okay. He's already done it before. It's been escalating, and no one has stepped in. No one has said no. No one has said anything. So guess what? For him, this is a foundational truth. But this is all proximity based. No one helped them with this. Why? because they're not his friends. They're not his friends. In fact, they're like, bad boy, you know, whatever. They're making fun of him. Well, I can't see, but I believe you. They're all very much distance away from him. Y'all can see that. Oh. No, don't do that. Don't break my heart. No. No.
誰がこんなことしたの？ひどい。私が代わりに消してあげるね。はい。できた。
I'm fucking dead, dude. I don't want to continue this anime. I don't want to continue this anime. I'm done. I don't want to continue this anime. I'm done. Oh no, my fucking heart, dude. Rip it out of my soul. No. Oh no. No.
どういたしまして。行こうぜ。
What did he write about her, by the way? Nishimiya? You know, I've watched this too many times and it still hurts. But that's the aspect. Is no one is committing this stuff. It's just him, and people are encouraging him to do bad stuff. Very much the same as we have in real life, right? Even as adults, where we have a lot of people like encouraging you to do bad stuff. Or a lot of people around you that do bad stuff that still encourage you to do bad stuff. And it's, yeah, wow. I'm trying not to get angry. The thing is, for her, she's just trying to kill it with kindness. She's trying to be there and be open and kill it with kindness. But what does this do? This can cement someone as a trauma point, you know? Oh, oh, you see? If I had Senor Pinguino right next to me, I'd fucking yeet him. It's teachers' numbness to this shit. It's a teacher that has stopped caring. It's a teacher that only shows up for a fucking paycheck, not really to be there for the students and help them grow. It's a teacher that just really doesn't give a shit, doesn't call out any bad behavior, that allows situations like this to be born. It's parents that have stopped actually parenting. It's parents that have stopped caring about what their kid says. It's parents that, like, when their kid comes home and tells them, Mom, I've had a great day or a bad day, they're like, okay, honey, but we're tired. We're going to watch TV. Where all of a sudden everything is being fucking overturned and shifted, where we're getting scenarios like this. If the teacher had even cared enough, if the teacher had actually cared about like this situation, but like, dude, don't do that. You can hurt someone's ear. What are you doing? Don't yell at people. Don't startle them. Are you a little kid? Hey, out of my classroom, wait outside. Put them in an embarrassing spot. Put them in a spot where they have to justify themselves, where all of a sudden, you know, this hierarchy of needs, this psychosocial development structure that we've been talking about gets challenged, gets brought back up, where all of a sudden it's like, how can I be good? And you're not being good. And the teacher has said you're not good. Not only has the teacher said that you're not good, there's a little bit of embarrassment that comes through with it. Watch them try and justify that. Watch them try and come back and be like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and settle down. Why? Because all of a sudden the tables have turned. Thanks so much for the follow, Clint. Oh my God, dude, this is fucking, it's getting me going. It's getting me going. If I was this teacher, shut your damn mouth. Apreciando. Okay, maybe not that much. And I would kick that teacher's butt if you were a colleague. Oh, absolutely, Lena. Absolutely. Wow. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling fucking heated. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. See, he gets positive reinforcement, and the teacher's like, all right, where were we again?
その上に柱。
That hurt her.
ねえねえ、西宮さん。これってさ、本当は聞こえるってこと？だよね。私も思った。ちょっと見せて。
上野。
Do you know how expensive those things are? I know that personal space, boys. Her literally coming in and just touching that, right? And showcasing that. Power over. Power over. She literally, and I do wonder about her as a character, what her family is like and whatnot. Because for a kid to automatically take assumption and try and take control and breaking this personal space while everyone else is respecting personal boundaries. This is so fucked up, dude. This is beyond fucked up. You know, it's like if someone fucking came and took my glasses and was like ran out with them in the dark, dude. I can't fucking fall. I can't see shit right now. I'm blind as a fucking bat. I can't see anything. Like, you know, I can probably hear you, you know, but like that's fucked up, dude. Like, what? Why would you do something like that? This is, ooh, Lena, how are you feeling? I've searched and where I lived. It cost $845, which is around $175. Yeah, but for some people, man, especially if you're like a single parent or even in a two parent, like in the two income household, it's still quite a bit, bro.
本当は聞こえるって。だよね。私も思った。ちょっと見せて。
上野。それ何？貸して。うわ、何これ。きったね
どこまでだったかな。ああ、どんな家に住んでたかというと、地面に穴を掘って。
Oh. I never thought I wanted to fucking sidekick a kid so far. Teacher should be fired at this point. Oh.
これってさ、本当は聞こえるってこと？
But I do want to go ahead and showcase something to you guys. Ed's primal grunt. I'm getting fucking pissed, bro. I'm literally getting fucking triggered. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting fucking triggered. Like I want to I want to get these kids to be like, nah. Se me calman o los calmo? One or the other, right? Either you calm your ass down or I'm calming your ass down. Like nah.
私も思った。ちょっと見せて。
I want to showcase what it's like for her. What is she doing for her? Because there's something actually very meaningful about this that I feel might go over everyone's head at this point in time. What is she doing? Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. What is she doing? She's fawning, right? She's doing anything she can to try and get approval. Make friends. Oh, you want these? Sure. Trusting in that aspect, right? Here you go. She's fawning. As a survival instinct, we do this all the time. To try and go ahead and get approval or try and go ahead and be there for people or whatever that may be. Hey, I trust you with these. What is this thing for her? I want you guys to conceptualize this. Go through this journey with me. What is this thing for her? In Japan, hearing aids can cost up to $3,000. Fuck. What is the hearing aids for her? You guys love to use this word. What are the hearing aids for her? Yes, she's fawning because she's like, Fuen, right? Fuen. You guys love to use this word in other streams. It's her agent of change. Her hearing aids are her agents of change. They are what allow her to go ahead and manipulate the outside world and be able to go ahead and listen in or have a little bit of listening or whatnot. Not Q Brady, bro. Q all of her fucking psych classes. Because people will be like, your hands could, or take your hands and fucking throw them off. Anything can be an agent of change, and I will go ahead and reiterate this. Your mom can be an agent of change. Your dad can be an agent of change. Anything can be an agent of change. But for her specifically, these hearing aids are agents of change. Yeah.
上野それ何貸して
Think about what they do here. She throws her ability to hear the outside world to him.
うわ何これ
And he throws it out the window. He throws her ability to be with others, her ability to change. Right? Notice how she isn't comfortable giving the hearing aids to anybody else. It's what she hopes to connect with them. Exactly. And that's exactly what I'm trying to highlight, Passy Sucker. This is her ability that helps her connect with people. She handed it over to her in a trusting way to try and fawn and be like, here you go, let's be friends. And he throws it out the window. And in the process, he might be dooming himself, but that's a separate story. Anyway, whoa.
いったね
You see, over and over and over and over. And the harassment keeps building and building and building day after day after day. And she's just, and no one's intervening. Probably multiple hearing aids. This juxtaposition of the music compared to what is being shown is very Brechtian. And a lot of you guys might not know this, but Brechtian is sometimes in theater, they might literally do this where it's a very serious scene, and all of a sudden they'll pull out their fucking script and be like, Zeiss lens wipe, gentle and thorough cleaning. Gentle and thorough cleaning of high quality lenses. Quick and easy to use. Lightly brush away dust and dirt with the folded wipe. Unfold and gently clean the surface and using circular movements. And in the background, it might have like like a very serious scene happening down there. It's to get you to go ahead and see, like, contextualize the information that's happening there. For a lot of people, they might be like, oh, wow, right? But for us, taking this in, it's like, this music and what's happening is being done on purpose for us to fully conceptualize it. Interesting stuff. Really interesting approach. Oh, bro. Bro.
お前やりすぎ
The friend group. They've been encouraging this behavior. No one said no. You're overdoing it, man. You overdid it, man. The moment that stuff turns extremely negative, they'll cut ties. Right? And shit happens. And shit happens. Oh, God. Playing dubs in the funeral. Oh. 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 Ah. Ah.
あーマジムカつくあのクソメガネ何どいて邪魔この人何やってんの帰ろうぜ
And the fawning continues, bro. She doesn't know. Imagine this, bro. You don't know what you're doing wrong. Let's flip the mindset onto her perspective. You're just being you. You're going to school every single day trying to make a fucking friend. You're trying to make a fucking friend. You're trying to actually make a connection, have someone that you can care about at this school. And day after day after day after day after day after day, this kid keeps coming over and fucking with you, spraying water on you, making your life a living hell, and you don't know why. Are you the problem? She said, I'm sorry. She wrote down, I am sorry to him. Because she's trying, like, it's number one, trying to find out what's going on, especially as a kid. But number two, it's also like, hey, I'm trying to make a friend. Oh, dude. Oh. I don't know about you guys, but it breaks my heart seeing both of them. One of them taking in the schemas, you know, probably like all of this aspect, and the other one, I really need to sleep since I need to wake up early. I'll catch the VOD later. See you later, Liana. Wow.
嘘つけ。文句あんなら言えよ。はあ？話せよ。キモいんだけど。西宮さん面白い。将来赤くなってんじゃん。なってねえわ。
Me, you, when? Oh. And again, he tosses another form of communication into the water. Anytime she tries to build a bridge, he tosses it. I'm fucking pissed, dude. Little dog got toxic positivity over here. It's a fucked up thing to do, especially as kids, especially as, like, you know, if any educators are around, for no one to be stepping in, for this to continuously happen, for her to even witness and go through something like this, the way a lot of people do still, oh man.
マジかよ西宮さん。これはやばいな。
It's important for her. What the
じゃあなしょうよ。また明日。
Yeah. I want to ask that to you guys. How many of you guys did this happen to? How many of you guys have been bullied in school? How many of you guys have gone from bullier to being bullied? How many of you guys have gone through trying, like, apologizing for everything in order to keep a friendship, to keep a relationship, where you'll apologize day and night, even if it's not your fault, because you really want to go ahead and preserve a friendship or a relationship? Yeah. It's a very, very real thing that this show's touching on. And oftentimes I feel like, you know, a lot of people don't talk about it until it's there, it's present. Bullied but fought back until they didn't. Still was hard. Bullied but nothing that extreme. I've seen a lot of people get bullied. I've seen a lot of people go through bullying. And I've seen the effects that it's had on people. I've lost friends because of bullying. It's a lot, man. It's a lot for a person to deal with, and it's not okay. Being bullied is not okay.
皆さんにお話ししたいことがあります。今日お休みしている西宮翔子さんのことです。実は昨日西宮さんのお母さんから電話がありました。西宮さんの補聴器がこの5ヶ月で半分を紛失、または故障し。
Think about it, guys. 8. In the numbers that you guys just ran, it's around $3,000. $3,000 for the hearing aids. And 8 have been broken. Oh. Yeah, no, I'd be fucking pissed. That's it, bro. We're moving schools. Fuck that.
ここでいじめられているのではないかと。この中で西宮さんに対するいじめやそれに近い嫌がらせを目撃した人はいませんか？ 補聴器は一つ一つがとても高価なものだそうです。
Any form of harassment? Oh.
これ以上お父さん
And all of a sudden, think about it, for him, his family. Him realizing what's happening in his family, it starts coming to mind.
お母さんに迷惑がかかる前に石田なあお前だろうが早く立てよおら
I hate this. Oh, I'm fucking pissed, boys. I'm fucking pissed, boys. Oh, you've triggered something in me. Oh, oh. I want to go to this fucking school and yell at this motherfucking teacher. I want to go in there with the power of 1,000 fucking wizards and turn this fucking teacher into a fucking frog. Oh. You fucker. You were at fault too. I want to literally drop kick the teacher. Oh. Oh. And me, let's go to Japan. Here's why. Correct action to do, right? And this also goes into the principal, because the principal is at fault at this as well. Hey, pretend you're the teacher. So you mean to tell me that, like, you know, Miss Nishimiya's mom called and she mentioned that they've lost 8 hearing aids. Tell me a little bit more about that. What's been going on in your classroom? So you haven't noticed anything weird in your classroom where 8 hearing aids have gone broken or have been lost or repaired? In the time period that you've been with these kids that you're supposed to watch out and take care of, you're responsible for their education and for their well-being. You mean to tell me that 8 times this incident has happened and you don't know where the hearing aids are? Who's doing it? This is your responsibility. This is your responsibility. So how are you going to make up for it? How are you going to make up for it? This is your responsibility. The kids are kids, and kids, we can discipline them. We can talk to their parents. We can bring it up. We will pull them aside outside of a classroom setting in order to go ahead and settle this and talk to the class as a whole afterwards when those kids are dismissed. Let's talk about you and your professional entry, which you studied for. You went to go study to become a teacher. You went and got your fucking degree for this, and you let this shit happen. Why? It's happening during school, clearly. Why? And that's what you do. That's what you do as a principal. That's what you do as an administrator, as a manager, as someone in a higher level. You pull apart what is happening here. You go from bottom up and bottom up, like, you know, down, up top to bottom up, the entire way through. The kids are kids. Kids, you can pull them aside. You can talk to them. Hey, this is what happened. You're getting disciplined. You're getting suspended. Your parents are going to have to pay for this. You and your group have been doing this consistently day in, day out. But the principal letting all of this go on, oof. I'm fucking pissed, bro. I'm pissed.
上野、隣で見ててどうだった？
What the teacher did just there. This is why it should never have reached this point. We've all heard of this. At least I hope you have. You guys have heard of this technique at some point in time, right? Foot in the door technique. Hey, can I borrow $1? Cool. Hey, can I borrow 10? You're a lot easier. Or, hey, I need 5 more for whatever. You're a lot more easier to say yes because it's a foot in the door. Same thing can be done in reverse when you throw someone under the bus. You call someone out. Now that you've opened up the door, you're allowing them the opportunity to excuse their behavior. You've opened up the door. You've done a foot in the door for them to excuse yourself and themselves by now pinpointing a target. Not only that, you're telling the kids, hey, if you agree with me, the way he said it, look at his tonality. Hey, Right? It's him, right? You've now allowed that door to be opened and for kids to start targeting this kid. You've now allowed him to be bullied. Beyond fucking pissed, bro. All right, he needs 1,000 drop kicks. And he's an adult and he's doing this. He's an adult and he's doing this, guys. I want you guys to conceptualize that. Thanks so much for the hydrate. Hold on. I'm about to get fucking Evil Ed out here, man. I'm about to get Evil Ed out here. The further we go down this show, the more I'm like, ooh.
上野、隣で見ててどうだった？
ちょっとからかってた的
You
な
see?
ことはあったかも。
You see? There you go. And now he opened the door a little bit further. He opened up the door a little bit further. You know, oh, it wasn't me. We all know it was you. Opened up the door, right? 5 years, opened up the door a little further, right? Masters, opened up the door a little further, right? And he just keeps going, and all of a sudden, also all roads lead that way. No one's gonna take fucking responsibility and pinpoint it on him. Horrible, fucking horrible teacher.
一応僕もやめとけとは言ったんですけどね。翔也聞かなかったし。
島田、お前も一緒にやってたじゃん。女子なんて次。
And by him retorting, guess what he just did? He painted himself as a villain. Him retorting has now, all of his friends are like, oh, you're the person of evil. Fucking doing nothing. All roads lead to, if I remember right, he's getting punched in them for his shitty behavior. Is that the administrator?
ねえ、特に上野と河合が。は？
Oh, wow. Look at that.
そんなことしないよ。どうして？石田君、ひどいよ。
Wow. Yep, and you're now at the center point of everyone's hate. Self-preservation. For him, he's like, I thought you were my bros. I thought we were ride or die. Are we ride or die or what? No one was ride or die with you, mate. They got the way out. They took it. You were just... She learned the crocodile tears. Oh. Isn't that kind of poetic, though? He kept, they're throwing around her ability to change, her ways to communicate, her agents of change. And now that he's being bullied, he picks up her agent of change. And he becomes an agent of change. That's fucking beautiful writing. Way to fucking take that and conceptualize that and really compartmentalize it. Be like, oh, dude, that's some fucking 5-hit thinking, writing wise. I ain't gonna lie. Because now he's in that position and now he's really taking it in.
ご迷惑をおかけしてしまって。はい。失礼いたします。翔也、待ちなさい。翔也。先生から全部聞いたよ。ちょっと、なんであんたそんなに濡れてるのよ。
うっせえな。いつもの飛び込みだよ。
待ちなさい。
And of course he...
誰かに迷惑かけてない？
知らねえよ。
先生の話、本当なの？
Think about what the teacher just said there. Think about what the teacher just did there. The reason why I did that face when we conceptualized this, I had to stand up for one of my kiddos a long time ago in group. Because for the teacher, this student was doing everything wrong. He was speaking out of turn. He was doing horrible things. He was bullying others. He was saying unnecessary stuff during class. And, you know, he would call parents every single day. Finally, you know, like a kid comes to group. He's like, hey, apparently they're having another conference. And I'm like, and he's called my parents, and my parents are worried sick, and they want to pull me out of class, and they want to drop me from school and, you know, make me take online school if that or whatever. And I'm like, wait a minute, let me go with you. I go with him into this meeting. This guy, I don't mean I will never, ever, absolutely ever use my degree or my titles in any way, shape, or form to try and go ahead and put someone in a position under. Ever. If you treat me like, you know, I'll treat you like I would treat any other person or a friend. Like, I love you guys for who you are, but I'm not like, cool, I got educated. Awesome, whatever, right? It is what it is. But I'm not going to go ahead and use that towards like putting someone down. However, going to this conference and the teacher being like, I am sorely disappointed with them. He's like literally calling him a mistake and saying, I went and got educated. And I can tell you this, that he's a mistake, and this is a mistake altogether. And he can't even learn. He's an idiot. Literally hearing these words come out of this teacher's mouth to like the parents here. And this is a team meeting that we're having here. I was like, you have absolutely no room to talk. Sit down. You got your bachelor's degree from a third-rate university. Let's have a conversation here. First off, he's on the spectrum, showing high symptoms of Asperger's. Of course, he's going to be mudding off or saying a conversation, saying something. He might say something inappropriate during your class if you look at the symptoms, since you said you're so well educated. I went fucking off and embarrassed him in front of the principal, in front of his vice principal, and into a point where he was literally gone. He was gone from school. He was fucking fired. So what I'm getting at is sometimes, like, when teachers do this and they keep calling and keep calling and they keep calling and they keep trying to make the situation worse than it is, and they sometimes go through in order to absolve guilt of themselves onto parents, because it's easier for parents to believe someone in a position of power. Me being there and being like, no, absolutely not. Let's take this, into a full-on conversations. You do not have any power in the situation. You don't have any power over me, first off. And we just went ham. That's sometimes what we need to do. We need to learn how to be advocate, not just for ourselves, but for the people around us. And that's what this channel is about. Psychoeducating, being an advocate, not just for yourself, but for others and those specifically that need it. Because fuck that, dude. And I will always throw this out there. I will always be an advocate for you. Whether you're having a hard time, expressing yourself or being yourself or whatever that may be, I will always be your greatest fucking cheerleader, right? But if someone disses you, I will also go up and be their biggest fucking threat. That's all I got to say on that, dude. Yeah, the local schools have been excellent about communication, so they don't get paid nearly enough. Right, 5 years? Oh, yeah. Stay right there. Oh. Yeah, you don't want to mess with Evo Ed, but also what a situational change. How the tables have turned. How the turntables have turned in this situation. he once was able to go ahead and stand his ground and, you know, throw dirt in her face and whatnot. Now he's shyly trying to go ahead and move over. Now he's trying to go ahead and maneuver out and escape and create that distance that he tried to create earlier. Wonderful way of referencing back to the specific moment that we just saw earlier. And also a wonderful way of showcasing that, like, a person's nature. He's more anxious than anything. Seeing a kid act like this, you're seeing that, like, hey, he's nervous. There's a lot of anxiety builds up. And a lot of his actions, like his belief and his stigma and how he acts and reacts, might be built out of that anxiety. While she's a lot more calm, and you can see the nature of the birds around and everything going through. My teacher once told my parents that I should get put on ADHD medicine. My mom told her to shut the fuck up and that she's... Exactly. You got to stick to your, like, expertise, to your area of practice, right? Like, I'm not going to go out there and be like, well, let me teach you about geometry. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to go out there and be like, let me teach you about chemistry. That's not my area. You know, let's talk about psychology. Sure. Because I fucking know that like the back of my hand and because I've studied it all my life. Sure. But like no person that doesn't have the expertise or that level of expertise should be going out of their circle. Oh, dude, the parents fucking duked it out. Holy shit. Wait a minute. I fucking didn't remember this part. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, yeah, ripped her earring out. Oh, I mean, how would it be though for you as a parent? Would you take it out? I would. Hate to put it this way, you hurt my kid. Your kid has hurt my kid and you've done nothing about it. You were completely unaware about it. And you tried to give me money to try and appease it. Million questions. Took me a second. Told me I'm most likely on the spectrum. Have no emotional tone. Oh, 5 gears. Your professor has, an eye for an eye. Wow. And all of a sudden, the bullying starts happening to him over and over again. Yumiko, hi, welcome on in. Appreciate you guys coming on through. Hi, how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are practicing that self-care. Yumiko, what are you doing? Yo, I asked you a question. I think you had just left to go stream, by the way. Yes, we're psychoanalyzing silent voice at the moment. In case you guys don't know, hi, my name's Edgar, Ed. People call me Ed or Psyculturist. I'm a psychologist. I tend to go ahead and psychoanalyze anime, video games, everything in between. And we're currently 2 hours and 33 minutes analyzing the first 20 minutes of a silent voice. Chat, why do we do this? Why do we do this? Fuck them kids, and especially, oh no, and fuck them teachers. We're in a sad rage theme, right? Appreciate y'all stopping by. I hope you guys enjoy it. We tend to explore all psychological concepts because it is what we do. I love analysis. Well, welcome on in, Yumiko. Because you love it and we love it, right? This might be one of the longest fucking analysis of a movie. Yeah. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh.
何してんの？なあ、俺の机で何してんの？
I'll wait for the scene to play out. Hold on.
何やってたんだよ、気持ち悪い。またその顔。
I'm gonna write it on the board. I'm also gonna bring this up to you guys. Hold on. Why do you think this is it? Let's bring this here. No, I want to highlight this so you guys are aware of it. It's going on the board. It's going on the board. But also, everything that's happening to her as an individual, as everything, is it abuse? And for him as well. Is bullying another form of abuse? Let's talk about it. using intimidation, right? Power and control cycle, making him or her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing, displaying weapons. Yes. Putting her down, making her feel bad about themselves, calling them names, making them think they're crazy, playing mind games, humiliating them, making them, okay, yes, that's two. Controlling what they do, who they see and talk to, limiting their outside involvements, using isolation. Yes. Minimizing, denying, and blaming. This goes for both of them so far. Because think about it this way, right? They started bullying him. They started going and spreading water. They're putting them down, making them feel bad about themselves, literally like making fun of him in class or her in class. He can't really interact with others. Making light of the abuse and not making concerns. Saying the abuse didn't happen. Shifting responsibility for the abusive behavior. Teacher did this. The teacher fucking did this. The teacher did this. Just saying. The teacher literally minimized, denied, and blamed. So if you guys want to talk about who the fuck is responsible in this show for the actions and inactions, there was an adult that was doing all of this, that allowed all of this to happen. Using children, making them feel guilty, using kids to relay messages, so on and so forth. Well, they don't really have kids or whatever. This is using privilege. I know it says male privilege, but it's privilege in general. Treating them like a servant, making all the decisions for them, being the one to define the roles. Preventing them from keeping a job, making money, so on and so forth, and using coercion or threats. A majority of this is filled. Only filling one of this is cycle for a therapist, for a psychologist to start taking note as to where the power and control truly is. And looking at this, all of a sudden we see that the teacher ignored or allowed a lot of these to happen. Allowed the cycle of abuse to happen to both of them. I'm just highlighting this because oftentimes it gets ignored and people are like, wow, he's such an asshole. Well, really, the teacher was the one that allowed this whole entire cycle of abuse and power and control to happen, and they partook in it. That's the fucked up moment. Oh, sorry, boys. But also, in this particular moment, literally, teacher only there for pay. Why is he reacting like this, chat? Why is he reacting like this? I'm throwing this out there to you guys. Why is he reacting like this? Not the Iron Mouse. Is he frustrated? There's more to it than just that. These are Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Let's perceive this, right? There's guilt, yes. But there's also a scale of power dynamics that are being presented in here. Before, he used to be up here, and he likes to believe that he had self-esteem and friends and self-actualization, but right now, he's down here. He's struggling down here. Her, she's already come to terms with these. Yes, she doesn't have any friends, but she's comfortable being here. He's not. He used to be up here bullying her. Now he's down here. And she's helping him out and trying to make a friend in the process. And he hasn't been there. He's uncomfortable. I'm not supposed to be down here. You're supposed to be down here. What the fuck do you think you're doing? You're a creep? I have the power over. You don't have power over me. It turns out it's a very weird subconscious game that happens when someone starts breaking, like when someone's hierarchy of needs starts breaking and their power over or power under shifts like that. All of a sudden, it's like, no, this is not how the roles are supposed to be. This is not how any of this is supposed to be. I am acting out this way because I need to hide my shame complex. I need to hide the fact that I don't have a majority of this that I had 5 minutes ago. I had friends. I had family that really cared about me. Self-esteem, confidence. I had a majority of this. Now I'm down to like not even being secure of myself because people are bullying me. How can I bully you when you're looking for friends and I'm down in safety? I'm down in the red and you're in the green. No, this is not how it's supposed to go. Subconsciously, there's shame. There's all of these guilt emotions. There's 101 things that start rushing to his mind, but it's all because of the dynamics that are being presented. Oh, sorry guys. I get fucking heated and I just fucking zoom. Acting out to hide his shame, doesn't want to acknowledge the reality of his circumstances. Absolutely. They wouldn't have taken to the bullying likely like she has. Yep. You break it down so nicely. Yumiko, no. You're wonderful. By the way, we got to collab sometime. I got to get you on here. We got to have a conversation or something about a show or something. I'm down. Yep. Dude, hell yeah. Oof. Oof. And where's the teacher in all of this? He's venting out his frustration. And where is the teacher in all of this? He clocked out. He was there for the paycheck and he clocked out. But what I'm saying is, clearly, this is like a high needs student that needs to be looked out after. A school would usually go ahead and assign a teacher to at least walk with you, an assistant or whatnot, walk with you class to class to class. Them just leaving this thing to happen, like literally happen and boil over, shows the level of care that they had for these students. He obviously has eye problems. I'm gonna ask this, and this is gonna be a contested question, and I know it is. And if it's a little too trigger warning for some of you guys, it's a-okay. Like, don't get me wrong, I completely understand. How many of you have felt uncomfortable with your teachers? And by this, I don't just mean uncomfortable in a way that like, oh, I'm not comfortable going and, asking about the assignment, but I mean genuinely uncomfortable about your teachers. Like to the point where you're like, nope, I don't even want to look at them. I don't want to go and say anything to them. I don't want to go and say like whatnot, or maybe they're creepy, or maybe they ignored, so there's a lot of red flags or anything like that. There's a couple of teachers, even in my master's program and doctoral program, I ain't gonna go that far, that are pretty fucking creepy. Uncomfortable. Yeah. I don't even gotta go that far, Yep. Mm-hmm. Viperio, hi, welcome on in. Appreciate you. Yep. How did you deal with that? Did you ever go to help for that? Probably not, because there's not a layer of trust. These kids, both of these kids, is there a layer of trust with that teacher? Fuck no. That layer of trust is broken. Why would they go to him when they never had their backs? Man, even after my painting professor, I thought was cool. Especially when they're in higher positions than deans and professors. Ooh, Yumiko. Ooh. I've heard some horror stories of like some professors asking for stuff or being weird and deans and shit. Like, ooh, did it even exist in the first place? It might have at the beginning because you trust someone to at least introduce you. But then it all goes away. I'll even ask this. How many of you have fought against somebody else? Like a classmate or someone because they overrode your boundaries? I have. I've gotten into fucking fights. You guys know this. With people because of it. All right, there's an ad. Me? Yeah. Full on arguments or even physical fights, The reason why I highlight this is because for them, what we thought was odd and creepy, then we found out he was contacting high school students with did anything happen to him, Lena? I hope something happened to him, because fuck that. Bro, my elementary school teacher quit our school, then got arrested at the next school for Viperia, for what I think it is. The fight is happening because of the disjunction in this. This fight that we're seeing is happening because, number one, she's here. She's trying to make friends. She's trying to be there, and he's uncomfortable in the position that he's currently in. Oh, holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about a fucking filled show full of psychology, man. Talk about a show that's absolutely fucking filled to the brim with different elements, different conversations that we can genuinely go into. Whew. I'm trying. Oh.
何言ってんだよ。なんだよ。わかんねえよ。
Oh. Oh. World Maker, thanks so much for gifting a sub, man. Appreciate it.
マジムカつく。
西宮さんは転校しました。はいと。おい、昨日の日直、誰だ？日誌が出てないぞ。あと花当番。
That moment. At that moment, at that point in time, oh crap, that scared me. These two practors start coming in. At that moment, he's alone. At that point in time, he's been shown that whenever he was using his clicking point, he was thinking, he was processing, he was doing everything. It all stopped. Now he's alone. Now that he's alone, now that there's no one under him, now that he's at the very bottom of all the needs, the hierarchical, like self-perception wise, the needs of this whole class, the dynamics of this whole class and whatnot, this is going to come into play. Guess why? He can't project it out. He can't go ahead and displace it. He can't go ahead and cover it up and be like, oh, but Nishimiya, oh, she's under me. Oh, remember that, guys? Or at least I'm not Nishimiya. You know, he can't keep using all of these masks and facades and whatnot to try and keep this up. Now he has to deal with this. And now he has to be a big boy about it. Because there's no one else. Even if a new person joins the class, that's going to be under him. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. Oh, shit, guys. That's what I'm saying. Like, and even the spacing on this, you know, like the one empty chair, no one was sitting beside her. Like, wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now that we've seen him grown up, holy shit. That was the intro. That was the flashback, motherfuckers. That was the flashback, motherfuckers. That was only the intro, motherfuckers. Is this going to be longer than Ocean Oko? Is this going to be longer than a fucking 8-hour, 7-hour analysis of the opening song? I think so. I think so. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for your patience. You're going to be at this for a while, probably. I'm going to ask for your patience really quickly, ladies and gentlemen. As guys, pee-pee break. Ladies and gentlemen, go pee, go get some fucking, go get a snack, go get a DAC, go get something. How did you, the analysis of the Oshinoko each episode? True. I might extend it a little bit longer. I'm enjoying this episode. I'm enjoying this movie. And I can't stop it here. Go get your Capri Sun juice pouch, ladies and gentlemen. Go get your Super Mario Maker Super Juice. I'll be right back. Like 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. I'm back. Back to the past Samurai Jack. Watch Jack. All right. Hi. Cheers. Cheers. We're keeping it classy, not trashy so far. So far. Well, just wait. Evil Ed's going to come out. Whew, holy shit, boys. Unfortunately, those sessions. Oof. I'm back to what's up, John F. Appreciate you, brother. And everyone else. Hi, welcome on back. How are you feeling? How are you guys doing right now? I want to continue. I really do. Let's continue, shall we? Are you guys okay with that? Are you guys cool with that? I hope you guys are, because, oh man, this is so good. I don't know about you guys. Like, I genuinely am so fucking excited. Like, I've got so many emotions are coming out of watching this series. I'm invested, and it's like we're going through and we're tackling all the issues. And I want to make this one of the most in-depth analysis of this movie, psychologically speaking, that's out there. I want to make this like, I don't care if this is 10 hours. I don't care if this is fucking 15 hours or 20 hours out there. I want to make this one of the most fucking in-depth analysis that we can possibly do on this, right? I feel like you've already succeeded on that. Like, and by this, I mean actually touching on subjects that are important for everyone, and not just fucking bringing up like generalizations, but genuinely bringing up examples and showcasing that. Yumeko, are you still in here? I hope you are. I hope you're practicing that self-care. I had my hydrate here. I had my I'm a bitch for rosé. I'll say that. And oof. Does action button reviews. You'll see. Bro, 7 hours for what? Like 2-hour movie? That's nothing. 7 hours is an Oshinoko opening analysis for me. That's what 7 hours is. 7 hours is an Oshinoko opening analysis for me. Did a 6-hour review of Tokimeki no Dating Sim. Aw. All right, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. I appreciate y'all coming through. You guys are absolute fucking goats. I'm excited. Let's go ahead and continue. I don't know what else to say other than that. Guys, please make sure to go ahead and follow Yumeko. Incredible individual. Incredible content creator. I don't know what else to say other than like it's streamers that come and show support, not just to our channel, but to all the other channels out there that deserve nothing but love and support back. Viperia, literally Ophelia, like everyone that deserves all this love and whatnot. I just had Pepsi. Rosé brings out Evil Ed, and I turn into a complete and utter individual. Like, I don't know how to put it. Like, with people, I'm lovey-dovey. Don't get me wrong. But when I see bad things happen, Evil Ed comes out. Viperia, you're amazing. I didn't think you'd still be here. Holy shit. Anyway, OG content to reaction. Okay. Ooh. Need to catch up with some shows. Now, what do we see here, ladies and gentlemen? And I truly mean this. Like, what do we see here? What do we see? What are we seeing sociologically speaking in this reference, in this aspect? What are we seeing, ladies and gentlemen? Kind of calling you guys into question. What are we seeing here? A bridge and a black square. He's holding on to what? The notebook. What is he doing? Looking at these defense mechanisms that we had, we've seen him go through some of these already. What is he doing? What is he doing, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to tell you what. Sorry about that. Fucking mocos all over the place. Buggers all over the place. What is he doing? Right now, at this current point in time. And the chat goes silent, right? They're waiting. They're waiting. Is he displacing? He was displacing his emotions earlier as a kid, right? Not knowing how to properly show his emotions, he started turning physical and punching stuff and, you know, being a bully and doing certain stuff. Okay. So then what is he doing? He's repressing now. Okay. Okay. Do you think that is it repression, or is it trying to go ahead and stay in a form of repression, or stay in a form of regression in that? Oh, 5 years says sublimation. We're gonna let this thing play out just a little bit more. But I want you to ask yourself, how long would you hold on to something like that? How long would you hold on to a notebook like that and keep it in that condition? Asking that question because it has been years, or it looks like it's been years. Ellie-chan, oh, forever. Because let's be honest, that means that you're taking care of it, and that means that it holds value for you. And you're holding on to it because it holds an aspect of yourself. Ooh, boys. Until I could return it. I mean, he's taking steps. Oh, bro, the past comes at you too fast.
西宮覚えてる俺小学校の時の石田翔也なんだけど
Look at her face. Love the way that they did this, bro. I love just the subtleties in the subtleties in the. He's so long. The subtleties in emotion, right? In him breathing, in him exhaling before entering this class. Is he taking this class to resolve guilt? We've talked about this. We had guilt and whatnot into that. Is he talking this? Well, we can't look. Is he sighing like this because for him it's he's battling something internally? Why is he going to these classes like this? Why is it showcasing it this way before she even makes her appearance? He's making living amends. He is finding a way to deal with the situation at hand, even at at what may be at peril here. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful fucking stuff. That's all I can say. Beautiful, beautiful stuff of people coming and making amends and being able to push forward. Wow. But also how guilt can trap us. Oh.
覚えてる俺小6の時の石田翔也なんだけど
Her face, bro. Oh my God. The emotions. Anger, going down to running. Interesting, isn't it? How now he's the one approaching and she's the one running. Interesting how the tables have flipped. Where now he's the one trying to make a friend. Where now he's the one trying to make amends. Where now he's the one trying to go out and take that stuff out there. And she's fucking booking it. This is a trauma response, dude. The fawning process is over. She went through so many emotions in that little thing, like from happy, afraid, anger, to like, oh fuck, like, you know, maybe run is the next process in that. And he's just fucking booking it. And oh. Safe.
よ
Oh. Oh.
あこれ私に来た忘れ物
It took that one action. That one action to notice that someone, fuck this movie, has tried and attempted to change. Oh, dude, that fucking hits me in all my hearts, dude. That hit me in like my heart beyond the heart, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit, yeah. Like her expression, the way that she like, you know, afraid and everything, even him handing out the notebook. The moment he actually tried to sign something for her, it's like, wait a minute, change is maybe has happened or is trying to happen. That's a genuine fucking wow. Wow, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let Oh.
どうして
Oh.
覚えた
Oh. Oh. Oh.
あんまし見たくないかも
If you were in her shoes, what comes to mind? I'll be honest, I'd be processing, is this really the same kid that like made me drop this? That made me go through this? Is this really the same kid that did this and is now here apologizing and has learned sign language to try and open up? Is this really the same kid who could be doing 1,001 other things and is here? Do I trust? Do I not? He's taken a step forward and learning a language that before he wouldn't even attempt. He's learning a way to communicate with me where before he wouldn't even try. Congratulations on 500,000 points, Masters. Appreciate you. Holy shit. Nishimiya never didn't want to see him again. A lot of victims don't want to see their abusers again, and it's valid. It could bring up a lot of hurtful memories. It can bring up a lot of hurtful memories. It can also bring up like you being afraid of you falling into that cycle. I hope, I don't know if there is, but I hope that there's genuinely good mental health care in Japan. And by that, I mean good mental health professionals, therapists and psychologists and whatnot, to be able to go ahead and take all that trauma and like, you know, at least from Nishimiya, and like talk with her and be able to go ahead and like process it with her and 101 other things. Because being honest with you, this is how adults, and I've had a lot of cases where individuals with disabilities grow up, they carry a lot of their memories. We all do. And that trauma turns into a lot of self-hate. That trauma turns into a lot of guilt. That trauma turns into, why am I even here? Why am I even alive? I've heard that it's lacking in Japan. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Very little good therapists.
俺と
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás? Buena salud en Japón.
友達になれるかな
Oh. Oh. Her eyes. Dude, oh. Oh.
何言ってんの俺って言ってたんだろ小学生の時やっと意味わかった
Oh, dude, that's huge.
泣かないでよ泣かないでよ西宮僕と友達になってくれませんか
That feeling right there, this is actually something that does happen to some people, that disassociation moment. I don't know if it's ever happened to you, or say that like, disassociation happens to everyone. I'm not going to go and highlight it like something big evil. You're driving home from work and all of a sudden, like, boom, you're at home. You're like, fuck, I don't even remember crossing all the streets to get here. I remember some, but not going through all of them. Damn. Because sometimes we disassociate. Disassociation is normal. However, Trauma-filled disassociation can feel as though you're literally in water, right? If it's a trauma-filled disassociation with anxiety, particularly, right? Imagine your anxiety going up with trying to go ahead and like talk with people, and all you hear is like if you're like submerged in a pool and people are talking and you're like, what's going on? Right? And you can only focus on one thing. And for some people, that anxiety gets so bad that when they talk, they feel as though like they can't be heard, or as though they're not really expressing themselves appropriately, because the anxiety level keeps skyrocketing and everything just keeps going from there. Did I teleport? So that's... I did not realize you were reacting to this. Glad I happened to check. Bro, we're fucking 3 hours into 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Welcome on NZ Show. Oh, Stumpy. I guess I kind of also want to ask this. Is this his room? Because this doesn't look like his room when he was growing up. You guys get what I'm getting at with this, right? A beautiful room. No, but you guys get what I'm getting at with this, right? There's nothing there. He's cold. He's in the attic. He's literally being placed in the storage room. He's being placed in an environment where all of his belongings are packed up. It's devoid of personality. It's devoid of self. It's devoid of essence. It's devoid of who you are as an individual. Why? One of the biggest things I will always be an advocate for, and here talking about this is a way of like being able to go ahead and understand this. It's a house, not a home. Yeah, but it's also, we're talking about it. You should always have a door to your room. I don't care at what age you are, right? Like, and by this, I mean, like, if you're a teenager or an adult, right, and see that, like, you're living at home and someone comes and takes your door, is that your room? Do you have a personal space? Do you have anything for yourself in that regard? If not, if you start selling shit, what does that mean? That's a red flag, and we've gone over red flags in the beginning, and that's where all of a sudden you should activate as a parent, as a caregiver, as anything, and be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Let's get you some help immediately." Fuck those situations where people take doors off. Yeah, it's an invasion of privacy, and not only that, it's for him and the way that he's doing this. It's one of the biggest fucking red flags that anybody could showcase. Someone showcasing something like that would be like, Oh, dude, that actually looks kind of good. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of hungry. I ain't gonna lie.
いただきます。
たくさん食べな。
何そんなニヤニヤしてんだよ。
だってさ。
Oh.
頑張ったんだね。漫画も服も布団まで売っちゃって。でも。
Oh, my dude can't see it. My dude can't see it. Good on the mom for doing this, but my dude really can't see it. My dad took the door hinges off because I slammed it too often. That's still not an excuse. No one should ever take your door off for any reason. And if they do, they should accommodate with the way for you to keep your privacy, or for you to be able to go ahead and like have your personal space, because the moment that you lose your personal space, or a way for you to go ahead and cool off, is the way that all of a sudden you can get triggered and re-triggered and be able to go ahead and yell and do 101 different things like that, because you're more emotionally volatile since you don't have that ability to close your door and stay there, you know. And that's the number one thing, or keep people out without them coming in immediately. Because again, that's boundary violation almost immediately. The reason why I say looking at the situation is, look at the way that this is set up immediately for him. Her leaning in, her leaning forward, everything leaning in this regard. And you're telling me that there's no confrontation. And also the framing of this is beautiful.
あんたのその気持ちが嬉しい。
And she's dipping. Red flag.
ところでさ、翔ちゃん、
Oh, red flag.
なんで死のうとしたの？
Woo, what a way to bring it up. What a way to bring it up. Ellie trying to have a transparent. How was that for you, Ellie? Holy shit. Oh. Well, I'm going to need a little bit more of this for going here. I'm going to need a lot more of this. This bottle might be done by the time we're finished with this show. I would totally call the fatherless behavior. Also, damn, she just really asked straight up. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Sometimes it's good to ask straight up. Not going to lie. Sometimes a lot of people prefer being asked straight up. It happens. However, another way of asking this question is just by simply being active in a person's life. If I were to say, hey, Lena, tell me a little bit about how your day's going. Like, how are you genuinely doing at work? Good. Good is not an emotion, you know, or like, how are you feeling at work? Good. Good is not a feeling. Tell me a little bit more. What's going on? I just quit my work, and so on and so forth. Why'd you quit? Because of this. You know, I've noticed that you started selling a lot of your things, a lot of your prized possessions. Why? What's going on? Legitimately, being a curious person, asking why can get you to it. Empathetically, of course. Like, you genuinely it's gotta be something that you genuinely want to know. And just ask why. Well, why? What's going on? Tell me a little bit more about that, right? And slowly but surely, this is the way that therapy works. This is the way that a lot of things work. You get down to the core as to what's bothering you, right? And this is why there's a difference between being a parent and being a good parent. Being a good parent is a parent that's actively involved in your life and is asking you questions and is like, knows about what's happening with you, knows about like, hey, you know what? Your friends the other day, they were pretty cool. What's going on with this or that, right? Because you are an individual that's growing, that's learning, that's doing everything. But if I'm like, hey, Lena, why do you want to kill yourself? If I want to be confrontational about it, cool. And if I know that you can handle confrontation or are up for it, cool, right? However, if I want to get you to open up and truly be open about what's going on, there's that approach as well. And if it's not bringing it up until now, why did she wait so long? The moment that you first start to see a sign, any sign, let's say all of a sudden Lena stops showing up at streams, right? I'm not going to wait until, you know, all of a sudden I get a newspaper clipping saying, oh, Lena has passed away or whatever. No. The moment it's like, hey, you know what? Lena hasn't been here for a bit. I'm going to send her a message. Hey, Lena, what's going on? Are you doing okay? Like, how are you feeling lately? Are you feeling overwhelmed? You know, people appreciate you checking up on them. And that's the main thing. Well, I'm stealing that one. Good is not an answer. Good is not a feeling. Good is not a feeling. If you tell me I'm good, yeah, that's great, but good is not a feeling. I'm feeling good, you know, that's not a feeling. Enthusiastic, happy, sad. I'm feeling a little drained emotionally. I'm, you know, so on and so forth. You can use 101 other words, but good is not a feeling. Great. I might even say no. Only when I trust them or that they actually, I find that more annoying than I would start to try and dig them. probably adjusting. And if you started showing that way, all of a sudden, guess what I would do, Seashell? If you're like, hey, you know what? That's annoying. And I'm your parent. Hey, let's get you to a therapist. Let's do family therapy. Let's go and talk about some things. I feel like there might be some things going on there. As your parent and as a parent, we have to take an initiative. And we have to take an initiative for our kids' health or for the kids' health. I wouldn't want to wait until you're at your last legs where you're depressed and you don't have any friends and, you use Discord as your only companion and you're thinking about ending it. So you go online to watch some YouTube videos that might sometimes give you a little bit ray of happiness. And you still can't find any happiness and you have a toxic family home, but you mask it under the guise of, hey, you know what? It's normal. And that sometimes I watch YouTubers or Twitch streamers in order to feel a little content about what's actually going on in my life as a way to go ahead and cope with the extremities that I've actually had a traumatic environment and this is like necessarily the end. I wouldn't want to wait until it gets to that point before we take action. We want to take action now, and we want to take action for your betterment. Guys, I feel called out. No, and this is just saying like us as individuals, if we become parents, if whatever, we want to go ahead and take proactive moments in that. Too real. Fuck you guys. I love you guys. But that's just a way of thinking. And good on her for having this confrontation. I'm never taking any of that away. I love the fact that she actually managed to bring it up because let's be real. How many of our parents would shut the fuck up and not say anything and wait until it's too late? I'll raise my hand. I don't care. I'm very honest. ¿Cómo estás, mijo? ¿Estás bien? Qué bueno. I raised my hand because I'm honest about it and I'm open about it. Sometimes they wouldn't even notice or they would just be like, oh, well, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Really? Yeah. My mom would ignore the signs. Yeah. And that's why we would bring it up, and that's why we can have these conversations with this anime, and also use it as a way to go ahead and contextualize it. Also, culturally speaking, this might be more normal in Japanese culture to go ahead and have confrontations like this. That's a-okay. I'm just bringing it up in terms of like our culture as well.
それでもいろいろあったんだ。でもなんていうかもう
やっぱりそうだったのね。おかしいと思ってたのよ。部屋は異常に綺麗だし、携帯は繋がってないし。家に何あの意味深すぎるカレンダー。4月から後がちぎれてて。死ぬのやめるって言わなきゃこれ燃やすわよ。あんたが汗水垂らして稼いだ170万。おい、聞いてんのかこら。
何バカなことを。
バカはあんたよ、この親不孝者。
ごめん、マジですいません。やめます、すいません、マジで。
何をやめるだ、はっきり言え。
死ぬのやめます。死ぬのやめます。本当っす。
そう、絶対よ。
あ、お母さん。水。
I had a friend in university. Sweetest, kindest guy you'll ever meet. Down to the very core, a very amazing individual, very amazing psychologist in general. And I will give him this because by any means, or therapist, by every means and way, shape, or form, he was able to go ahead and like analyze and had high inspirations and, was able to go ahead and be like academically challenging in every way, shape, or form. He loved to go out party, very social, much of a social butterfly. He loved doing drag. He was a drag performer, And he loved the whole outfit of it. Could go support him whenever we could. He always had a smile. However, he was always getting bullied. He was always getting bullied to the point where, you know, you could tell that stuff was affecting him personally. You would ask him questions. What's going on? And you're like, are you doing okay? What's going on? And of course, being the psych people that we are, we find ways to navigate around it. Come to find out, it became a lot more physical, where people outside of the shows would start approaching and being assholes and punching and doing 101 things. It got to a point where he took his own life. Got to a point where he had marked down what day, time he was out. Stuff like this, calendars, notes, events, aspects like this are things that we have to take seriously. And I get this because I'm getting emotional, because it is a very real moment. It is a very serious moment. And it's stuff like this and the reasons why we need to be aware of these signs, and why as individuals we need to be empathetic towards individuals that are going through something. Because we all have our own battles and we all have our own stories. But honestly, and sometimes I take this personally as well. It's like, and that's a little bit of the guilt that comes through with it, which is if we can listen to a person's story and just be there for them, or even lend a hand, because COVID hit, people got locked up, you know, in their own places, people stopped communicating. If we could start communicating a little bit more, maybe things might have been different, but maybe it's a different story. Be there for the people you care about. Be there for the people you love. And take the red flags seriously, guys. Through that, well, I don't mean to get all emotional. I'm about to start fucking crying here. Through that, please, you know, if you're going through a moment like this, I was going to say, yes, please keep it away from children. Have a very serious conversation with them. Away from the kid? That would have been preferable. That would have been wonderful. That would have been like a 10 out of 10, you know, because otherwise, you know, yes, the kid could go ahead and like offer that comfort as well. Maybe be like, there, or whatever. But also like yeah.
俺は昨日
Oh man.
高い橋から飛び降りて死ぬつもりだった。
Nobody's perfect.
に
Seashell.
会いに行ったのもそのための儀式で、過去最大で最強の度胸試しだったけど。
They did save the money. Oh.
何言っちゃってんだよ。
So boys, where is he at in the triangle? Where is he at in the triangle now? And it's taking for some people it can be a day. For other people, it can take years. Where is he at in this wonderful, beautiful triangle? In this beautiful triangle, where would he be at? He has family. He was able to save the relationship, you know, an even more fractured bottom. He's in friendship. He's an establishing friendship. He is an establishing friendship. He's able to go ahead and like establish like, you know, that connection with family again. But this is establishing friendship now. This is what's getting him all embarrassed and whatnot. Because guess what? It took him years to get to that level where she was at when she was communicating with him. You remember when we were talking about power over, power under? In his mind, that kid version of him has now reached that same level where she was trying to go ahead and extend that hand out. And this is what I mean by like we all process shit differently, and we all take our time to go ahead and process stuff differently. fucking beautiful storytelling. Beautiful fucking storytelling. This is 10 out of 10, bro. This is 10 out of 10. I don't give a fuck. Like,
中学の入学式で島田が言った。
石田翔也ってやつに近づかない方がいいぜ。
and the rumors spread.
いじめっ子だから。
Nah, bruh. Fucking dropkick ya.
自分が犯した罪はそっくりそのまま自分に跳ね返る。その罪を背負い、罰を受ける必要のある人間だと思い知った。そして、俺は孤立した。
So let me throw this out to you, right? What does that mean, Wedgie? Let me throw this out to you. I'm the type to suck shit up and keep everything to myself because every time I tried to talk about my feelings with me being a bitch and being weak, yeah. The one time I got very tired of what didn't tell me it was, well, people give me a hard time again. Nowadays, I'm doing okay because I have enough to de-stress and hobbies that make me really happy. Kind of wish I gave up trying to look good for others earlier. At least I realized something was wrong before it's too late. Now my life's great. And I'm glad that you found something that like motivates you or keeps you happy in that regard. You know, 30 minutes, would you? Because honestly, when you find that inner happiness and whatever motivates you internally, that internal locus of control is what's beautiful, man. Because that means that you're able to go and succeed and keep yourself entertained and happy without needing others. How many of you, and I ask these questions as a way of self-reflection, right? How many of you have encountered that where you're in middle school, high school, college, and you might have been flooded with people, but you've never felt so alone? You might have been flooded with people, but everyone sounded like blah, 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 blah. You know, like everyone's out there fucking talking about random shit, and you're just in a sea of people and felt alone. I have. It happens. Me, yeah. One of the reasons I dropped college was because of the feeling of loneliness. Worldmaker, yeah, and it's very real. It's very, very fucking real. And people love to go and highlight like these critical years. It's like, you'll never be lonely. You'll find a thing, or they'll go ahead and push you to like join a frat. That way you'll have bros, or sorority, so you'll have sisters. And it's like, are they really your bros or your sisters? Or are they just there to party and literally be the background noise that you hear every single time that you try and do anything? Because yeah, loneliest I've ever felt was waking up in a crowd. Everyone was talking and having fun except me. Looking back, I know for sure I wasn't the only one like that, but I know I sure felt like it. It's a lonely feeling, seashell. And I can't even imagine what everyone must have been going through. I'm gonna be honest, because all of our feelings of loneliness are very, very different. For me, I remember being in a group of people that I had considered friends who were all communicating with one another. That was after my attempt. Never once checked up on me. And here we are doing a play together. They're all talking. And I realize none of these people even know a single thing about me. We're in a crowded place. We're all talking. Everyone's talking to one another, doing everything, you know, whatnot. But none of these people know a single real thing about me or even gave a fuck about me in any way, shape, or form. I felt so alone. And it was fucking crowded. Everyone's talking, big party, big game, everything. And I swear I could hear a pin drop when that realization hit. When that loneliness factor came through and just hit. Yeah. What made me very happy was the moment of, oh, I do not need to be here. I can have more fun training at home. The same apreciando, like what I did was like, all right, I'm dipping. I don't necessarily need to be here. And gaining that self-control and that self-happiness with my internal motivational factors. From then on, I was able to go ahead and like master, like, hey, even if I'm alone, I'm okay. Because I can keep myself entertained. I'm lonely, but in college, it's literally all I can do anymore. But I'm in college because it's literally all I can. But what happens afterwards, Seashell? After you're out of college, what will happen then for you? Like, what are your next steps for that? Pressure of finding authentic relationships and fearing that after college it's all maintaining friends. You're here and that I have no friends. It's a lot of pressure, Masters. Absolutely. It's a fuck ton of pressure to go ahead and hold on. So then for yourself, and this question goes for you, Masters, as well. What will you do after college? What are your next steps? And are you comfortable with the next steps that you have to take to either form new friendships or maintain the ones that you've had? 2.5 years. Oh, world maker. Oof. I feel more accepted, but I still need to have IRL friends to make me in the circle. I'll share this as well. And we're going into a lot of examples as a way to say, like, this is a very safe channel to open up and express yourself and be open about it. Thanks so much for the hydrate. Sorry, keep going through it. Most of the time, I'm comfortable alone in a crowd. To go into the next one, what I hate is going there when people are informing the entire train ragging about their private life while screaming at their phone or their company. Yeah, so loud I can't even burnt out. What? Yeah, like, you know, turn it out with music. I'm gonna be very honest and very real with you guys. Blade Dragon, thanks so much for subbing for 23 months. You're a goat. When I first started this channel, I felt utterly fucking alone. Utterly alone. Had a shitty webcam. Had a laptop that would turn off every 30 minutes or so. All of my friends, my psychology friends, all of them told me I was an idiot for doing this. They all had their own channels, their own things that they were doing, their own projects and whatnot, because they're like, you're never going to be successful with this. What are you doing? You're wasting your time as a psychologist trying to go ahead and go into this field, trying to go into this area. Coming in here, the amount of hate, the amount of like randomness that came through with it, like at times I was like, whoa. But because of you guys, because of the amazing individuals that I've made along the ways, that I've encountered along the way, through the zero reactions where I was still dipping my toes and seeing what was good, what wasn't a reaction or a good reaction. Moshiko Tensei, Oshinoko, and every journey that we've gone along the way. I'm not alone anymore. And I can genuinely say that. Like, I am not alone anymore. And that's thanks to all of you guys for being here. That's thanks to all of you guys for commenting, good, bad, criticisms, everything in between, for coming through and showing up and saying, hey, this content is needed. Hey, we needed to have like situations like this. It's fucking powerful, dude. And I feel like we've had many a moments where we've shared deep fucking things like this. And there were times where I've thought, like, dude, I don't think this is going to work out. This is fucking scary. This is terrifying. And now we have fucking NHK representatives and people from media trying to use some of our analysis clips for their stuff. And I'm like, this is what this channel has always been. And it's thanks to you, because this community is built by you, for you guys. And I love you guys. And I appreciate you guys for being here and being the wonderful yous that you are. And those that have introduced yourself and those that have not, all of you lurkers. Those that I've gotten to know, thank you. You guys are absolutely fucking wonderful. And thank you so much for showing up to streams. All my lurkers, thank you. Legitimately, even the VOD watchers that never say hi and fucking hide in the dark and whatnot. You guys have made this an amazing experience, and I can't thank you guys enough. Also, Blade Dragon, holy shit. Thanks so much for the 20 subs. What the fuck, dude? I'm over here getting emotional and shit. Blade Dragon, thank you so much for the 20 subs. You're incredible, dude. Happy holidays, man. I appreciate you all. And I'm glad that all of you guys can be here today. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for not allowing another person to be alone and being here. And if you are feeling alone and you are going through something, this is not a replacement for therapy in any way, shape, or form. This is an analysis of the characters, but this is a very open and safe community. And if you want to come and be open to the community and be safe with it and have friends and make friends, I can't recommend it enough. Do seek out, if you feel like you are in a dangerous place, mental health in your area, professionals in your area. I'm not going to be your therapist or your psychologist. I love you guys. I will be your wizard in any anime series. But I love you guys, and I love stating this, and I love doing this, and this is why it's my passion. And that's not going to change. And I'm not going to go ahead and fucking monetize this and throw this up for Patreon or whatever, because I love doing this for what it is. So thank you guys. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yes, Ed was contacted by NHK Japan rep to ask permission to use some of his, the Oshinoko clips. We'll see if that works out, if that all goes through. But Blade Dragon, thank you so much, man. You're a fucking goat. I appreciate you. You're 10 out of 10. You bonked me with your subs, and now I have to respond. Anyway, okay. Enough moments, enough crying. Let's go, guys. You can get paid for doing what you love. Oh, dude. I'm blessed on HK, yeah. Okay. Now that we're back on track, right? A lot of us fucking do this. You do this currently, right? Hyper-analyzation of people as to who you can and can't approach. We do this within 90 seconds, right? There's a famous book out there called 90 seconds to get someone to like you, or so 90 seconds to get someone to really, really like you, or something like that. In 90 seconds, you have the first opportunity to make not only your first impression, but subconsciously get someone to go ahead and like you, or the ability to go ahead and get someone to be open to you, right? My man, within that crazy ability, within, I guess, everyone, with that ability to go and interact with others, if you find people threats, what will you do? Are they going to be in your go-to approach zone, tune in zone, be able to go ahead and interact with zone, be able to go and be the only wizard zone? No, they're going to have huge fucking X's, right? To 100 seconds to get someone to really, 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 really love you. But like, no, you're going to put huge X's and you're not going to fucking tune in. You're not going to be interacted with any of them because all of a sudden they're threats. They're major threats, you know? You're going to interact with the people that you can actually like feel safe with, or if you feel what you're safe with, you know, you can interact. But then comes the other question, right? Then comes the other question. Is it because the other people are unsafe, or is it because you in your inner world have labeled them unsafe? Feel free to send the decks. Feel free to send it, man. That's what it's about. It's all love in here and a deep analysis and everything. So feel free, my man. Holy shit. I just wrote comment thanking you guys, and I'm not even sure if I should send it. Bro, send it. Max character it. All right, guys. You ready? You ready? Let's go, Des. But this is what I'm saying. Like, I've done this, and I do this all the time. I never said this to anyone, but I would honestly sound corny. But honestly, finding your channel was a blessing for me. I found that when I was in one of the worst moments of my life, was doing shit at school. Family was constantly fighting because of cheating accusations. My friends were toxic as hell, and I just felt completely alone and exhausted. Finding your channel really helped me figure out what went wrong and got me to actually think about how to fix it. Really, thanks a lot to everyone. Oh, Des. Bro, and I'm glad that like you could use that. And honestly, I'm hope, and I'm glad that the channel and the streams and the community have helped people. Like, thank you guys for being open to it. That's all I gotta say is, like, legitimately, thank you guys. You guys, yeah. Hope you're doing better. Hope everyone's doing better in that regard. Holy shit. Bonfire, thanks so much for the gifted sub. Oh.
石田君、
はい。
Oh.
はい。
数学のノート提出まだかな。
あ、
Bro, she's a blue X. She's about to be a red X in a second. Is she a blue X? She's about to turn into a red X in a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Ooh, I would be so uncomfy, especially if I was able to go ahead and recognize someone from my past that gave me somewhat of a trauma or didn't help out in any way, shape, or form. All of a sudden, everything inside of me, like my cognitive distortions would fucking climax like that. I know I've talked a little bit about climax, like, you know, Ed sees a redhead and X comes right off. Shut the fuck up, Masters. Shut the fuck up. But that's what I'm kidding.
ゴム忘れてた。
そっか。じゃあ早く出してね。
ごめん。
He's not even looking at them in the eyes.
中には行く？
石田君ってああやっていつも一人でいるんだよね。有名だよ。みんな知ってる。
And that's the perfect segue into it. Holy shit. What is he doing? This is a cognitive distortion. In case you guys don't know this, a lot of people have cognitive distortions. It happens to everyone, quite general for the most part. What is he doing? He's negative mental filtering. He's jumping to conclusions. He's mind reading. Yeah, he's mind reading. Or even if people are like, hey, good job. He's like, wow, he's such a shitty person. Look at him being all lonely. This is how he always is. Mind reading is a friend you are spending time with seems distracted or uninterested. You jump to the conclusion that it has something to do with you. He's catastrophizing by magnifying this lens, right? He's personalizing with, you attend the party, but all your friends are busy engaging with other people. You feel like they do not have an interest in being your friends and engaging with conversation with you. This makes you think that you don't belong or you're unfairly excluded, blaming and so on and so forth. These are cognitive distortions. We all have them in some way, shape, or form, or a majority of us have them. You know, they're pretty common thinking patterns or traps. Listening to him go through this is the way that he was probably growing up. This is probably how he was from elementary, middle school, and high school until where he is right now, sitting down, taking all of this in his worldview. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh God, that first one, Asia, according to overwhelming online opinion and YouTube shorts. Oh, polarized thinking. Yeah. But that's why I'm highlighting it. Like, cognitive distortions are a very, very real thing. And people just, like, a lot of people don't know about them. A lot of people push them aside. A lot of people try and, like, hide them with their finger, you know, like they don't exist. Wow. And this is what I'm saying. This show has touched on so many concepts. So many beautiful fucking concepts that, like, it blows my mind how quickly some people might go through this show and just watch the end of the movie and be like, wow, that was a sad movie. That was a good movie. Instead of like, whoa, let's take the time. Let's talk about it. And I'm proud of everyone, honestly, yet they're still here and making it. Aw.
ああ、またこっち見てる。
It has nothing to do with them.
欲しくないのかな。一生
Maybe he wants to say something?
あいつなんで生きてんの？あのさ、これ発売日に買った。
うわ、俺今日からファンやめるわ。
俺も。
Can't believe people watch Ochinoko's reaction and analyze it for 7+ hours. I am curious about Oshinoko, but I'll touch on that at the end because I have a question. Because I'm curious how people can watch the Oshinoko reaction opening and don't analyze it for more than fucking 6 hours. I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm going to be 100%. Never mind. Fuck, I'm going to say it now. I'm surprised that a lot of people... I felt like I need to go back and cook more because I feel like I missed a lot in Oshinoko. I feel like I missed a lot. And I know that the manga is still going on or whatnot, or the light novel. And I wonder if I hit any fucking thing in the, like, because when we were doing it, it was barely coming out, or there was some things that were coming out. And I'm wondering, like, if I hit something or whatnot, because, yeah, people have been You have hit stuff.
じゃあ早く
Backing it up.
ごめん。
中庭行く？
Good, that's so good.
石田君ってああやっていつも一人でいるんだよね。有名だよ。みんな知ってる。
マジかよ。
ああ、またこっち見てる。いつも一人で寂しくないのかな。一生あのまま。あいつなんで生きてんの？
あのさ、これ発売日に買った。うわ、俺今日からファンやめるわ。
俺も。
Yeah, when friends leave you behind. Oof. When friends like purposefully leave you behind or leave a bad taste in your mouth or whatever. Yeah, it's gonna be a traumatic attachment to try or trauma in general to try and make any form of attachment. If we're gonna be realistic about it, that's gonna fucking hurt. Yeah, pretty sure everyone has them from time to time. It's more for about frequency. Yeah, we all have cognitive distortions. In some way, shape, or form. Even the exes. Some people do it, especially when they're really, really anxious, and they're anxious filled due to a social trauma. The exes can turn into blurry faces, can turn into not being able to see them, can turn into feeling ants like walking on your skin and shit. And they're like, ugh, like they can't be around people because of that anxiety, Like, we were seeing stuff with the Pauls and the shamanic. My big thing though is I have a theory on Oshinoko, and I really want to do an opening analysis at some point, maybe before season 2, because ever since I did the whole board thing, I've had a working theory that I haven't shared with anyone because I've shut the fuck up about it for a long while. Because I'm like, I already felt like I go too long enough and people were getting fucking angry that I was overcooking. At some point I will. Someday. But let's just say that, like, I don't know. I think you guys might call me fucking cracked. Like, dude, you're overcooking it. You burnt the fucking new angle so you can use the whole board. Oh no. Like, you burnt the fucking stove at that point. Oh. They're even trying to get his attention to look up, and he's not even looking up. No. Raccoon, thanks so much for rating. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're practicing that self-care. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Oh.
っていうか俺また西宮に会いに行っていいの？恋にパンやってるって言ってたし。てかお前みたいなやつがどの面下げて。残したお詫びなら言っていい？毎週火曜日にいるって言ってたな。キモいかな。
Would it be creepy? Friends. Yeah, please go follow Raccoon. Incredible creator.
ただいま。
How is she a grandma? I'm a little angry with this anime a little bit, but but no, realistically speaking, like for him, right, going through the scenario and going through everything that he's like perpetuated so far. What is this like? Would it be scary for you to make a friend? Also, Rukun, I hope you're having a great day. You're amazing, dude. How many of you struggle at making friends? Because I'll be honest, for him, making a friend would be fucking terrifying. That's a huge step. That's going, like, working through your trauma. You know, that's trying to go ahead and work through your trauma. That's going on trying to, like, take that big step forward to be able to go ahead and conceptualize this. In the manga, it is explained that he is a late child. His sister is far older than him. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I get, like... And I think Sakis and a lot of the mods that I've met can conceptualize this for me. Guys, if I'm ever in your area and you're ever like, hey, let's go get a beer, or like you guys see me or whatnot, dude, the way you guys see me on here is the way I am in real life. I'll go talk to you, dude. I'll go talk shit. Like, you know, we'll go talk shit together. We'll talk about anime. We'll go do fucking anything, dude. Like, me on here doesn't really change with me IRL, dude. Like, I'm not going to go on here and be like, well, let me go get my tuxedo and talk to you and philanthropies and poetics and, you know, absolutely hide what a real person is. Because that's not me. And also, no person should ever hide behind their poetics or behind a mask, you know? Oh, dude, yeah. Pff. You can ask about Albedo, bro. I'll fucking turn it into like another conversation, but I got you, bro. You can ask about Albedo. Oof, oof. Image I did not think I'd ever imagine. At work, I have to wear suits and shit, you know? Like, don't you do that, Masters. Don't you do that. But what I'm talking about specifically is like, there are a lot of people out there who are a completely different person off screen because that's who they have to be. Like professionally, of course, very different therapists, very different psychologists, professional. But off screen and like or on here and off screen, you know, on off work, I'm very much the same, dude. Like very much an easygoing person. We can talk about anything. And I want you guys to hold that like truth in that general, right? Because for him, taking this next step, and this is what I'm conceptualizing it to, is he putting on a persona or is he being himself? And that's the big aspect to talk about. I've never seen one. What about one with the turtleneck? Yeah, or one with like extreme fucking flamingos on his shirt. Has your anime analysis ever interfered with your job? People at fucking job fairs coming up to me with random pictures of me or bringing up random conversations. More acceptable. Pff, only with me, bro. I was the one that fucking started the whole turtleneck movement over there, and then I came back and I was like, nah, fuck the turtleneck movement. It's all about like Hawaiian shirts or random shirts that are opened up like this. Yeah. Oh.
なんだよ。今朝ごめんね。翔ちゃんが必死に稼いだお金。
Oh.
しちゃって。でもさ、死ぬために稼いだお金なんて使いたくないよ。
True. That would be kind of bad.
ありがとう。
That'd be kind of bad.
お腹減ったよね。ご飯。お腹。
火曜日。
Oh. Nah, bro, just come and talk. Honestly. Nah, this is just me being me. If I'm not busy, if I'm not around people, just come and talk. I'll talk with you. I don't care, dude. Bro, I spend most of my Friday afternoons or evenings. Like, if I have time, I go over and take a fucking box of pizza down to, like, you know, where I know some homeless individuals hang out. And I just sit and talk with them for, like, an hour before coming over or whatnot. Yeah, like, you know, just don't be weird about it. Or go to a job fair and bring a cat-made picture of me from the past and be like, do you really like this character? Like, come on, bro. Come on. Like,
この間の人。
忘れ物。
oh.
は？何なんですか？
Oh.
ご自身の使えばいいじゃないですか。
Oh, now's the time, brother.
は？やめてください。
おい、話せよ。
やめて。誰か助けて。
And looking directly at him. Huge step, actually, though. DW, yo, thanks so much for rating. How's your stream? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're practicing that self-care. What's up, Sundara? Yo, we're analyzing a silent voice. We're like 4 hours into 35 minutes. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're practicing that self-care. How you doing? How was your stream? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. But no. What video game were you playing? Well, specifically what I'm talking about here. Let's talk about it. Right. Hold on. Gotta get my whiteboard here. Gotta plan this out right there. Here's my handwriting. It's absolute garbage. What is your call to action? Unpacking. Ooh, what is that? Chat, what is your call to action? The idiot Ed is cooking too hard. 4 hours in already. Yeah, essentially. Over 4 hours, roughly, because of the intro. It's a cozy game. It's already 3 a.m. The Ed is live. Oh, no. Oh, no. Almost 5 hours, yeah. Chat, what is your call to action? What is your call to take a step forward? What is your call to say, hey, you know what? I need to go ahead and take this next step in my life. For example, there are a lot of us that might be watching this on YouTube in the future, that might be extremely depressed, that might be waiting for a message or waiting for a sign to take that next step forward, or maybe try and get out of bed, or go and take a shower, or go and clean their desk, or go and take out the trash. Hey, if you're waiting for a sign to do something, this is it. This is a call to action for you guys to take that step. Whether it's meeting that new friend or saying hi to that cute individual you saw at the store the other day, or getting out of bed even just a little bit, or knowing that you matter. This is a call to action. What is a call to action for you? That gut feeling that you get, that sometimes you just want a sign, that sometimes you need to go ahead and like get called in to literally face something from your past, right? Could be like you're a bully, right? Or you were a bully as a kid or as a teenager. And now all of a sudden you have to step up against bullies, right? For yourself, what is the call to action that you need in your life at the moment? What do you need to take the next step in your life to be able to go ahead and progress? Here we go again. One sigh is all it takes. Yeah. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Ed streams, to the Psyculturists streams, where apparently 5 hours takes us 34 minutes into a silent voice. Fuck you, energy. And I started taking better care of myself just because I'm simply still alive to do it. I don't know what exactly it is that triggers me. But I mean, that's awesome though. Seashell, I'm going to challenge you. Every single time you get that fuck you energy, like write down what gave you that fuck you energy, or what you were doing beforehand that gave you that fuck you energy. That's going to be my challenge towards you. Call to action when deadlines are next week. Yeah, for some people it's deadlines. For some people it's your boss calling you and being like, and I need you to go ahead and complete these documents within the hour. You know, like, what is your personal call to action? How do you move about it? Oh, for him, he's just like, let me displace it. Oh. I didn't get it back. Oh, holy shit, boys. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest call to action that I can go ahead and advocate for, especially seeing everything that's happening in the show, self-talk. How do you talk to yourself? If you're talking to yourself, are you talking to yourself kindly? Are you using wise words around yourself? Or are you calling yourself negative things? You hold the key to your own happiness at times. And sometimes we let that key go on to people who don't deserve it. And sometimes we let guilt take that key away, just as our main character has. at times. Saying this is welcome to part 2. Appreciate you guys being here. This is all going to be combined together to make one giant fucking analysis video. The whole point of this is to analyze the characters, analyze their situations they're in, analyze pretty much everything that's happening and try and normalize or contextualize the information that is being presented, which I think is super duper important whenever we watch a movie or a show or anything like that, right? Through this, I do want to say, I really wanted, like, this is one of my personal, not challenges to pad it. No, in any way, shape, or form. It's actually to go in and contextualize this information in a way that makes sense and make it the ultimate fucking analysis of this movie. Literally, go through, and there's people out there that probably condense like this 2-hour movie down to like 10 minutes or 30 minutes worthy of an analysis. And it's like, no, there's so many things to talk about. There's so many things to actually analyze that we did a 4 hours last stream and it ended up only being 34 minutes and 51 seconds, and we're back again for part 2. Let's see where this takes us. But through this, I do want to bring up after part 2 or after part 1 on the Discord, things blew up, right? And through DMs, I got some DMs on Twitter about it. Things blew up. People were sending me messages about this, and I feel like there's a mischaracterization of what is happening in this show, and I think this is why it's important to talk about it, right? People said, this is an apologist story. This is literally an apologist story of the main character should not be forgiven. This story represents only the bad qualities of an abuser, of this and of that, and I'm going to be straight up. I'm going to cut through and say, there are kids. Their whole thing is, as we talked about, the schema, right? The references of schema and what is happening on this board, in terms of like schema, perspective, social standards, Erickson's psychological theory, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, so on and so forth, is all taking into effect in a kid's brain, right? It is up to the adults, up to the parents of 1 to 3 people. No, I mean, like, I got 6 DMs on Twitter, and then what happened on the Discord, right? That huge discussion and conversation of people literally just being like, hey, this story is seen this way. And it's like, but it's not. There were kids. People are capable of change, and people are capable of growth. People are capable of asking and looking for forgiveness. That doesn't mean that they're going to get it all the time, right? But the whole aspect of, hey, you know what? Kids don't grow, or kids should not be forgiven. That is not okay. That's black and white thinking. And what we're trying to do here, this is why therapy is important and all of that, is that people change. Change is inevitable, right? If there were adults and say that like bullying as an adult, say if this was a college year story and whatnot, oh, hell yeah, we can go into like, hey, you know what? What was really going on here? Why is this normalized? What is happening in this regards? But them being kids and no adult stepping in and trying to correct the action, that is immediately where our mind should start going into. We can also start talking about how sometimes peer pressure leads into making decisions and 101 other things. But I'll leave this question up to you guys, right? And I'll throw this question up to you guys. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that this is a story about change, about change and growth and being able to go ahead and, do certain things? Do you guys see this movie in like a positive light? Or do you guys see this movie in a negative light, seeing it as an apologist story, which that completely shocked me because I'm like, I don't see any of that. And especially since there were kids and time has been separated and all of that stuff. Yeah. Jono Karachi. Well, welcome on in. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, shall we back it up a couple of seconds? What do you guys think? We all regret and don't agree with things we did a few years ago, let alone things we did as kids. Oh, absolutely, Mickey. Dude, I don't agree with some of the stuff I did like a year ago or a couple of days ago with some decisions that I had to like immediately do. People said at the end of the day, it's a story about redemption. Changes the whole point of the story. Yep. Holy crap, I made it to stream for once. Well, welcome on in, Grandy. I think the issue with people have it is that most people IRL who say people change use this to excuse the fact that they don't care one bit that they used to bully someone and that this person doesn't suffer any consequences, unlike their victims. However, I was going to say, in this movie, as we've seen, he was already planning on taking his life, which means that the sensation of guilt of this. Oh, fuck. Are we going in deep already? We're going in deep. Let me bring it up. Well, let me bring it up. Because I feel like people are looking at the wrong things in here, right? Here we go. Whenever they bring this up. Welcome to the grief wheel, ladies and gentlemen. This is usually what happens whenever we lose something. We make a decision or something affects us in a way that lets us go ahead and, like, you know, start the grieving process, right? Welcome. Oh, yeah. Have a happy new year, Ricardo. Yeah, of course. So people come in. People lose something. Could be themselves. Could be a family member. Could be an aspect of self. Could be whatever you want to go ahead and call it, right? And we go through these instances. We go through instances of shock. We go through instances of protest, disorganization, confusion, whatever that might be, in trying to find a new behavior. Through this, though, and I think this is one of the most important elements that I'm trying to highlight through this, is what happens when you get stuck? Or you're not able to proceed, or you go through the wheel again. Look at the deterioration side. Crying, loss of appetite, sleep, self-criticism, guilt, hyperventilation, so on, so forth, right? All of a sudden that mixed in with the pressures of actually being bullied again, not being able to go and fit in, so on and so forth. My man is going through a lot of self-punishment for himself. But to someone who has dealt with this kind of person, it may feel like the MC might be a placeholder for someone who doesn't really represent what former bullies are actually like. I think all of us have been bullied at some point in time, right? Like either you've been bullied, you've been the bully, or whatnot. But through this comes the aspect of, number one, if you are an adult, and I'm gonna go ahead and showcase this and heed my words. If you are an adult, right, and you're still in black and white thinking, seek therapy, seek professional mental help. I say this with all the kindness of my heart. I love you to death, whoever you are, right? But that must mean that there's still something deep inside of us, right? That is bothering us, that is triggering us, that is causing all of these things for us to project a lot of our insecurities and sometimes even distort what we're watching because of our past traumas. Everyone has a past trauma. Almost everyone has a past trauma, but this is one of those moments where it's like, wait a minute, if you're watching everything as like black and white and you're like, no, it's this where they're highway. This story is not about change. This story is about making an exemption for abusers or whatnot like this. Ask yourself, if everyone else around you, for the majority, aren't seeing it that way, then that must mean that this is a projection of our past trauma coming forth and us accepting that as a reality. And that can be pretty dangerous in trying to go ahead and make friends and, assert with others. What's up, Chacha? How you doing? Chacha, dude, it was fun drinking last night. Yo, I appreciate that nasty drink you gave me last night. Dude, you were on another level. Holy shit. Anyway, yup, exactly. Masters, no. They're a friend from college, dude. Don't even worry about it. People white and black thinking need to grow. Yo, someone fucking got it. It was good seeing you. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Well, there you go. But for the rest of you guys, I hope that makes sense. And this is why, as a psychologist, I'm always speaking up about this, about hey, if you're having black and white thinking, if you're being extremely toxic or whatever that may be, go seek professional help. It's okay to notice patterns and be able to go and call out patterns on others, right? Miki says it's okay to notice patterns in people, but you shouldn't make definitive statements on someone based on others' actions. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's okay to look at your own patterns, flag him if you have a red flag, right? And then go seek out help if you notice that, right? You can also go ahead and be like, hey, you know what? For example, Kraith. Or, hey, I noticed that you have a drinking problem. Hey, dude, have you ever talked to a professional about it? Stop it. Get some help. Fuck you guys. But what's up, Chacha? What are you up to today? I hope you're doing well. Yes, definitely. It's not a you thing. It's a thing of them. Traumas leading to projecting to people, others around them. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's sort of what I encounter a lot, especially when people come into any of my therapy sessions and it's they're black or white thinking. Yeah, that's sort of where you need to go to call it out and be neutral to it. Ask questions. Why? What is going on? So through that, again, guys, it's the part of the grief wheel. Our main character almost fucking immediately has had some fucking trauma. We've already seen that he's gone through this grief wheel because he's already at the deterioration stage where the guilt, the physical symptoms are there, the self-criticism, all of that. We all go through different grief wheels during our periods of time. Anyway, sorry guys. Don't mean to fucking start off heavy. We just literally were about to start it. Generational trauma is a biatch. It is. It fucking is, man. I'm not going to lie to you. Absolutely. Well, cheers. Happy New Year's, motherfuckers. I love you guys. Shall we back it up 30 seconds or a minute? Facts. Cheers. Yeah. Start off heavy, meaning it only goes up from here. Seashell, you know it. You know it. Hi, what's up, Chat Meows? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Mods, can we give a shout out to Cha-Cha and at Chat Meows? In case you guys don't know, Cha-Cha is an amazing streamer as well. When was the last time you streamed, though? But yes, go show that love and support to Chat Meows and to Cha-Cha. I saw you doing League the other day, right? I love a silent voice. Well, welcome to part 2. This is our, I guess, starting our 5th hour into this 35 minutes into the show. This is your second stream now. Well, welcome on in, Danilo. Appreciate it. All right. I was playing Team Fortress. Oh, shit. All right, hold on. That was a long time ago. Thank you. Hold on. You guys can hear it, yeah? Of course, chat. Question for you guys. Well, yes, we're going to the whiteboard. I don't know what you guys can see and can't see, so I'm just going to keep going, right? Have horrible handwriting, excuse it. Let's talk about guilt for a second. We have trauma guilt, survivor's guilt. We have criticism guilt. You know, critics, but yeah, criticism. There you go. We have different forms of guilt that applies to us. I'm going to ask this as a way for you guys to understand like what is going on here. How many of you guys and girls and everyone in between are those individuals that say, hey, you know what? Like, I'm always there for my friends. I'm always like overexerting myself, trying to be there for them for everything, even if you don't have any self-care spoons left. Like if I'm like, hey, I have 5 spoons for today for self-care, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give one to Jat, I'm gonna give one to Kraith, I'm gonna give one to Cha-Cha, I'm gonna give one to John F. Senpai, and I have this last one for me that I'm trying to like retain or be emotionally okay, and I see, I don't know, Danilo having a bad day, and I give it to them. How many of you guys are those types of individuals that like you wear your hearts on your sleeve and you're ultimately like going up and being like extremely friendly, giving too much away, more so than what you might have at the moment? Because for you, if you don't do that, you feel guilty. Because for you, if you don't do that, like all of a sudden you start feeling bad and you start feeling like a little bit of trauma, or, you know, you always have to be there for others, even if you're drained. It's a very, very common thing I think a lot of us go through. And oftentimes, here's where I'm going to go ahead and question this. How many of you guys say this? Yeah. And this is where the question comes in. I'm going to ask it. I'm going to be fucking direct with you guys. Do you love yourself? How much do you love yourself? And calling us out. Do you overextend in trying to help others as a way to try and get reference point for yourself to try and feel loved or cared about or valued for a second? Do we put a lot of our own value, our own interpersonal value onto others, and maybe that's what's keeping us here maybe one more day? Yes, depends on the day. This guy can be a douche some days. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sometimes love myself, sometimes don't. Sometimes we fluctuate, and that's A-okay. That is A-okay. By the way, hi, how you doing, Bapreciando, and Ruby, and all of you guys. So this is why I'm throwing this out there, because it's like, for an individual like this, especially if you've had trauma, right? If you've gone through any form of trauma, I'm sorry. Let's say that I see someone, I don't know, trying to bully Kraith or something, right? And I've experienced a form of bullying. That trauma's still there. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to be more empathetic towards Kraith, and I might overextend and trying to go ahead and like redeem an aspect of myself by doing that subconsciously. Just by being like, hey, let me help you out, Kraith. I got you, so on and so forth. Even if it's way out of my way. Like, let's say that like it's happening, like there's a lot of people around that anyone could take action, and I'm like a mile away or something, and I hear about it. Like, you know, if something's way out of your way or something's, even if it's right there, ask yourself why. Just got a gamer monitor. Now I'm a real gamer now. Well, welcome on in, TLC. Depends for me. I will protect. But yeah, that's why I'm highlighting aspects like this. I'm highlighting what does this mean and what does the value of love even mean for our main character and for yourselves. When you go out of your way to help someone or when you're low on... Oh my God, those drinks are hitting me. Sounds good, Cha-Cha. Have a happy new year. Hope to see you around, dude. Hell yeah. Hit me up whenever. Ishida is looking for redemption in other ways. Yeah. So redemption comes in multiple ways, and it comes through small steps. And I think that's a value, or that's a fact that like, you know, on how to push it, right? Which is we all look for a form of trying to redeem ourselves in even the small ways of trying to be there for others, or even trying to go out and overexert ourselves. Question, chat, if you're still in here, how many times have you heard this? Or for anyone here in chat, how many times have you said this? I'm going to fix her. I'm going to fix him. I'll fix him. I can fix him. I can fix her. Yeah, no. I can definitely be there for them. I've said it many a times. Why? Nah, she can broke me. Almost always a meme. No, but I mean, well, as always as a meme, not yet IRL. I'll be honest, I've heard it IRL. I've seen a lot of people fall into this trap where they think they can fix someone on their habits and whatnot. I've lost count of how many people I could fix. I don't know if I've said it, but I think it's part of it. I can help them. Very similar aspect. Rejection is redirection. Oof. Yeah, I mean, redirect you into a new way of life, if anything, or a new positivity. Then maybe. Like, I can help them, even though they can help themselves. Sometimes we like to take that action. Again, why do we do that, right? A path of redemption, maybe. A path of trying to go ahead and, like, assert yourself. Or assert an aspect or a trait for them. Sorry. So that's why I highlight that. Because it's like, what is he doing here? Right? He's trying to step in. He is dealing with all of this survivor's guilt, all of this trauma, all of this, like, even just interpersonal guilt of, like, taking in everything that happened to himself, to the girl, to everything, and then being like, okay, I'm seeing a bully happening, like, bully instance happening here. Is that himself? This bully that is here, that is picking apart this guy, this character, is that him? And if he doesn't step in, has he changed? If he doesn't step in, is this just looking in the mirror and seeing like, hey, if he kept bullying, would this guy be him? You know, would the guy trying to take the bike away be him if he hadn't changed? If he doesn't step in, does that nullify anything, any progress, any self aspect of himself? I hope that makes sense. I hope that allows you to go ahead and view this scene a little bit different as we continue. Yeah, of course not.
よりによって今日は火曜日でやっぱ会いに行くべきじゃないってこと。別に歩いていけないわけじゃないけど行くなと言われているからだ。何か理由。何かとてもスマートでナチュラルな理由が欲しい。ふっくら新作パン。
Oh, we're still early. Movies on your top 4. What's really, really good. Chat, what is your excuse to go see someone? What is your excuse to go and link up with someone or go and talk to someone that like you want to go ahead and either apologize to or whatnot? What excuse? What is your call to action? I like them. I want to see them. I've seen 1,001 different excuses that people do. Oh wow, I was just walking in the same direction and I saw you. Oh, I put toast in my mouth and I was running and I bumped into you. All fucking stereotypical anime moments. You pick whatever topic you want to come to mind and go off of it. I'm terrible at making excuses. Are you? You overthink too much? But it's like, for you guys, has it ever hurt you making an excuse to go see someone or trying to be too available for someone that, like, instead of you trying to connect with them, it ended up creating distance? I was on my way to the store, Amy. I'll be honest, for me in the past when I was like a teenager, yeah, of course, you know, but like as an adult, it's very direct, I guess now. I don't care. I was on my way to the store. Yeah. But that's why I bring it up. We all have different excuses that we can all come up with. And for some people, we like, I don't know why, like teenage brain or even adult brain, it's like, if we don't have an excuse, it becomes harder to go ahead and cause a form of interaction. I make excuses to not see someone. Does that count? Yeah. I mean, at the same time, think about it this way. Why are you not being direct, Seashell? If you don't want to see someone, why are you not being direct? It's interesting. It's a little cover-up way.
西宮さんいますか？
いません。いません。西宮翔子はいません。失礼ですが、あなたは本当に友達ですか？
ナチュラルな理由が欲しい。
Think about what he's doing. Hold on. Think about what he's doing, chat. Why do I think that scene is important? Just hopped in. Yeah, Happy New Year's, y'all. Happy New Year's. What is he doing? This is so fucking simplistic, but beautifully done. What is he doing, chat? You guys should know this.
新作ファン割引券。
これだ。
What is he doing, chat? And chat goes fucking silent. In case you guys don't know, majority of chat has been here for a while. They've seen some videos. They've been here on the live streams. He found an excuse. He's trying to break bread. One of the most common ways. Yeah. Breaking Bad. Literally. It is brilliant. It is such a fucking brilliant way of literally trying to like showcase our character's thought process, right? Like, what is he trying to go ahead and do here? He's literally trying to break bread. He's trying to go ahead and, like, you know, cause an aspect of peace, of reconciliation, of togetherness, of whatever that may be. They could have had 1,001 other, I don't know, items in there. It could have been apple pie. It could have been fucking pizza. It could have been anything else, right? But he wants to go ahead and break bread. I find this scene pretty fucking brilliant just based off of that, right? Pizza is bread. Well, yeah, but this is more like a literal fucking bread, right? But also eating in general. You're trying to eat with someone. You're trying to go ahead and like maintain peace or an aspect of self and togetherness and whatnot. Powerful stuff.
西宮さんいますか？
いません。
いますよね。
いません。西宮翔子はいません。失礼ですが、あなたは本当に友達ですか？それでは。
What an interesting little challenge here.
キキモいやつ。
ナチュラルな理由が欲しい。
翔子はいません。
In real life, this happens a lot. And this is what I'm saying. This fucking show, this movie, is blowing my fucking mind. right? Who is the guy always betting for Ed to finish everything? You're just throwing away points. We're probably not going to finish today. I'm not even going to lie about it. 1 hour and 50 plus minutes. What is this? What is going on here? Here's your goal. Here's a little bit of a wall. Here's you. Here, I'll even bring it down a little so we can go ahead and see it. Here's this wall. There's your goal. Whatever you're trying to go ahead and do, here's you. What happened? Well, you analyze. Nah, I'm right on board. What is going on here? This is a way of boundary testing, right? This is also a way of trying to go ahead and establish an aspect. There's a barrier, but this is a way of shit testing a person as well, right? If I put a little bit of resistance for you, will you go away? If I put a little bit of resistance from you accomplishing your goal of what, like trying to talk to this person, will you go away? Will you stop? Me slowly closing this door, will you go away and not come back? Is this really the entire thing that you wanted? You maybe saw her and thought, oh wow, she's a cute girl. I'm going to try and approach her. I'm going to try and bully her. And just a little bit of fucking resistance, you went away. You saw a cute girl at the bar or somewhere. You're like, oh my God, she's really fucking cute. And guess what? She has a friend there. And all of a sudden, that became a barrier for you and you got fucking shy, and you're like, nah man, I ain't going there. Oh wait, there's this girl that you've been texting and you're really fucking curious about, and she might go cold one day, you know, or you don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden you start freaking out because there's a little bit of like a space and you're like, oh, I gotta over text. What do we do with these walls, guys? And all of a sudden some of you guys fucking feel called out. Right, you can address it, right? You can open up that door again and try and get her attention, right? You can go over it, over that obstacle. You can go under that obstacle. I'm gonna wreck it. You can go through the obstacle, but often, the majority of times, that fight or flight instinct causes us to freeze, literally not react, run, so we go backwards. If we fight, we have these three options. If we fawn, we literally just keep trying to go ahead and win them over by getting them more gifts, trying to go ahead and like send them secret codes, trying to go ahead and be there for them, and oh, I'm your little kawaii little individual. Hi Ellie, welcome on in. Mr. Gorbachev. We complain on the internet about it. He has 4 different attack patterns here, right? He can fight, he can go over the obstacle, he can break through the obstacle, he can go under the obstacle to try and get to the goal. He can freeze. Completely freeze up and be like, well, what the fuck did I, what? He can run away. He can flight. Or he can fawn, and he can keep trying to bring little gifts and little things in order to try and get their attention. Since he's sending us secret codes. I hope this makes sense as a way of thinking about, like, sometimes how, like, when obstacles appear, it can trigger our fight or flight instincts like that. Anyway, important to realize here also, if this is family members or anyone that cares about her, how would you feel on the opposite? Sounds good, Ruby, no worries. Since, like, you know, if this person is trying to go ahead and talk to your sibling, your, like, you know, partner, your whatever, and you know, or friend, and you know that they're like, you know, hard of hearing, they might have a disability or something, how do you react? Your guard would be up. Yeah, you would try and become this obstacle. You would try and become this wall that we've been talking about. On to be protective considering what happened in her past. Well, it doesn't even have to be what happened in her past. A lot of people are just protective in general because this is someone that you need to look out for. This is someone that you have to care about. Jealousy? I don't know about jealousy. I'm just saying.
失礼ですが、あなたは本当に友達ですか？それでは。
Oh.
なんでもないよ。ネズミがいただけ。 すっごいキモいやつ。
Oh.
大丈夫だよ。もう来ないから。
友達。
Interesting. See, there's a rat in a silent voice. Fuck you. Fuck you, Masters. You didn't have to bring it up now. No. Bread. Which is interesting. Who did he end up breaking bread with? Or who does he have to break bread with first? He brought this bread, right, to break it with her. But he ended up breaking it with himself. He has to break it with himself. That's fucking interesting. So, I guess I'll throw this question back out to you guys. How many of you guys have broken bread with yourselves? Or have you tried to break bread with everyone else but yourself so far? How many of you are at peace with yourselves in that aspect? Really, really interesting. God damn, I want bread now. No and no, yeah. When it comes to myself a couple of times. And that's what I'm saying, like, this is so who would have thought bread could actually be, like, symbolic in this way, you know? But I don't know about other people. But that's what I'm saying is, even just looking at that, him being alone, he got this bread for her. And what ends up happening is he needs to break it with himself first, as seen here. Oof, oof, oof. Wait, what? Oh!
石田くん、見てこれ、見てこれ、自転車、君のだよね。グッドタイミング。
I love him. Oh my god, I fucking love him.
どこにあったんだろう。
田んぼに乗り捨てられてた。いや、めっちゃ探した。よかった。取り返せて。石田君、どうしたの？
いや、君の名前。
長塚だよ。君の後ろの席なのに。
そうだ、これ。いいパンだよ。
And now he's breaking bread with him! Ah! This fucking bread reference is killing me! Ah! 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 Oh, brother! Oh! My fucking heart, brother! That's a nice moment. Bros before Shoko. Think about it this way, man. Right? He's trying to break bread with, you know, the girl. Didn't work out, right? Because of obstacles, objects, he wasn't ready for it. He broke bread with himself, right? He's breaking bread with his friend now. What is this showing, bro? What is this showing? That's how simple man can get a friend. In case you guys are wondering, what the fuck are you talking about? What is this showing, bro? He's going up this fucking... Yeah, he's opening up. He's going up the hierarchy of needs. He's starting to feel secure in himself. He's starting to go ahead and like meet the baseline needs, breaking bread with himself, to starting to make friendship, right? he's starting to fucking start going up. And that's what's beautiful about it, is we're actually seeing a presentation of like, he's trying to go ahead and break bread with himself. He's trying to go ahead and break bread with friends. He might start breaking bread with others, you know, and start growing in that friendship regard. That's, Are we gonna need a fucking bread emoji in here? Are we gonna need a fucking bread emote, ladies and gentlemen, here? That is so fucking awesome. Holy shit. I also want to talk about this because I think it's important. Why did his ex fall off? He just stood up for the guy without expecting to get anything back. Yeah. Exactly. Bread. I'm going to be straight up with you guys. The reason why that ex fell off, pretty simple. Come on, guys. Trust. How many of you guys propinquity will start to build. A lot of us, we go out to the world, go into a restaurant, go into a museum, go into whatever, and you're with your friends, and in the background, you can listen into what your friends are saying, right? Because they're like close to you or whatnot. But you hear the background, a bunch of people fucking talking over you, and your friends are talking to you. You understand what they're saying because there's a filter of noise that our brain does, right? To try and go ahead and separate like what is background noise or what is NPC-ish versus what are friends. What are people that we can care about? What happens when someone that starts off as an NPC starts making moves to try and get to the friend zone? They become clearer and clearer. The X's or the fuzziness on their face or voices starts going away, and all of a sudden your friend can be in a crowd of people and they can talk and you can fucking pinpoint them out like this because you're not an NPC anymore. They're your friend, and your brain recognizes friends. Your brain recognizes someone that is willing to go in and be there for you and help you out and has helped you out. Your brain recognizes, hey, guess what? Yes, there's a clutter of noise. There's a clutter of everything that's happening here, but I can still hear your friend. I can still hear someone that you might trust. His ex falls off because he went above and beyond what he would expect anyone to do. For him, he might have just started categorizing people as exes because he doesn't see them as actually being important or vital to his life. And that self-talk, that cognitive distortions, everything that we've heard about, the catastrophication of like how his brain might go ahead and think that other people are talking bad about him or whatever. All of a sudden, this guy that might have been an NPC just showcased, hey, we're not all bad. Hey, I'm here for you. Hey, I want to talk to you. Hey, I want to be friends. Hey, I'm taking this step forward when he didn't need to go ahead and do it. Beautiful fucking shit. I've actually had some kiddos in group therapy that were very similar like this, where they just heard a bunch of garbling noises and whatnot, and they were like, yeah, I couldn't even hear some people until they became my friends. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Oh. Oh. Oh, bro, I can't. The bread, Ed. The bread. I'm gonna back it up. Hold on, bro. What's up, Anna? How you doing? Think about how foreign and whatnot it feels for him. Think about, like, for him, what that means, man. Like, he's trying to start warming up, and it feels fucking awkward. It's your first time interacting with a friend, with a bro, and you're like, you know. And for him, he's just like so pathetic. He's crying at the screen and doing everything. Oh. Propinquity, man. And here's the thing, even when you have bad days, right? Propinquity is not always about the positive, right? Like, you can have bad days, but you will still be there for your bro. Like, let's say that Brady and I got into a really, like, an actual serious argument or some shit, right? Like, no matter what, if we argue about, sorry for the streamer head, if we argue about stupid shit or whatever, he knows I have his back until, like, the end of the days. So, but I know he has my back no matter fucking what, dude. We can argue, he can fucking, like, we can yell at one another, whatever it may be. But, like, what does propinquity mean for you? And what does an actual bond of friendship mean for you? How far are you willing to be there for your friends, you know? And for others. I would have been sus as hell. Yeah.
どうかしたヤショウ。なんでも。ヤショウ
Big friends. Happy New Year, Victor.
なんでも話してみなよ。俺たち親友なんだから。
We're best friends. He's establishing their friendship. He immediately not only gives him a nickname, but he's like, bro, we're best fucking friends now. I'm calling us best friends now. Oh, dude, I guess for him, it might have been a need to actually make a friend. And for him, it might have been a need to go out and interact. He's kicking those walls down like they're fucking made of paper. Oh.
友達の定義ってなんだろう。なんていうか、ほら、友達になる権利とか、
Yeah.
資格とか、そういうのって。
ねえ、ヤショウ。おい。
All that hand action got me riled up. I ain't gonna lie. That's fucking beautiful, bro. My man is cool as hell. I do want to talk on this, though. And I do want to go ahead and bring it up, which is actually making a genuine connection like this. Can friendships be rushed? Absolutely they can, right? But sometimes do they need to be rushed? For friendships, for certain relationships, you can go ahead and like steamroll forward as long as both parties are there, right? But also, think about what they're doing here, right? Any form of physical touch is a form of connection, right? It's a form of, hey, I'm trusting you to go ahead and do this. I'm trusting you of going ahead and like being able to connect with me on this level. Him doing that for him, being like, Yasho, yo, dude, come on, bro. Come on, dap it up, brother. Dap it up, brother. Form this like friendship. Form this fucking bond, dude. Form this ability of like, hey, we can literally make our lives better. We can improve our lives if we're bros, and it's cool. You son of a bitch. Uncensored hand holding. My man, he steamrolls a bunch of boundaries, which might come back and bite him in the ass later. Not boundaries, but walls, right? Because sometimes when you steamroll over too many walls, what happens? People freak out, right? And then for our main character here, that might just be enough. That might just be like, okay, I needed this to take the next step forward. I needed a bro with me to be able to help me take this next step forward. Because this is a bond, this is a friendship that I need for the future.
これが友達だよ。ほらさ、西田君。友情ってのは言葉や理屈、それらを超えたところにあると思うんだ。資格？そんなのいるもんか。
ません。
いるよね。
And he's trying to break bread again! He went and got more bread and he's trying to fucking break bread again! Oh! Ah! They could have chosen to go with something else. They could have fucking chosen to go with anything else, bro. Any other fucking thing. And he went and he got bread again, brother. The rat is back. The rat is back.
俺、翔子と付き合ってるんで。
落ちた。あ、俺じゃないよ。パンのことね。てか、西宮って年下が好きなんだ。なんか意外。あ、これせっかくなんでパンだけでもいいパンなんで。
自分を満足させるためだけに来てるなら帰ってください。
Oof. Oh. Ah.
いいですか。
Dealing with rejection, man.
おい少年、俺のたちが西宮さんに会いたいっつってんだ。
長塚くん。
言ったせや、ほら。
長塚くん、なんでこ。
Me with one of my best fucking friends, man. We're going through a big wall boundary fucking presents itself and I'm like, I'll be your wingman, man. I'll take one for the team. Go, Brady, go. The coast is clear, brother. Bro, you sometimes gotta do what wingman gotta do. I'll be your bully. Oh shit, the broccoli can't be stopped, brother. The broccoli can't be stopped. Oh, that's majestic. Breaking that bread, dude.
持ってきた。親友にありがちだろ。
Is that what best friends do?
頭だったな。このうんこ野郎。
はい。何なんです、オタク。もう一回言ってみろよ。
長塚くん。
ちょっとあれ。ほら、どうしたの？あれって。
Oh.
いや、ちょっと喧嘩してるわよ。
Oh.
長塚くん。もうやめよう。ね、長塚くん、もういいよ。帰ろう。長塚くん。
Oh.
あなたこないだの。
いや、違うよ。長塚くん、ごめん。
We got flight. And we got flight. Confrontation was there, the barrier was down, and then all of a sudden another barrier came through. The barrier, my bro did fucking God's work in addressing that barrier. Broccoli bro came in here and was handling this fucking barrier. He was free to go through. What happened? Guilt. Guilt comes through, and he thinks he's cleared this. And it changes his perspective. What was he supposed to do? Go past and he can go forward and talk to her about it. He can go forward and say, hey, you know what? Like, this is sort of what's going on. And have a clearer frame of mind to go ahead and address it. But sometimes, this is a very clear and prominent aspect, we put on our own barriers. She saw me, I'm gonna head out, right? Broccoli Boy is going a little too far. Oh, absolutely. Broccoli Boy is going a little too fucking far. But if we're being honest about it, what is it? What just happened? This is a cognitive distortion, by the way. What just happened in that way, right? What just happened that he completely did? Come on, chat. This is all you, brothers. He catastrophized, yes. He catastrophized. He magnified it, right? A person's lunch date is running late and assumes the worst. The worries escalate quickly and the thoughts become exaggerated. He automatically assumed that she was going to think the worst. He automatically assumed that she was going to go ahead and do this, and he blew it the fuck up to whatever. You said polarized thinking. A student who gets an A- on an exam feels like a failure because they're only used to getting A+. They have the mentality, if I'm not successful at everything I do, I'm a complete failure. Fuck, I meant new friend. Thanks so much for the hydrate, Davey. I appreciate it. But that's why I'm highlighting all of this shit, dude, because it's clear and it's evident that there's some cognitive distortions that are happening here that are becoming his personal fucking barriers. And he's struggling with some of them, yeah? So interesting stuff, guys. Oh, wrong one. You see? And she goes after him.
そう哀れた。
やったな。おい少年、貴様覗き見してるだろ。俺にも見せろ。石野君、なんか手をひらひらやってる。
手話じゃねえの。
なんだって。すごいな。
Oh.
手話わかるのか。通訳しろ。
さっきのうんこ頭誰？全然知らない。キモい。
まじめに
話せよ。
落ちるなよ、少年。
Oh.
本当は
Did anyone ever catch this in their first?
全然知らない人。キモい。
まじめに
話せよ。
Kekel.
落ちるなよ、少年。
Want to go or stay?
本当はあってはいけないと思った。友達の意味を
Foreshadowing, yeah.
2週間ずっと考えていた。僕が君に会う理由探していた。
Oh. Oh.
嬉しい。私も同じこと考えてた。
What's up, Horesme? Sounds good to you, Shaw. I'll be back before today's stream. Happy New Year's. Oh. I think sometimes when you really want to connect with someone, like, you'll connect someone regardless of the excuse, regardless of what's happening. No worries. Welcome on in. And seeing that, huge, man. Absolutely fucking huge. That, like, sometimes we can connect or we can try and connect regardless of excuses. I want to connect with Lena at some point. Like, hey, Lena, what are you doing, right? If I'm like, hey, Lena, do you like Monster Energy? Wow, Monster Energy drinks are fantastic. Like, it sounds pretty rough, right? But at the same time, it's like some people will find any excuse to try and connect with someone instead of just being like, hey, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you slept well. Kraith, how you doing? Whatever, right? Some people tend to go ahead and use different excuses or different little items as a segue into the main conversation. Doing an ad read to Lena in private. Happy New Year, guys, by the way, for those new ones that came in.
西宮これあ恋に 餌やり楽しい
See, at least he's finally breaking bread with her. So she was already thinking about the... Wait, what? Like, he finally managed to break bread with her, but it did take him that first couple of processes. Beautiful way of segueing everything in, and also wonderful way of just showing them being together. However, does that mean that things are healed? Does that mean that everything's resolved inside of that? And I'm gonna highlight this and throw it to you guys as well, which is how many times have you been in a relationship, in a friendship or whatever, and you think everything's okay, but it's not. Regardless of them acting fine with you or them showing any form of like love or whatnot to you, a lot of skeletons still left. Also, by the way, don't feed bread to your koi. I don't know, it was a bad thing.
西宮やっぱそれあんまし見ない方が
Oh. Oh. Oh.
落ちた。どうした？石田君がどうかしたのか？おい、おい少年。石田君が川に。
This is what I'm talking about. People fucking change. Change is happening at all fucking times. Beautiful way of showcasing this. When he was a kid, what happened? What is in the literal fucking opening, guys? When he was a kid, when he was trying to go in and assert himself, when he was trying to go in and like be a part of his friend group or try and do certain things, what was the first thing that they do? What is the first thing that he does? Chat. You guys want me to back it up so you guys can see? It's always falling in the pond or falling in water. He jumps in first. When he's a kid, he jumps into the river first, right? No issue. Now as an adult, if he jumps, that means that he's active. As an adult, is he active or is he reactive? Is he actively trying to go ahead doing those first choices or whatnot, or a teen? Or is he reactive towards everything that is going through it, right? What's up with the heavenly white? Oh, I think it's just the light outside. It's not really me. Unless I turn off this light down here. But then it makes it a little dark. Up to you guys. I don't mind either way. But what is it? He's reactive. Do you guys prefer this light? He's reactive. He's active in the way that he's trying to go in and approach her, right? Don't get me wrong on that. But he's reactive in that, like, for him, he's like, wait, what are you doing? Wait, right? It's that self-talk that is happening. Happy New Year's too. Do you guys prefer this light? Is this light okay with you guys? I hope it is. Oh. My heart, bro. Also, thanks so much for the follow, Angie. I appreciate it. Sharing an emotional moment, what can I say? Something that scares me about this, though, and I mean this legitimately, is when we're looking at a situation like this and whatnot, and her trying to make amends and all of this stuff, what does her support network look like? As a psychologist looking in, this is a question that I would immediately start asking is, what does her support network look like outside of her family? Anyone? And I don't just mean going to hobbies or groups or events. That's cool. That's great to have. But what does her support network look like? Peace out. Wait, who's leaving? What does her friend circle look like? Outside of her family, no one. Then is that healthy? And that's where that comes in. Is she in a healthy environment? But outside of a group, right? Outside of a group, kids or people her age that like genuinely go and hang out with her or be with her. Does she have anyone that's in her age range that she hangs out with, that she's a part of? That scares me. That scares me. You know why? Whenever we have friends our age or friends that we can genuinely go through And well, we check Brofenbrenner, and that's not good. Right. But we usually, when we relate with others, we relate with people our age usually, or in our age group, right? We can go out and say, like, give or take 5-6 years, right? Usually people in our age group, right? Usually people that we don't have to go or meet in a, like, community setting. So no community setting. Usually people that we can go and hang out with and have goals and dreams and whatnot. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? The amount of loneliness terrifies me. Yeah, because it's lonely. Because then all of a sudden, the people that you're hanging out with are way above your age group, which have already gone through life stuff. They're on a different developmental cycle than you are. And for yourself, can anyone relate to you in that way or build propinquity or set goals with you for whatever it may come? Like, bro, in a year or so, I want to move to here. I want to do this. I want to go ahead and, like, do certain things. But he's like the first one, though, in her age group that has come back. What about others? Developmentally, people can stunt and people can go ahead and go into a spiral. And this is why, like, we have places like Discord and online forums and fucking Reddit and Twitter and whatnot, where people can go ahead and, like, use as a way of connection. Sometimes people can use it to developmentally stunt themselves, but that's a separate article or separate aspect, right? And I don't think she sees him as a bully as well. I would agree with that. Otherwise, she would have reacted differently, and a different aspect would have been present. I mean, so do you think this connection is just because of proximity, or is it because there's something genuine there? You want me to be honest with you? I think this connection is also her getting over her guilt. I think it's because there's something genuine there. I think she wanted to connect with him in the past. There's been repetitions of them trying to connect in some way, shape, or form. And for her, this is one of the key moments there is, no, absolutely not ultimate Kiwami. There's no degree of Stockholm Syndrome in this because of the degrees of separation, because of the amount of time that has passed, because number one, also they're kids. We can go so on and so forth. Like, people will try and point to it, be like, there's Stockholm Syndrome. And it's like, no. In this degree, in this separation, this attachment style that we're seeing in here, both of them are trying to work through aspects of guilt. Aspects of guilt of, like, either not being able to make friends, of, like, you know, the bullying that happened, of even interpersonal guilt of, like, hey, I never got to make friends. Maybe you can be my first friend and my last friend type of a thing. We all work through different guilt. And for them, right, seeing someone actively take steps forward, especially if you're a kid and now you're a teenager and you're trying to see that person change, you're more interested in that. People will often point and be like, oh yeah, this is a story about an apologist. And it's like, it's not in any way, shape, or form. Was Stockholm Syndrome renamed or debunked recently? No. Stockholm Syndrome happens, but here, I'll bring it up. The DSM-5. Stockholm Syndrome is more permanent towards adults. So it's not defined, Stockholm Syndrome is not defined as a mental health condition by the DSM, right? Instead, the APA considers it a mental and emotional response, right? So I think that's a thing to use. But Stockholm Syndrome comes from a psychological response to captivity and abuse. And that's the two main aspects in it, right? Is captivity and abuse. Thank you for following, Nick the Rocker. Appreciate it. All right, there we go, man. There we go. Also, we're at 4,401, yeah? Is there a difference between Stockholm Syndrome and propinquity towards the one who's manipulating you? Yes, 100%. Propinquity means that you're spending time with someone, right? And you're free to come and go as you want. And Stockholm Syndrome is, hey, masters, you're not leaving my site or my mansion here. You're gonna be my maid forever, masters. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and abuse you from time to time, but you're not gonna be able to escape, masters, because where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna live? What are you gonna work as? I have control over a lot of things. You know, in that case, it feels more like Shoko and Ishida are trying to start over now that they're both more mature. Right. And they're both trying to go ahead and find that common ground. I think that's a big aspect of that. Propinquity, on the other hand, is something that happens naturally, no matter what, right? propinquity is something that happens naturally and is a way that like we bond and grow and do certain things. It's getting a little dark, guys. It's gotten a little dark on my side. But also, ladies and anyone got the balls to beat me. But also, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick little break. We are over an hour in to 10 more minutes of the show. We are at 44 minutes, 43 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. We're back to the past Samurai Jack. Hi, well, Happy New Year's to everyone. I know we're going to be saying this a lot. This was filmed during New Year's Eve, technically for me, but for a lot of people, it's New Year's Day, I guess, about to be New Year's. Anyway, cheers. Guys, how are we feeling? I hope that this is contextualizing a lot of information for you. Like, is this adding a lot more into the movie? Because for me, I feel like it is. Like, for me, as we're watching it through and we're asking these questions and you guys are interacting back with it, like, I feel like we're digging in deeper. Oh, you love the whiteboard? Thank you. I feel like we're digging in deeper and we're truly, like, I don't know, getting to the core of some of these like, concepts and what is being shown and even, like, the leaps of fate that, like, our main character is using. Anyway, let's go. Oh no. Bro. Oh no. Oh no, brother. Oh no. There's no audio. I'll back it up. I'm gonna say this. If you guys ever fucking do this in any way, shape, or form to someone, like you create a fake account, you go after them. Some people have fucking tried to do this and like fucking fake screenshots and shit of the channel and of me pretending to be me in any way, shape, or form. Nah, bro, fuck you. That's fucking pathetic. Don't do that shit. That's horrible, dude. That's fuck, you know, literally like a way to like, you know, can jeopardize shit and people can think that they're talking to you when they're not. And oof. It can hurt, dude. It can hurt. People can think that you're a bully or something when it's not even you. Watch with no sound for maximum immersion. Damn.
何これ石田くんじゃん
またねいいのか
あねえねえこれ石田くんだよねこの人
Oh no.
何これ
Oh no, brother. Personal story time, motherfuckers. I was in band in high school. And I'm all for fucking defending people and being there for people and caring about people and whatnot. You know? I'm all there like, hey, you know what? Like, we need to go and improve. We need to be better. We need to whatever. I'll talk with people one-on-one the way I talk with all of you guys, right? But my band teacher fucking hated that. My band teacher hated the fact that, like, if I found something that was, like, unjust, this is my senior year, I would step up and be like, hey, that's wrong. Stop doing that. Treat them like human beings, like individuals first, if you want to be respected, right? Like, don't fuck. I had a partner during that time. It's like, don't go after my partner or after other individuals. If it's an issue that you have with me, we can talk about it. We can actually have a grown-up conversation. Now, this is someone in their fucking 30s acting like a fucking 14-year-old that would go back and forth, right? I had like a vice drum major or something like that, which essentially it's like the person that like the year after is supposed to be the drum major or whatever. Needless to say, like there was a bunch of bullshit going on, and like some rumors were starting to spread by the band teacher and by this vice drum major. One day during class, me and my best friend, which was the drum captain in high school, right, we're both chatting and whatnot. The principal walks in. Principal comes in and is like, "Hi, Ed, you know, and your friend, need you to come with me to the office immediately." When I say I was fucking livid, because it wasn't just me and my friend, but it was also my partner that they had called in during that time, and I was fucking livid. I was pissed off because apparently these rumors started spreading among staff as well. And I'll tell you what the rumors were. I sit into the office, right? He has me sit down and very fucking serious, brings over the fucking security officer, the police there to come and like sit, like, you know, stand next to him. He's like, "So we've gotten complaints that you guys are bullying someone." Our faces fucking drop. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, you know, we treat everyone with like respect and love and whatnot. And they're like, "Yeah, we heard from this teacher or this situation that you guys have been trying to bully someone." And it's like, what are you talking about? Apparently, the rumor that was going around from the band teacher was that we were trying to go out and bully the co-drum major or whatever, the vice drum major, by saying that she's the vice drum major, which was her position, right? But like no one was ever bullying. There was never any bullying. And luckily the entire band and a lot of other people stood up and were like, "No, he's not like that. None of these kids are like that. That's fucking bullshit," right? Needless to say, rumors can spread quick, and if people want to do damage, they can do damage a lot more quickly through social media, and that's where it gets fucking terrifying. In the end, it ended up being reversed, where they ended up putting in people to go in and observe the classes, and they ended up quite literally finding out, hey, the teacher was actually the fucking bully, and she was doing a lot of weird shit, so she got out. She got out, brothers. Sorry, I just use this as a frame of reference because it's happened to me, and I'm pretty sure it's happened to a lot of other people where they've been labeled, where rumors have spread, where misinformation has spread appropriately, and oof, there's always someone like that. There is. It was a win for me, man. I didn't have to deal with that.
石田君、ちょっと職員室に来なさい。
今回私は飛び込み禁止とされている水門橋から川へ飛び込み、その写真をインターネットで公開しました。
Wow.
あ？
ちょっと悪いんだけどさ、マリアお迎えに行ってくれない？
いや、俺自宅謹慎中なんですけど。
ちょっとぐらいいいよ。よろしくね。
You don't want to show us the red? Wait, hold on. Or is it just because it's unimportant? That is... That's a weird camera shot, not gonna lie. For free?
マリア、そろそろ帰るぞ。
翔太、なんかいる。
Oh.
あ、おい、大丈夫か？お前、西宮の彼氏だろ。風邪ひくぞ。
Oh.
ネズミじゃないか。
何してんの？
Maria is best girl in this series, bro. I don't care what anyone says. Maria is best girl in this series, brother. I was told I did something horrible in junior high, even though I did not, just because it was believable that I would. Oh, Ellie, I'm sorry about that. The rat.
靴は？
怒らないの？
何を？
ネットにお前の画像を上げたの俺なんだけど。
ああ、あれお前？そっか。よかったわ、お前で。
何それ？
理由はなんとなくわかるし。
怒れよ。
いや、無理だよ。元は俺が悪いんだし。
this forgiveness aspect. This forgiveness aspect where it's like, yeah, no, I had it coming for me, where you often feel you take in a lot of criticism and you're okay with it. Not okay with it, but you feel you deserve it. I've gone through a period like that. What about you guys? How many of you guys are like that, where we're like in the past or even now, if someone criticizes you or someone does something fucked up to you, you're like, yeah, I probably deserve that, or yeah, that's okay, or no, I guess it is what it is, or whatever. Like you downplay it, even though it's something that affected you. I've gone through a period like that, yeah. And how did you guys go through that period or escape that period like that? I'm still like this, trying to get through it, out of it. It's rough, man. It's rough because that's her self-talk, right? Like, I deserve this because of what I did in my past. And it's like, do you really, though? You're going through that period right now, Masters? Lena, don't call me out, Ed. But that's why I'm like highlighting it, because I'm like, this is showcasing an excellent point of that self-talk. And it's showcasing it in a way that, like, oftentimes a lot of people don't even like point at it, right? You're afraid of some random hates. Am enough for that? I left that in middle school. Well, good for you, John and Senpai.
はーい。じゃあ俺帰るわ。お前も早く帰れよ。
お前子供いんのか。
いいのだよ。
Oh.
はい、ゆずるくん。たくさん食べなさい。
ねえ、兄貴は？
今日は遅いんだって。マリア、暑くない？おいしい。そう。
ゆずるくん、食べないの？
That family unit, bro.
ゆずるくん。
Sounds good, Ellie.
どうぞ。
Oh. Oh. Breaking bread again. Actually true. We're breaking bread again and we're solidifying a friendship. Although not literally. But no, we're eating together, right? Like, how hard is it for you to be angry when you're eating? Like, let's say I got you a really nice meal and you're fucking hungry, bro. Like, how hard is it for you to be angry when you're eating? Really, you eat angrily? You're like, or do you enjoy it, and then afterwards, after you're done eating, you're like, you get angry again. You feel what you need to feel. I mean, I can be hangry, sure. So the reason why I'm highlighting this is what does your brain do when you eat? And this is just neuropsychological as well. What does your brain do when you're eating good food? Think about it. What does your brain do when you're eating good food? It releases dopamine, brother. So it's going to be fucking really difficult for you to be like, yeah, endorphins and all of these things. You know, you're enjoying this food. It's like you're having a fucking orgasm, bro. Like, that's the main aspect of it. This is why when we share food, right, we connect with people, and we connect with people in that regard, right? Your brain starts braining. Like, yeah, you connect with people because you're eating and you're in a lot more of a relaxed state where you can all talk and whatnot. Of course, afterwards, like, you know, you can go ahead and be like angry, sad, extreme emotions might start coming in, but yeah. Also, I do want to go to stay in the throne. There's some cosplays available there now. If you guys want me to go ahead and do a cosplay stream, just send the link on Discord and we'll go from there. Oh. Did she figure out that? Oh no, brother. Did she figure out that they did something and got punished for it, and so they ran away thinking that would solve the issue, right? But it's like, I guess a good way to highlight it is like this, right? Have you ever tried to run away? And if so, did that solve any issue for you? Whenever you try to go ahead and like run from your issues, how good does it go? You did it, don't you? Yes and no. It's a tough spot to be in as a kid, and I'm not going to deny it, because you're at the will and at the mercy of others. And sometimes as kids growing up, we don't really have a lot of like opportunity to go ahead and like make a lot of those self decisions, and it's hard, and sometimes we feel trapped, and yeah. Frogger, no. Oh.
いないからビビった。ほら、傘。ちょっといいから持てよ。てか持って。サンキュー。あ、そうだお前。よっぷり。これ履く？俺が履いてたやつだけど。
Oh.
やるよ。
Oh. And he's such a good dude.
なんで家出したの？
喧嘩した翔子と。
お、あ、へえ、やっぱあれ付き合ってるとお互いいろいろ。
翔子のシャンプー勝手に使ったから？お前なんていらないって言われた。
え、君ら同棲してんの？
傘自分に刺せよ。一本しか。
I like that he's still not piecing it together. Relationship problems, though. But I like it in effect, right? In a big way for both of them. It's like him trying to over care for them, right? Him trying to go ahead and be there and like put the umbrella over her, whatnot. Here we talk a lot about self-care and why we sometimes need to take care of ourselves before we take care of others. But in a situation like this, he's always self-sacrificing and putting others before himself now. That self-sacrificing, I guess, is where that question comes up of how much do you truly love yourself in that regard? And are you using these relationships with others? Are you self-sacrificing with others in order to like get rid of that guilt, right? What does rain do or what does water do usually? Chat. We're going to throw another layer of symbolism in this. What does water usually do? Or rain? It washes away things. In aspects like this, maybe we can even point to both of them having a sense of guilt and maybe the rain trying to go ahead and wash that away. It clears you. It's a cleansing. Yeah. And that's exactly why it's interesting that like both of them are being shared in this perspective, or both of them are getting, washed. Both of them are trying to make that connection. There's that dinner scene to try and connect them. There's a lot of layers of rapport and of like trying to be there and trying to form a bridge. Beautiful stuff.
いや、本数間違えたの俺のミスだし。あと、お前に風邪ひかれたら西宮に悪いし。
あのさ。なんなのお前。偽善者なの。
They're sharing an umbrella, I ship.
猫拾って気持ちよがって面白がってたんでしょ。耳が聞こえないからって面白がってたでしょ。ねえ。で、今更しは覚えたって。何それ。なんかまともな人間にでもなったつもり。気持ち悪いんだよお前。
そっか。そりゃ聞いてるよな、西宮から。そう。俺最低な人間だから。本当は生きてちゃまずいやつだから。せめてもう西宮を泣かせたくないって思っただけで。君たちの間を邪魔するつもりはないから。それはないから。
Interesting how he hides his face with this, right? Where the umbrella hides his face while he says all of these things, like his actual inner thoughts, right? It's like the umbrella is acting as a mask for him, is acting as an ability for them to hide their face and share some of what they're really thinking and what they're really trying to go out and share out there, right? Because sometimes confrontation is really fucking difficult. And sometimes even being honest is difficult. If not making her cry was his only motivation, he would not try to see her anymore. Yeah, no, he would have stopped a long time ago because he already made her cry. He would have tried to move on. There would have been other aspects in it. But for him, he has been grounded in what he has done. He did not only affect Nishimiya, he affected his family's income. You know, he affected his mom that had to pay so much money. He saw his mom get hurt. He got hurt. He then became bullied. He then grew the perspective as to what he did to Nishimiya and started to truly empathize with what he did. And people out here being like, oh yeah, he's just trying to go ahead and start the abuse cycle again. The fuck he is? He's fucking learned to empathize. He's learned to go ahead and, like, you know, take in a lot of, like, the aspects of what he may have done to others. He started to go ahead and grow and change and actually understand the impact of words, of fucking actions, of what he needs to go ahead and do. My man has a lot of fucking self-hate, has a lot of fucking, like, guilt that he's working toward to become a better person, to change, to grow, to evolve, because he has learned his lesson, because he's learning his lesson, and because he's growing as an individual. But other people out there will look at this and be like, you see, he's out there, he's trying to go ahead and suckle up so that he can start the abuse cycle again. Where in this entire movie has that been shown? Because I have not seen it once. And I don't think any other fucking therapist or psychologist looking in would be like, oh yeah, he's ready to go ahead and start that again. No. In fact, I could go ahead and say, like, my man has changed so much that at this point in time, him going through all of this is a cycle of, not only a therapeutic cycle of growth, but it's also a cycle for him to start a new page, for him to take that next step forward and even be an advocate. Why? Because for his friend, all of a sudden, he stepped on in when a previous version of him, the bully version of him when he was a little kid, would not have done that. If you want to talk about growth, we're seeing these aspects of growth in these characters. We're seeing this aspect of who she truly is as an individual. That's what it's going on about, dude. That's why there's all these washing away of, like, his sins, of trying to break bread, of literally trying to go ahead and be there and make these genuine connections. That's what it's about. Oh, yeah, baby. I was not trying to restart this conversation, but he still wanted to see her. Yeah, because sometimes you want to go ahead and be like, hey, I fucked up, you know? And it's not just to make her cry. Jonathan Senpai, this wasn't aimed at you. I hope you know that. But it's not like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go to make her cry. It's like, hey, I want to go ahead and actually be like, hey, I fucked up. Like, how many of you have done that in your life? I'll be honest, I have. There's a couple of friends. He's trying to make amends in some way, shape, or forms. There's a couple of friends in the past where I might have said some stupid shit. And then, like, later on, I was like, hey, dude, I fucked up. I apologize for that. I really fucked up because I took this side, or I said this or whatever, right? But it's up to being, and that's a very adult step to do, is to try and not just make amends, but, like, state that you fucked up and state that there was a reason as to how you messed up, right? Restart from zero. Yeah, basic. Oh, wow.
ここで
Think about it. That's more of an honest approach than just avoiding the person you hurt. But through that, like what they just did, right? Versus someone that actually knew. Yeah. Him hiding behind the umbrella and them lifting it up, like her lifting it up and being like, oh, okay, like this is, you know, I see you for you. That's what I'm saying is there's so many beautiful moments in this movie where this is showcasing that the characters are acknowledging the truths and what is going through. And literally bridge. There's a bridge here. The gap. Oh, this is fucking beautiful, dude.
信じ込んじゃってるとこ大変申し訳ない俺翔子のだから
妹さん
Oh. Oh. Oh.
西宮さんのお母さん。
行くわよ。
I get it. Happy New Year's, Ellie. I get it. I get it. Sometimes as parents, you know, we can hold on to a lot of like emotions and like stigmas and 1,001 like different aspects, you know. Like I'm not gonna fucking downplay that. Especially if someone hurt your kid, you're gonna hold on to that for a long, long time. Seeing that person with your younger kid, what would that do? What would that do as a parent? You still don't know that this person is working towards change. You still don't know anything about this. You just know that this person has hurt one of your kids before. Oh yeah, dude. You're like, here we go. The cycle's starting again. Fuck that. Fight comes in, dude. Is it justified though? Should an adult react that way? No, probably ask, you know, what's going on, what happened, whatnot. But at the same time, for a lot of it, it's like, this is my kid. I have to protect them. Fuck this person. This person is here, right? Yeah, now he's doing it against another daughter. That's the immediate fears that start coming into mind. That's why when we're looking at this, I'm like, dude, this is such a... Thanks so much for the hydrate. It's a powerful scene because she just goes through, slaps him, and walks away. No elaboration needed. She just goes through, slaps him, and walks away because for her, it's like, this is resolved. We have to get away. We got to go, whatnot. We're not standing here. We're not elaborating. Yeah. She just wants him to leave them alone. Yeah, because for her, he was part of the issue. Thanks so much for the hydrate, by the way. Oh.
俺の方こそごめん。ああね、シソジュース飲みたい。ばあちゃんの。
Perilla juice.
ゆずる、あんなこと付き合っちゃダメよ。翔子にも言っといて。
Wow.
そんなの自分で決めるよ。
Also, not gonna lie. I could fix that. Fucking mommy Chan here, dude. Hey, that's all I gotta say. Rebel. and no, of course, damn it. Just saying, not now, Ed. No, but it's a parent, dude. It's a parent's reaction.
借り高さ返しに来たんだ。
お、少年、なかなかちゃんとしてるじゃないか。
長塚くん、その子少年じゃないよ。え？西宮の妹。
まあ。
Oh, dude, that got that speed. That's so good.
いつも俺の野将がお世話になってます。
友達の長塚。
Oh.
あ、俺携帯買ってもらったんだ。
And he even gives it the side, bro.
携帯持ってるよな。
It's so beautiful.
メールとかやってんの？友達と？今の学校の。へえ、いいね。他にメールしたい相手いる？メアド知りたいやつ。あ、そう、教えようか。俺何？さはら。サハラさんって小学校の。
Bro. Oh, these connections are beautiful. the way that this story is just being told is it's speeding up, and it's fantastic, right? Like there's, because we've talked a big portion of like the heavy stuff immediately, but also the propinquity of attachments. Yeah. When you connect with one person, it's also like you're connecting to others, and you're bridging a gap. You're bridging a huge gap as to what may have happened, the past, good or bad, whatever may be there. It's just like being exemplified. But you as an individual, I guess I'll ask this. If you hurt a lot of people by your actions, at what point would you feel okay? Especially if you've grown and you've changed. At what point do you feel okay with the amount of pain or whatever that you may have caused as a kid or in the past? Like, where do you draw that personal line for yourself?
で、サハラさんとやらに会いに行くのかい？
もうやだ、そんなことないよ。
でも河合さんってしっかりしてると思うけど。河合さん。よしょ。
Pretty good, Lynch.
河合さん。
何？
あ、聞きたいことが。小学校の時一緒だったサハラさんの連絡先知ってたりする？
サハラさん？ごめん、知らない。あ、でも学校ならわかるよ。なおちゃんが同じだから。
太陽女子学園。
Bro went all the way over there. Damn.
石田君、これを使いたまえよ。
What a homie. Oh my god, bro. But at the same time, dude, hold on. He's a homie, but at the same time, I gotta ask this, and I'm asking this for yeah, I gotta ask this. At what point does that boundary come in as a homie as well, as a bro? Like, for example, is he doing anything to try and maintain a friend? As much as we're seeing him trying to do anything to absolve his guilt, is he doing anything he can to try and maintain a friend, or keep a friend, or be the friend? If you get what I'm saying. Because there are a lot of people out there that I've seen that pretend, like before they make a friend, they pretend as to how they will be in a friend, you know, as a friend, or be like the main connection for people. And they do fucking anything and everything, man. They're like, oh yeah, I'll be there for them in their good days and their bad days. I'll let them borrow money. I'll do 101 different things. And it's like, for yourself, where do you draw that line? And again, this is stuff to think about, right? Because for him, it's like, this is a genuine connection. This is propinquity. It's awesome to see friendships like this. But how quickly this friendship has evolved, it makes me wonder. Like, is he also afraid of losing him as his friend, as him being his only friend?
何これ？そんなにいらないよ。
気にすんなやしょ。交通費、お食事代、ラブホ代と考えたら、これ
The hotel?
安心だろ？は？
おーい、連れてきたぞ
ー。Oh.
姉ちゃんが自分のことなのに放置されてクソムカつくって。
悪いけど連れて行ってやってくれ、石田。
Oh, dude, this is just fucking beautiful. Ah, I can't. Ah, that connecting, brother. Ah. Yuzuru has told me lots about you. Oh. 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 The voices be silent. Oh. Oh, oh, dude.
石田君久しぶりだよね。
It's silent voicing time.
勉強してたの。これ合ってるのかな。途中でいなくなってごめんね。ずっと気になってたんだ、翔ちゃんのこと。
I can't believe the main character doing this, but another one? Closure. Oftentimes, when people are getting, when people have had a lot with their lives or they're really, really stressed out or whatnot, or not really stressed out, but say that they've made a plan and say that there's ideation or say there's like future thoughts or that they want to go ahead and bring some resolution as to dozier. No, it's closure. That there's future aspects. We might seek to reconnect with old friends, just see where they're at, where they're going, what that means for them, not for the purpose of establishing or reestablishing that relationship, but for the purpose of closure, for the purpose of you and your mind being able to solidify that point in time, the gaps or whatever that may have happened, and boom, where they're at, and for you just being like, okay, like that's where they are, That's why I say that, right? Like asking to meet with someone again, it might not just be like a, hey, it could be let's reconnect, an aspect of reconnection, but it could also be an aspect of, okay, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with what happened with them. I'm okay with where they're going, right? And I say this as someone, that attempted in the past, right? And pretty sure a lot of other people can say that as well, where there were certain people that like I reached out to for closure, just to go ahead and get a final resolution as to where they may be going or so on and so forth. Sometimes it's like hey, let's go ahead and like keep this relationship going. Like haven't talked to you in a while and, hey, let's text, let's meet up somewhere. Let's whatever, right? You can have that continuous going, but sometimes for closure, it's like hey, let's cement this. Tell me everything. It turns nighttime and you're like, I probably won't see you again for a while. Or sometimes it might be like, hey, let's go out. Like, you have a couple more things because you might see them 2 or 3 more times and then it just consolidates. It's interesting stuff to throw out there and think about, I guess for yourselves, I'll even flip it on you guys. Have you ever done this? Gone into a situation, gone into a relationship or a friendship that you haven't connected with in a while for closure? Like, not necessarily for anything else. You connect like old times and whatnot, but you knew internally, like, hey, this might be like the last time for a while that we might connect. Or you might connect a couple more times and that's it. Not really for you, Masters. Oh, that's right. Hold on, boys. I get distracted. I'm way too into this fucking movie.
久しぶりだよね。あれから勉強してたの。これ合ってるのかな。途中でいなくなってごめんね。ずっと気になってたんだ、翔ちゃんのこと。会えて嬉しい。びっくりした。
本当？うんうん。翔ちゃんはどんな高校行ってるの？そういえば胸元大きくなったよね。何かそうだろう。
Did y'all do that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever heard this IRL. I don't know about you guys. I've just been around, you know. I've never heard people be like, hey, let me check your cup size. You know, like what? Just manga stuff. Whoa, yo, yo. Has your chest gotten bigger? I don't know. Want to check, Seashell? Oh. Oh, oh. Mm. Of course she's the cat girl. Oh. Amazing. 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 Cuties. Guys, we should do a karaoke stream someday. We should do a karaoke-a-thon again where everyone in the Discord gets together on Twitch and we just fucking karaoke someday. Add a tune, add a place, because everyone starts differently, you know? Oh my god. Foxy, yo, what's up? Okay, wait, hold on, guys. Welcome on in. Ed needs to sing Baka Mitai. Guys, in case you guys don't know who Foxy is, they're actually a fellow streamer. And they're a big, I guess they watch a lot of our videos and stuff. They surprised me when I went into their stream. Guys, go show them some love and support. I can't recommend it enough. Foxy's really, really entertaining. Like, go show them that love and support and give them a follow. Show them that Psyculturists love, guys. But yes. Oh. What does a Foxy say, right? Oh. This brings up the next aspect in here, which I think what he did is interesting. And it's two separate points that I'll have here. Number one. And number two. Okay. Let's start off with the first one, shall we? How many of you have dipped with your friends from a location with your friends, from whatever that might be, right? Senpai Ed teaching us his wizarding ways. Oh, you know it. Like, say that your friends were having an interaction or your friends were having a moment or something, right? And you're like, hey, you know what, guys? I'll see you guys later. And you like dipped quietly into the night. How many of you guys have done that because you either felt like it wasn't your place to be there, maybe you felt uncomfortable, maybe you weren't fully there in party mode or whatever that may have been. What was that? Or maybe you acknowledged, hey, this is more of a moment for them than it is for me. So I'm going to let them have this moment and I'm going to dip. And how is that for you? Did people ever reach out and be like, man, you left early or what's going on? Because for him doing this, he was trying to read the group and knew that they had a lot to go ahead and talk about. So he stepped out, right? He stepped out because this might have been like, hey, I don't want to go ahead and like overstep. They're already talking about very personal stuff. So let them go ahead and figure it out. And then like, you know, maybe in the future they can deal with it. Which amazing that Sahara like sent him that message like, hey, thank you so much. Because she picked up on those social cues like that. Like, thanks so much for it. Look, we had a blast, right? Cool shit. They didn't really reach out, but I felt satisfied with the outcome most of the time. Sure. I'll be honest. I've done this before. Brady and some of my other friends can attest to this. If we go out, right, and say that, like, I don't know, we're out partying, and Foxy finds a partner or something, right? Like, we're out there, we're partying it up. Foxy finds a partner. Cool. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to dip into the night. y'all can have a good time, build your propinquity up, do whatever the fuck you're gonna do. But I'm gonna go dip out. I'm gonna go, like, you know, especially if, like, once the vibe and you guys are comfortable, I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna go do what I need to do, and I'll meet you guys at McDonald's at fucking 3 in the morning afterwards, or some stupid shit like that, right? Peace out and fade away, right? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Once I see that everyone's comfortable, like, I am a social, like, extrovert, introvert. I'm an ambivert, right? Which is, I can deal with everyone. I can definitely talk with anyone. I don't have any issue whatsoever. But when the time comes that I feel I need to be alone, or I need to go ahead and be a little bit more on my, like, reserved by myself, I can go ahead and just, like, you know, like go into my introverted nature and, like, dip out quietly and appropriately, right? It's just reading the social cues that need to be there. Yeah, it's an ambivert. No, Ellie. Lange. But in comes in the next question. How many of you have bumped into an ex or an ex-friend or anything like that in that regard, where they're working either by a choice, by accident, or anything like that? I'll be honest. It can be awkward. It could be because they're working and they might give you that look like, I know you, I want to say something, but I can't. And so you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Like, how do you open up? How do you share certain things? I am a surgeon, you know, like, how do you truly just open up and share aspects? Oof, no. I have. It's so awkward. Oh, no. What did you do, Roxy? I'll be honest. It was awkward for me. It was really, really awkward because, you know, I'm just separated. Went to a coffee shop. Next thing you know, they're there and they have to serve me coffee. Whew, just take that into perspective. I didn't. Looking back, I definitely would have handled it differently. Yeah. Tried to have a conversation. Nope. Have you ever bumped into an ex, like, at work or outside, and how did they react? And how did you react to that? Ex-friend, ex-relationship, you know. Did you check what's in the coffee? Yeah, it was fine. Don't. Oh. No, why would you do that? I think it's also important to realize that not all of your friends have to get along. And I think this is an important lesson, especially when trying to go ahead and, like, touch base or heal or whatnot. Not all of your friends have to get along with one another. Like, people can disagree, and that's A-okay, right? Like, people can have different differences, and as long as they don't attack one another or are not nasty in any way, shape, or form. To be honest, what happened, he looked at me. He was, like, checking out a client at the register. I was like, I'm going to go exit the door quietly. Oh, Foxy. Fair, though. And the reason why I bring that up is because I think there's a difference between, hey, my friends don't get along completely or whatever, but there's an understanding where we're like, you know, we can sit down and chat. Versus, I've had this happen where a friend of, like, one of my friends' friend, right? Trying to be cool with them, trying to be the me that I am. Behind my back, apparently to my friend was like, oh yeah, he's a piece of trash, I don't like him, or, you know, just talking shit just to try and, like, put in a stigma or perspective or whatnot. I don't know, it's such a paradox that people can change and yet follow cyclical patterns in their life. Yeah, because it's what we're used to, right? Those cyclical patterns, and it's rough. Foxy escaped, no one caught it, like a Pokemon. Wow.
いらっしゃいませ。お時間どうなされますか？1時間で。割引券。マジで。はい。ありがとうございます。やば。本当に来た。
なんというか、まあ。君は何を期待していたんだい？君こそバカを言ってくれるなよ。純粋な気持ちで君の友達に会いに来ただけさ。そう、君の友達いるのかい？
正確には友達じゃないけど。
うん。
とは小6の時 いろいろあって、実は結構気まずい。
Oh no, brother. The glasses, brothers. The glasses, brother. Oh. Oh. No, not like that, bro. I'm just saying, like, good glasses could, yeah.
Mushi!
おう、来てたのか。
マリアと遊びに来た。
あ、これ西宮使ったりするかな。
へえ。
Oh.
姉ちゃん入るぞ。
So this is the part where I'm saying, like, and I do wonder about this. What does a teenage, I guess, homeless population look like in Japan? Right. And I know what you guys are like, what the fuck does this have to do with it? When people receive really bad news and say that there's no good mental health support network set up and stuff, oftentimes for teenagers and young people, the flight instinct activates, right? What do you mean it's for a reason? Do you want it like this? What do you want? What do you want, masters? Higher than most advanced countries? I don't know what you were aiming for, my friend. I think he wants you to hold your hand through the screen. Oh, you saw a weird distortion. Yeah, okay. Huge teenage problem, homelessness in Japan. Yeah, because looking at situations like this, right? Looking at like just the aspects as to what's revolving, it makes me wonder like what the mental health system is like, and if there's any like social family dynamics that are happening there, you know, like what, like are there education that's happening over what it means to be a family unit, what it means to be a parent versus what it means to like actually be involved in your kid's life, you know. There's like a lot of things that are prominent here, but also comes in the next question. Don't believe in depression? Oof. Comes in the next question. If you're sick and you're told that you're not going to get better, what does that do to you? What does that do to you? Or if you have a disability and they say, hey, guess what? Like, it's getting worse, or whatever that may be. What does that do to you as an individual? I'll be honest, it can be quite depressing. It can get us into such a dark state of mind where it's like, I am a problem. I am the issue. You know? Hopelessness. Exactly. So that's why it's important to talk about it. It can destroy your mental health if you don't have a support network. Does she have a support network? She's barely starting to build one. So what do you think her way of thinking is at this point in time? How do you think, yeah, you feel hopeless and kind of like a defected human being? Yeah, absolutely. How do you think she feels at this point in time? How do you feel like she would talk to herself at this point in time? She doesn't really have a lot of friends, right? She just connected maybe with one or two in that aspect. I'm a burden. I am a burden. I am the problem. I am costing my family a lot of money, or a lot of expectations, or a lot of whatever. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. And does she think she's a burden to Ishida? Oh, yeah. The Toyoko kids are quite a social problem in Japan. People have made her feel like a burden in the past, and she just doesn't go away and suddenly nice. It might even feel fake. Yeah. Well, it might even feel like, do I deserve this? Do I deserve happiness? Which I'm sure a lot of you guys have asked yourself this, which is, do I truly deserve to be happy? Do I truly deserve happiness in any way, shape, or form? Especially when you're dealing with guilt or sensations like this, that self-talk can get fucking horrible, dude. Why am I even alive? Yeah. Anyway, sorry guys. It goes deep, and I think that's something that we've all noticed. Mm.
お土産置いとくね。
See, this is what I don't like about this character. This is what I don't like about this character. This is what I don't like about this character fucking immediately. What did she do that I fucking hate, bro? What did she do that I fucking hate, bro? She invades his personal space immediately. The boundaries invaded like that. Why? Because she wants to assert that control and that aspect of like, hey, remember this, and that. Like, she's immediately trying to crush through all personal boundaries because she wants that like that power over dynamic, you know? Become the hate, go off boss. But that's the aspect that I'm trying to get in here. She could have approached any other way, but yet she chose to go around them and jump on the bike, right? He's going, of course I'm going off again. Because there's no respect for the boundaries that are there, or even the social boundaries to go around, right? Don't you? Think about it. She wouldn't present this way at her work. She did not want to present this way at her work. She had the opportunity to come through and present in any way, shape, or form, but she did not. She chose not to. In fact, she chose to present afterwards, seeing him there and taking advantage of his personal space here in order to reaffirm what was happening when they were in grade school. Instead of reaffirming how she might actually be as an individual, she chooses to present the way she was in fucking grade school to assert that power over. Fucking warped, dude. Fucking and she would definitely say I changed if you brought up bullying. Oh yeah. This character actually made me rage quit the movie. The really, Seashell. Really, Ultimate? Oh. She really just said sorry about grade school. Sorry about the bullying. Sorry about fucking throwing you under the bus when an adult teacher, you know, used you as a fucking foot in the door technique to get everyone to literally hate on you. Sorry about the trauma, you know, it just is what it is. We were kids. You know, sorry about that. Wow. She like, I like the way that she just fucking downplays it instead of like, hey dude, I fucked up. I'm gonna be straight up with you. Like, I'm sorry, you know. Like, why don't we meet in middle school? That's not the tone of someone who's sorry, right? It was just a joke, bro. It's just a prank. Oh. Love him. Fucking love him. He asserted his boundaries, bro. Just being like, hey, get off the bike. I gave that to her. You want to get off the bike? Oh, boundary king, brother. Setting that up right there, like, based. Ishida, my man. Again, what did she do? Think about it. Because he said no, because he set up her boundaries, she booked it in front of her to invalidate, like literally return her back into that kid space. She literally does that again, bro. She literally fucking does that again, where she pushes through the boundaries of what was already established to go violate her boundaries in order to get a fucking reaction and try and assert herself there. Chat. Can we get a one giant fuck you? Everyone, just one giant fuck you, please. Everyone in the fucking chat, right here, right now. One giant fuck you, please. One giant fuck you. Just fuck you, bro. Because the terms of service. And all the chatters get banned. I would fucking die. But like, yeah, you don't do that, dude. That's not okay.
上野何やってんだよ。
投げて遊ぶの。昔みたいに。
See, and this is what I don't like. She's trying to take it back to old times. It's just like old times. It's just like old times, and we would bully her. Oh, come on, we're just having fun. And you're trying to apologize for what happened? Or you're trying to apologize for us bullying her? Or just the fact that, like, you threw me under the bus? What were you apologizing for? The actions that you took as a kid? Or just specifically trying to hurt me? Because that's kind of fucking bullshit, you know? Oh.
ごめん、西宮。
嘘。冗談でしょ、石田。ちょっと待って。あんたたちもしかして付き合ってんの？
Oh.
そんなわけないだろ。友達だよ。
友達？何それウケる。いじめてたやつと友達？なんで？無理無理。やば。
I don't recommend this enough. I don't fucking tell anyone to do this. I don't fucking recommend enough shit to do this, you know? But now that she's bending over, I believe in equality. Just fucking kick her, stone cold stunner. Fucking game, bro. just straight up stone cold stunner into oblivion. They get that 1, 2, 3 count. You gotta wait for the fucking referee to come through and fucking start counting, dude, after that stone cold stunner. Bro. But yes, but you get arrested for that. Fuck you guys. Kazuma's definition of gender equality from that. Oh, where's Shoko's mom when you need a good slapping? You need a Shoko's mom whistle, that way you blow it and she just appears out of nowhere. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, I would rather be lame. I would rather be lame and boring than be an asshole. I would rather be lame and boring than literally be a trauma-filled individual who wants to pretend to be back in elementary school and hasn't fucking grown. That's what I would rather be. I'd rather be a lame and boring ass person than someone who hasn't changed. Cause that's kind of weak sauce. You want to talk about this a little bit? You want to fucking talk about this a little bit? You're like, oh my god, look at you, you've changed, you're guilt-ridden. Yeah, at least I'm working through myself the way that any fucking normal human being should. Well, you're trying to go back to grade school and pretend like, oh yeah, we have to be bullies to be cool. Have you truly evolved? Have you truly grown? Are you not seeing that people fucking grow and should start to be empathetic and whatnot? Or is everything just you centering around yourself in that like the world revolves around you type of fucking mentality where you don't see that everyone has their issues and everyone's trying to progress and be okay in this world instead of trying to go back and try and be the main problem of everyone else? I feel like this anime thing with Maslow's hierarchy of things is her collapsing with Choco building up and not being comfortable with that. She's evolved into the Rat King. Oh.
何を話してたかって。
Oh.
なんでもないよ。じゃあ、そろそろ帰るわ。
Oh. No, give it back, I thought. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful way of establishing what the true friends are for him. Beautiful way of establishing like what true care is for him in that regard, right? Because it's like, for my friends, I'd step up and do anything, dude. I don't care what the fuck is there. Like, I'll take you on, bro. I'll take you on, right? Shoko think that she's a burden again. You're right. Well, let's talk about it, right? What was already happening beforehand, right? Like in terms of like the doctor letting them know sort of what happens. She probably thinks she's a burden. Friend comes through and like he maybe doesn't fully explain what's going on or just like sides it the way that he did. Oh, I'm a burden. That's why he won't tell me anything. So that cycle of belief might stack up again. I believe she's stuck to the past and she feels bad for selling him in elementary school, and the rest is cope. That's what I think. I think for her, I think she has evolved, Emma. If I'm going to be 100% honest with you, I feel as though she has evolved. She's just showing this version of herself to try and create a link to propinquity with him. She's trying, like because she works at a kitty shop, right? She works at a cat shop. So she definitely has evolved in some way, shape, or form. But she's presenting this version of herself because this is the version that he met. And so she thinks that by presenting this version of herself, she wouldn't, like, it's going to be, like, easier to connect with them. Otherwise, they have to start off with wherever they may have changed and evolved. She's cringing herself. This is why she didn't go forward and say hi to him when she was working. Oof. Oof. Anyway, before this continues, ladies and gentlemen, we are over 2 hours into this second part here, and we are 1 hour into the movie. Ladies, or another 30 minutes in case you've watched part one. Ladies and gentlemen, quick little pee-pee break time. Go to the restroom, do what needs to be done, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back. We'll be right back. And we're back! We're back! Hi, everyone. What's up? How are you guys doing? Are you guys holding up okay? What's up? Are you guys doing okay? So far, we are over 2 hours, 2 hours and 18 minutes roughly into this reaction recording. And we are an hour and 4 minutes into, well, in total 6 hours, like 6 hours and something, like 30 minutes, 6 hours and something total for 1 hour of the show. I don't want to miss out 2 hours of context. Well, okay, Foxy, what's up? Almost 7 hours. Yeah, I know. It's fucking wild, dude. How are you guys feeling? Do you guys think we're doing it justice so far? I think so. I think we're doing it more than enough justice. What do you guys think? I ask these questions just to make sure that we're on the right path. Do you guys still have energy to go on a little bit? This has been good. This is pretty fucking in-depth, I think. I think this is pretty fucking in-depth from my perspective. I don't know about you guys. I believe we're still at the intro. You believe we're still at the intro. Yeah, I love your rants and content. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyway, sadly, more than 30 minutes. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, bro. I am waiting for someone to come to my house. So whenever they get here, I might have to step out for another 5 little quick minutes. Just to go ahead and like bring in stuff because we're having a party at my place later on in the evening. So just giving you guys that heads up. Yeah. Anyway, let's get going, guys. Oh. Oh.
待ってその前
Oh.
どうしたの姉ちゃん今日ポニーテールじゃんなんで変な顔
Oh.
石田に見せて
Thanks, Foxy. Appreciate it. Not certain how many people will come feed them. Oh. Well, it's aside from confidence, it's also like, I don't know how to put it. You're trying to feel yourself, right? You're trying to build yourself up in some way, shape, or form. So, for example, I'll share this, right? So we're talking about confidence and talking about aspects and shit like that. what do you guys do usually when you start to feel good, when you start to feel a little bit more confident in yourselves in some way, shape, or form? Do you try to show it off? What do you do? So I'll share this. I've been going to the gym a lot more, usually for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, 4 or 5 days out of the week. I tend to be there, arms, legs, back, the entire thing, right? I'm trying to get in shape for my fight with Brady. So like, sisters being the wingman now. Oh, absolutely. The sister trying to go to be there. So sometimes, like before, where I'd be like a little bit more self-conscious of myself, now I don't really care. Now it's just like, hey, you know what? Like, this is sort of what's happening with me. I'm going through and trying to get back in for, future fights. Only ever feel like 1 through 5% myself better. It's a joke, Bonfire. It's a joke. Unless it's not. Ooh, right? Unless you guys are going to get a full-on stream. I stuck out. Oh, that's nice. Good for you, Diego. But like that's sort of why it's like it's important to go ahead and highlight it. And it's like, how do you feel confident in yourself? And what does that mean for you? Like when people talk you up, right? Or whenever someone says, "Hey, you look good today," what does that do to you? Like deep down in you, does that make you feel more confident or no? Anyway. Oh, look at her. Oh. Oh.
石田君、どこへ行くの？
どこ行くかって？パン屋。ゆずるに頼まれて恋の餌。
持ってある。ゆぎゅ食べたかっただけ。石田君、
西宮。
買いにかなってみに。
手話。
Oh.
またおえ。
Oh, and she's trying to be normal. Oh, that hurts. It's she's trying, bro. She's trying. I know, brother. Oh, and she's trying, brother. As a person who has I always covered my ears, and whenever I had to upgrade, always tried to make sure it matched my skin. But now I don't care. I have colors or something that shows my hearing aids. I finally came to the acceptance of this is who I am. And I just have to wear hearing aids, and it doesn't define me as a person. It's just an extension of you. Absolutely. Absolutely, Foxy. Yo, guys, drop some Doritos for Foxy, dude. And I'm glad that you've come to that you feel confident in yourself, and that it's just an extension of you, and that like you as a person come first, right? Like your personality, who you are, and whatnot. And sometimes like, oh, dude, thanks for sharing that. That's amazing. That's amazing. But also, I feel that though. I feel that because it's always an interesting scenario to like be in it, right? Where it's like you're trying like on both sides, communication, right? How do we communicate with one another if there's a barrier there that like stops us from fully communicating, or not fully communicating, but fully understanding one another? She's trying, bro. She's trying so hard. I would just appreciate that. I don't even know what else to say.
ごめん。全然大丈夫。俺行かなきゃ。パン。じゃあまた。
Bro, I would have been like, you look good. Hey, I love seeing that ponytail. You look amazing. I see you're trying new things. That's awesome. Like genuinely something like you see something different. Applaud it. Be open to talking about it because that's awesome to see like that little bit of self-confidence. However, this is where it gets scary. This is where it gets really, really scary. And this is sort of what I'm talking about. And you guys will see what I'm talking. What happens when we try something new? What happens when we're trying something new or we're trying to establish something new? Usually we need a lot of support, encouragement, love. Stuff in here. Hold on. Give me one quick minute, guys. I'll be right back. Anyway, The reason why we're getting at this is, what does it mean when a situation like this happens, where you're trying something new, you're trying to establish yourself, and something goes wrong, a traumatic moment or a big confrontation happens. What happens? You're trying something new. You're trying to go ahead and define yourself and be something, and all of a sudden, boom, that comes crashing down. And that fear and anxiety of trying something new might be scary. And those thoughts and feelings of isolation, of I am not worthy, of whatever, start to cement themselves. And that can be absolutely fucking terrifying, you know? Hey, since I've missed a few hours, what's up, Satan? Welcome on in. Yeah, it comes crashing down because all of a sudden you can't be there. You can't be at this place where you were like confident and trying something new, to all of a sudden coming down to like, oh yeah, like people are calling you worthless or confronting you in some way, shape, or form. It can be a lot. Hold on. There we go.
俺行かなきゃ。パン。じゃあまた。西宮。
Hold on. Oh.
くれるの？ありがとう。見ていい？
Oh. What do they mean? No, no.
何？これ？
Bro, saying I like you to someone is so hard. So hard. And especially coming from them in this regard. My heart hurts. She's saying it with... Oh. Yeah, she said Suki. Yeah. Oh.
綺麗だね。
I'm cringe dying on that one. Poor boy. I love you too. That internal fucking not like this. That miscommunication for the win. Oh, dude, that's oh. She got brave. Think about what she was doing, bro. Think about what she was doing. She had like her hair up. She was there to try and like, you know, got him a gift. She confessed. Oh. Yo.
ねえ長塚君、これって月に見える？
見えないな。
飴じゃないみたいなんだよな。さっき西宮がくれたんだけど、マジで何なんだろう。
なんかあったのか。
Oh.
マジで。
Oh, this is so adorable, but also the kicking your legs, the whole aspect of like trying to be there. Okay, I have a question for you guys. For those of you guys that were in relationship in high school or whatnot, How many of you were like surprisingly like in a situation like that? Girls are frustrated, or like yeah, where like people came through and were like, hey, like you're my boyfriend now, you're my girlfriend now, you're my friend now. It doesn't even have to be a relationship like that. It's just like like trying to establish something immediately off of that. How many of you were confused? I'll be honest, back then, whenever I tried to talk with people and just hang out with people like a normal person, like a friend would, some people tried to take that like, oh yeah, we're dating now. And it's like, I didn't know that. Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. No. I've never been into a prospect of a partner. Oh, sure. All my relationships were smooth, surprisingly. Huh? 99% of my time, my childhood such school was being confused for a noto. Yeah. But it didn't get through to him, so it's going to be frustrating. Yeah. Someone needs to call him out on this.
髪型変えたんだ。
なんで変えたの？何かあったの？すごく似合ってる。ちょっとやめてよみんな。
Oh.
時間がなかっただけだよ。
へえ、でもそれいい感じだよ。河合さん、髪型なんで変えたの？
なんで？
No, bro. There's some exes that deserve to stay on. There are some exes that deserve to like stay on the face. There are some people, I hate to put it this way, and I'm just gonna be straight up with you guys. You can always, forgive and grow and learn and whatnot, but there are some people who definitely do not deserve your energy or your attention, Like Ueno, for example. Actually, true, she didn't have that X on her face, huh?
特別な理由なんてないんだけどね。女の子ってそういうもんなんだよ。
そうか。何？
この間、足場くんがね、石田くんと友達になりたいって言ってたよ。
I don't know about that. My dude looks like a straight up villain. My dude looks like...
女の子ってそういうもんなんだよ。
そうか。何？
この間、足場くんがね、石田くんと友達になりたいって言ってたよ。
Right? Way too fast. My dude looks like he's about to monologue to you about why he has 87 wives and why you should be a part of his harem and how you didn't stop him. And, in order to kill him, his legacy is always going to live on. And like, my dude looks like he's about to just bust open into a different monologue and not give a fuck, dude. From generic boy B to, yeah, he just has that face, bro. That face of like, oh, like I'm blood, but he's a redhead. Don't matter.
なぜあなたがここにいるのです？
はじめまして、私サハラです。
どうも、マシバです。
おい、やめろ！人の頭の上だぞ。
Mashiro, thanks so much for Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all my friends in Europe and Germany and everywhere, guys.
みおちゃん、久しぶりだね。
なあ、今日西宮は？
久しぶりだね。
石田くんと友達になりたいって言ってたよ。
Here's why I don't like this. Here's why I don't like this. Framing wise, this is imbalanced. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Framing wise, these guys aren't meeting in the middle the way that most people would frame something to show that there's like an equal, or that there's like an equal opportunity for this to advance positively. It's more heavily stacked towards the left side of the screen here, right? In fact, you can go ahead and say that like these guys are crowded in on the side and they're trying to go ahead and establish not the perfect center, which is interesting in of itself, right? How much space they're trying to go ahead and control through this. Also, look at this, look at the nature of this, right? And it's worth noting because whenever we're socially with people, we tend to mimic body language, even just a little bit.
はじめまして。
Even through the middle of the bridge here, they're not being met the same. So why am I trying to highlight this?
私サハラです。
どうも。
He gets ignored. Yo, welcome on in. Happy New Year, Lester. The bottom, like, you know, his friend gets ignored altogether and goes to her, and they meet right in the middle, subverting that power dynamic again. It's an attack already. This is an attack already, ladies and gentlemen. When someone does this and they're not taking you seriously, let's go ahead and highlight this. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So if there's a bridge or something like that. Communication-wise, usually everyone mimics one another, right? Usually individuals mimic one another. And instead of like this communication to be happening across like this, it's happening over. And in fact, he's getting disregarded, which means that she's going to get disregarded next, which means that them being over here on this side are completely seen as off. Instead of being used as a form to try and genuinely communicate and plan something nice, it's like they're not breaking bread, right? And they're talking over, not with. And that's not cool. That's a little rough. It could have just been like, a, hey, cool, thanks, and moves to the side and hey, whatever, right? But they don't do that.
みおちゃん、久しぶりだね。
なあ、今日西宮は
お腹痛いって帰った。
俺、避けられてんのかな。
なんで？
この間、西宮が一生懸命言ってることをうまく聞き取れなくてさ。
姉ちゃんなんて言ったんだ？
好き。
Could you imagine being on the hearing side of that though? And they're like, oh yeah, I couldn't understand such complicated words like the moon.
そりゃムカついただろうな。まあ、避けられてるかどうか気になるなら遊びにでも誘ってみれば。
嫌なら断るだろうし。
そっか。
Wanna come with? Oh, those feetsies be moving. Those feetsies be moving, brothers. I love how even just like they paid attention to the body language in this whole movie, right? Where you can feel the emotion of someone based on like even how their feet move. That's how you know this is a powerful movie. And that's how you know they paid attention to everything that's like, you know, to everything they wanted to incorporate in it. Beautiful stuff. It's so embarrassing yet so damn funny. I mean, body language is super important. Yeah.
みんな、まずあれに並ぶよ。はぐれないようについてきてね。
なんであの女子仕切ってんの？さあ。
石田。あいつ何？
Oh no. Oh no. Why? Oh.
なんで？
翔子の知り合いだっけ？
Fuck her, dude. Oh my god. Like, why would you even come to this knowing full well who's gonna... Oh, why would you... Ooh. Ooh. And I can fix your crates. I don't know. I don't even... Is she worthy of fixing crates for yourself? Is she worthy of fixing... Where's that... Crates is gonna take one for the team, guys.
ここいい？
どうぞ。
Aww.
怖いかな。では準備はよろしいですか？イエーイ。それではスタートです。
相良さん、上野と大丈夫だったっけ？
ああ、うん。同じ学校で同じデザイン科なんだよ。なおちゃんのセンス、 勉強になるんだ。小学生の頃はさ、怖くて乗れなかったんだ。弱虫だったからね。でも少し見方変えてみた。怖いかどうかは乗ってから決めることにしたの。
Beautiful, beautiful way of changing your perspective and stuff in it.
やっぱまだ怖いけどね。来るよ。
But in comes in my next question, though, and this is where people can go ahead and say it, right? Which is, are you working through your trauma by trying to be around her? Like, if people wanted to pinpoint attacks around the situation, oh, well, Happy New Year from Central Europe. Happy New Year, guys. Like, if people wanted to, like, pinpoint ways to attack, right? How would you attack? If you are on the opposing side, on the opposite side, how do you attack this group environment that's trying to facilitate itself based off of strings and lies and whatnot? And any, not even strings, but like people actually trying to connect in some way, shape, or form. You would simply just go off of the immediacy that you can pinpoint, right? Which is, I'm angry, so I'm going to lash out at everyone. This is where you as an individual need to be secure in what you're doing, and why you have these friends. Why do you have the friends that you have? Do you have them because you truly care about them and you want to get to know them as an individual? Or do you have them for another reason, right? This is a new year. Are you happy, chat? For me, it's still 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
大丈夫。すごいな。手話できるんだ。
手話頑張ったんだね、石田くん。
Oh my God, you must have worked so hard to pick it up when we were in grade school. I haven't even said sorry about that, you know, but wow, you must have, we're going to try and push that under the rug, you know, just for right now. We're going to try and push that under the rug for right now. We're just going to focus on this other thing because this guy is kind of cute and I've got to try and impress him in some way, shape, or form and try and be there for him. I hate those kinds of people, but there's a lot of people like that where it's just like, because we're hanging out, I can now push a lot of what has happened in the past under the rug and we'll talk about it at a different point, right?
Oi! この手は君のか? 俺の野草に失礼なやつだな。普通に仲良くしたいんだけど。ダメだ。甘ったれるな。
もう長塚くん蹴る。
野草に近づくには俺の許可がいるから。長塚くんはそれ本物？やめろ。触るな。あれ？
Am I allowed to have fun? Is this what having fun is? Is this what having friends is? Do I deserve this? Oh, and that's the lines of questions that start flowing through. And that's, this is where it hurts, dude. It fundamentally hurts because it's like going into deeper aspects. Interesting enough, the only one that's actually genuinely apologized to Sahara, which is, it's interesting to observe, right? Like, the other ones all seem to be going on their own way. And this might be a big reason why for Sahara, like, she might have to step out, right, at some point, or might have to move on if no one else is taking the appropriate steps to improve. But Sahara never really did, like, anything bad, you know? And Ishida, but I get your point. She also learned sign language, yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir.
でもこれってなんかあれっぽい。ほら、なんていうか。
Oh no, put that X back on. Put that X back on. I don't care what you do, you gotta put that X back on. Leave it on, sir. Leave it on. Don't take that X back off, sir, please. For everyone else, you can take it off, but for her, just leave it on. In fact, paint it red. Paint it. No.
石田、私たこ焼き食べたい。一緒に買いに行こう。
おい、ちょっと。
たこ焼きお待たせしました。
どうも。
上野さ、こういう
Oh no. Oh, this is why. This is why. This is why. Ooh, boundary. You want to talk about anxiety? That's how you strike anxiety again, dude. This is how you strike anxiety again, is by literally forcing people to do a move that they're not comfortable with. Again, violating boundaries, violating, okay. Imagine if it's an ex, right, that you had a traumatic experience with, and I'm like, hey, Seashell, guess what? I'm going to go make you meet this person that, like, you've had a traumatic experience with, just to see if you guys can piece it over without you ever knowing. I'm just going to push you in that direction. She's not only trying to force the dynamic, she's trying to reestablish the power dynamics. And that's what fucking sucks, dude. Is she's trying to establish the power dynamics that have long since gone away. Not cool, dude. Not cool. Yeah. Yeah. What do you expect? Of course someone's gonna fucking feel anxious or disassociate or have a mini panic attack. Like, you're forcing someone into an uncomfortable situation that they weren't prepared for mentally. They weren't prepared for this mentally, and you're pushing them thinking that they are at the level that you are. That's not cool, dude. And she's already done this. She's violated people's boundaries over and over and over and over again. Is like flipping the situation, though. Let's flip the situation. In her perspective, though, why do you think she's doing this? And this is a way of empathizing and learning that, like, everyone has different goals and motives throughout everything. For her, she might just try and bring back her group of friends where she felt most comfortable with. And this might be one of the reasons why she's trying to connect with all of these old friends, because having that dynamic is the time that she might have felt the best at, right? She might have felt like, hey, if I bring everyone together, I can fix everything and I can be myself again, be comfortable being what I need. Like, yeah, let's take everything back to the way it used to be. So she might be thinking, oh yeah, I'm doing this to help fix everything. But in reality, she's hurting everything. The thing about Lena is she thinks she knows what the other people need. So she's only showing that she cares, but she isn't actually putting herself in other shoes. Right, Seashell. But that's the thing, is a lot of people think that way. A lot of people think that they know what's best for another person when they don't. And that's ultimately what affects everyone. And it kind of sucks, you know. It really sucks if we're being honest about it. Those exes came back.
怒ってる？
怒ってない。怒ってはない。
私、二人がまた昔みたいに仲良くなれたらって思っただけ。会えば。
Hi everyone. Oh, Fernand. Guys, drop some Doritos for Fernand. Welcome on in, first time chatter. Appreciate you popping on by.
みたいな。
勝手なことすんなよ。
Yeah. However, in your situation, people ask to be connected. In your situation, people are asking to connect. Hey, I want to meet this person. Hey, your friend connected with you, as opposed to you trying to force interactions. And I think that's a big aspect through it. I think Ueno is fixable. I think a big portion of that is actually, like, you know, seeking a therapist or seeking being able to go ahead and, like, talk about these issues and why you need to play the fixer. Why does she need to fix things when things can be left the way they are, and that's okay? No, don't do that.
似てるよ。
似てない。
ねえ、西宮さんがいなければみんなハッピーだったよね。
I also think Ueno, like, Shoya the most during the grade school. Think, oh yeah, I like to show you. Probably it's reaching that it will return to the old ways during her peak inflation. Oh, absolutely, Astromorphy. Good point. You have to remember there was that little bit of a crush there, that, like, looking at him, observing him, all of these things. And if she can bring back that peak, maybe they can be together. Maybe, and here comes I guess the question I'll ask you guys, and you guys observing. Does she truly care about him or love him? Or does she love the version of him that she remembers? Is that what she's fighting for? Is that what she's trying to do, is get the version of him that she remembers? I.e. the parataxic distortion version that she set up in her head, that like, oh yeah, this is the person that I remember. This is the kid, the like, you know, whatever. Yeah, parataxic distortion of him is essentially putting someone on a pedestal because they were silly, they were goofy, they were the leader, they were so on and so forth. And it's like, oh, that's who you used to be, remember? I love that version of you, and I got to get you back to being that. And that's, oof. She resents who she views, turned him into. She's living in an illusion. She thinks the oldest she does somewhere in there. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like you can empathize with both, but as a person, I would not want to hang out with Ueno. Just as a person, just, you know.
だってそうでしょ。あの人がいなかったら、私とサハラが気まずくなることもなかったし。
Think about what she's saying. If she wasn't around, things wouldn't have gotten awkward between Sakura and me. Think about what she's saying. She's literally saying it like she's pointing the blame elsewhere. Instead of taking in part of the issue of like, hey, you know what, things turned awkward because I overstepped the boundary, whatnot. No, it's not me that's the issue. It's everyone else that's the issue. She's the issue because she got in between and turned things awkward. Yeah, Shoko's a scapegoat. See, and she's the reason why you guys fell out. Really? It wasn't the fact that you guys stood up and bullied him, or the reason that you guys actually, I don't know, started going ahead and threw him under the bus, or didn't care about him for a period of time, or didn't try to reach out in middle school, or even blamed him in middle school, and, you know, didn't try and mend the bridge at any point in time.
島田と俺が勝手にそうしただけだ。
石田、
Oof.
私のこと嫌い？
Oof.
多分。
あ、私観覧車乗りたいかも。
は？
No.
おい。
And that's exactly why I'm like, it's not okay. She didn't get the response she wanted from him. So what does she do? She gets frustrated. She gets anxious. She gets up and proceeds with her next plan. Like she's just willing to go ahead and do it.
石宮さん、私と観覧車乗ろう。
おい、上野。
お姉ちゃん、これ持ってってよ。俺もう一回ジェットコースター乗るからさ。
Oh. Guys, I'm starting to get fucking pissed. I ain't gonna lie, brother. She just had this conversation with you about how she's the problem. And you said that you'd like dislike her, and you're dislike her for trying to go ahead and why is she being mean again? To get attention, to let out her frustration? Ooh.
ゆずるちゃんいらっしゃい。翔也なら上にいるわよ。
Oh.
映像を入手した。
観覧車の映像？そう。え？どういうこと？
We do gotta give her props, though. We do gotta give her fucking insane amount of props for getting her to take this fucking sneaky camera footage, right?
盗撮。
え？
あのね、私、あんたのことが嫌い。それはやめよう。あんたがわかるようにゆっくり。
Think about what you just did right there. I don't want you to be able to communicate back with me. I'm going to talk slowly so you can understand. I don't want you to be able to write things down and have a response against me. No, I'm going to talk slowly so you can understand. Like she is positioning herself in a power over immediately. Oh.
小学校の時さ、私はあなたへの理解が足りてなかった。でも、あなたも私のことを理解。
But you never tried to understand me either. I'm gonna start turning red. I'm gonna start turning red, bro. No. You see, in elementary school, you know, even though everyone was bullying you, you didn't try to understand me, okay? Like, I know we were all bullying you, but you didn't try to understand me. Think about how I felt when I bullied you. What the fuck, dude? She was trying to make friends. Oh my god. It wasn't because of that. It was because of you guys. You guys threw him under the bus. You guys painted him out to be the villain. His own mistakes cost him his friends as well. We can't take that away from him as well. Like, oh, where's the freight train ultimate movie villain for me? Wow. And she's still apologizing. No. Yeah, that's gonna cement it for her. That's gonna cement it for her. I'm fucking tearing up, dude. I'm fucking crying over here. That's gonna, yep. You now just fucking, everything was stacking up and now you've just fucking blown it over, dude. Oh. This is why I say be kind with one another. You never know what someone's going through and whatnot, and just listen and try and be empathetic with one another, because all it takes is one bad day for everyone's, like, a person's world to come crumbling down. So, like, just try to be nice, try to be empathetic and care about one another, because wow, yeah, oof. So I'll let you guys know this here. In the U.S., if anything like this happens, they're more than likely, it would be abuse against an individual with disability. They would end up going to jail. Aside from just assault, it's, you know, they are a protected class. Anyone with any form of a disability is a protected class. So please don't do anything like this. Be empathetic. Be empathetic. She's being nice. She's saying that she hates her with such a pleasant tone. See, we have proof in 4K. I don't know if that's the case in Japan, but here it's... Wow. What a heavy thing to process as well. Right? And that would scare me. And that would scare me. It would scare me that things have led up to be where they are right now. And that she's saying that she hates herself. And even taking everything into consideration, I would be like, hey, let's connect deep. Because for me, my fear and my red flags are rising tremendously. They're rising tremendously, where she's now saying she hates herself. And, you know, she's going to have all these thought processes that everything, that she is the problem. And it's cementing herself that she is the problem. You think they should do something with that video, like giving it to the police? Yeah, 100%. 100%. If it was here in the States, that would be more than enough to get them in trouble, to get anybody in trouble, because it's abuse. Even now, like any form of like, threats or whatnot online can be classified as cyber abuse as well. That's, looking at that, I'm like, that's wild, absolutely wild to process, to see, to fully conceptualize, and being there for her. I'm just gonna be straight up for Nishimiya. And if you have anybody like that that's going through a rough time, be there for your friends, care about your friends, show them that love and care and compassion, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what it's about. It's about being there for when they need you and truly identifying some of the red flags. When people start saying that they hate themselves, or that sudden changes in their routine, suddenly stopping work, stopping school, stopping everything altogether, dude, raise the alarms, raise the red flags. And if it's a false flag, it's a false flag, but at least you know that you kept your friends safe and that you care about them. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, holy shit. Talk about deep, dude. And we're barely halfway through. We're barely halfway through the movie, and we've talked about so many different themes and concepts. And I think we're at like 7 or 8 hours worth of analysis so far. But like, incredible to go ahead and conceptualize, and especially think about like Nishimiya's sister, right? And how she's opening up to them. They're having these conversations, and they're going in depth about all of this, and that layer of trust is being built, where like they're starting to incorporate into one another. It's beautiful to see, but at the same time, I'm like, this is where your friendships are going to be tested. And this is where you yourself have to start drawing in those boundaries as to what your friendship with Nishimiya means and why you care about her, and maybe even take her to therapy or take them to therapy so that they can start loving themselves. It's a messy situation to be in. It is a really, really messy situation to be in, guys. Holy crap. When your guys' first time watching this, what was this like for you? And I genuinely mean this, like, what was this interaction like for you in your first time when you were like watching everything? Like, did you guys have a good time? Were you guys like, oh yeah, I know what's coming? Did it break you down? Because like, there's been moments here where I've teared up, and like, as I said, like it's there, man. It's there. Big sad. I cried. Yeah, dude. And seeing how stuff like this still happens, and I know it's a movie, right? But like the amount of hate and the amount of vitriol and disgust and stuff that's out there, it's still out there. And I'll share this. I love sharing personal stories, and I love talking about it. But I've been in events, I've been in situations where people have done wrong to individuals with disabilities, and have come into therapy not fully conceptualizing what they've done wrong. What they've done wrong in any way, shape, or form. And it's like up to, the therapist, the psychologist, us there, to try and go ahead and help them conceptualize what that is and how that still happens today and why it's not okay, It's very real. Yeah, Foxy. And I think this is why it's important for us to take our time and analyze it and talk about it and just go over everything, try and have this deep conversation about it. It was really shocking how relatable the movie is. Right. Would you say that Ueno has cognitive dissonance? I'd say that she has a lot of cognitive distortions, and I see that she's probably using a lot of different defense mechanisms. Like, hold on, let me bring this up. If we were to look at this, what is she doing? These are the defense mechanisms in general, right? But what is she doing? Ueno definitely needs therapy. I think a majority of it needs therapy, right? What is she doing? She's displacing, satisfying an impulse with a substitute object. Someone who is frustrated by his or her boss at work may go home and kick her dog. Is she projecting? You might hate someone, but your super ego tells you that your hatred is unacceptable, so you solve the problem by believing that they hate you. Is she regressing? A child may begin to suck their thumb again or wet the bed when they need to spend some time in the hospital. Is she sublimating? Sport is an example of putting her emotions into something she's not sublimating. Where is she at? What is she doing? Oh, that's regression. Displacing. She's displacing. Oh, yeah. She's not able to talk about her emotions properly. Like, hey, you know what? I like you, dude, but I like the old you, not the you that you've become. I feel like at least having that conversation, Mix of repression and denial. repressing is an unconscious mechanism employed by the ego to keep threatening thoughts from becoming conscious. Yeah, displacing her emotions. And that's why it's so interesting to bring this up and have these conversations. Because Ueno's a person at the end of the day, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people like that. Fortunately, there's a lot of people out there. And yeah, she does displace it. She knows that what she's doing is wrong. And she's projecting that aspect onto, I hate you. And it's like, no, like you hate me. I don't think she hates you. I think you're projecting that onto her. Appreciate y'all coming through. Hey, this is part 3 of A Silent Voice, otherwise known as the ultimate psychological analysis of a silent voice. It's already over 7 hours, 8 hours, kind of, if we're like here on Twitch at least. A Silent Voice, fucking interesting. It touches on so many different concepts that, like, they're blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind that this show actually is so rich in concepts, in abilities to talk about, like, the differences of, like, what is bullying, what is harassment, what are, like, the people here in the attachment that are going through this, right? But I do want to touch on this, and I do want to go ahead and highlight this, which is for your friends. And let's talk about this as it's coming through, right? If your friends were to overstep their boundaries with another friend, how would you approach this? And this is a very serious question that we're getting into it. We're going to watch this, rewind it just a couple minutes, rewatch that piece, and see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, with that being said, let's jump straight into it, shall we? Yeah. Also, hold up, chat. Hold up. This might be a my bad. This might be a my bad. Hold up. No. It looks like we're good. I hope you guys can hear it. Who says this? Who the fuck says this though? Like, who would legitimately just go up to someone and be like, this is all your fault. The reason why this person doesn't have any friends anymore is because of you. Why don't we shake hands as people that genuinely fucking hate each other? Yeah, cause fuck you. I don't know about you guys, dude, but I'm raising up the volume. Don't worry. Okay, let me throw this out there to you guys. A very serious question, even for you guys on Twitch or on YouTube. How many of you guys would have put up with a friend like this? How many of you guys would accept a friend like this? How many of you guys would be like, hey, you know what? This is totally A-okay. My friend did it. Or would you cut off connection immediately? For you personally, would this be an end game for you? Friend of friends, maybe. No, this is a homie. This might be like an actual homie, a ride or die, or something like that, right? Or at least that you thought was a ride or die. I'll be honest. Sometimes I feel like we're afraid of cutting off attachments or connections, because we're afraid of being alone for a bit, or maybe losing both sides. In a situation like this, I'm gonna be honest. I'd be like, nah, dude, you don't do that. You don't do that. I wouldn't have been friends with them in the first place. True. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be straight up. If you do see someone picking on someone with a disability, please do call someone. Be an alert. Be the alert. Be the advocate. Be open to talking about it. Abuse is abuse no matter what. No one should ever lay their hands on you no matter what. And in a situation like this, it has to be something that is addressed and that is talked about, and it's normalized as to why we need to go ahead and be an advocate for others. I'll share this, and then I think this is a story to share for this. Working with different populations, I've come to work with individuals with some developmental delays and some individuals that may have been, I don't know how to put it, like some difficulties just communicating socially as well. There we go. Through that, being one of the first, like, didn't get to see this person every day. It was like every other week or whatnot. But all of a sudden, starting to see bruises, red flag. Starting to see them retreat socially from others, red flag. Starting to hear them say, I hate myself. Hey, life is not fair. I shouldn't be here compared to you guys. And like all these weird comparisons, red flag. Talking with them, seeing the fact, like, instantly going into, hey, what's going on? And understanding that, hey, you know what? There are some really mean kids at school that will bully you, that might push you down because you have, a bit of a disability, a bit of a developmental delay, or in that case. The amount of conversations that I brought up, because I rose the alarm. We talked about it, talked to the principal, brought in all the teachers, everyone that was involved, and understanding, like, especially going up to some of the teachers that were like, we didn't know it was happening. It's like, how the fuck could you not know it was happening? They have a bruise on their face and you see them every day. How can you tell, like, come over to me and try and justify this and be like, oh yeah, I didn't know it was happening. This person's in your classroom every day, sits front row, and you're seeing them. How can you not understand or bring up questions surrounding that? And that's an element to go ahead and bring up. And this is how you start going ahead and addressing the issues. Someone needs to be an advocate for anyone, adult, child, elderly, whoever's out there. You can always be an advocate, right?
西宮には西宮のこと好きになってもらいたいよ。
Right. How many minutes are left of the movie? Like less than an hour so far?
上野さんだっけ？ああ、上野。あの人、西宮さんと何かあったの？え？なんで？小学生の頃いろいろあったって河合さんが。
Let's touch on that. You guys can probably see this. Our MC, our main character here. Let's touch on this just a little bit. Incident happened right now. What do you think he feels? He's not addressing it head on. He hasn't been open to, like, he's like, wow, I really want her to come and love herself, right? Which is a big thing. But why do you think that is? And I mean this legitimately. The guilt. The guilt. Guilt is a strong factor as to, because most people would have been like, oh yeah, I would have gone and, said something to Ueno. I would have been like, fuck you. I would, 101,000 different things that, like, we could have gone and done and said. But him in the past, you have to rationalize, he used to bully her, right? In the past. He's trying to work his way through redemption, through forgiveness, through literal actual change. He sees this happening. Is he better than Ueno? Is this a way for him to start criticizing or self-criticizing himself? Maybe even subconsciously, where he's like, I really want her to start loving herself, but I can't go there and be reprimanding when this is something that I've done in the past. Would I be a hypocrite if I do that? I'll be honest, regardless, he should have probably, have stepped up and said something. But listening to this, it's huge. Here's where I'm afraid, and this is where it's going. That's not the issue. The issue is those that Ueno did it, regardless. But you have to remember, guilt still takes some play, no matter what. It simmers sometimes. You won't just come to an answer immediately. Sometimes when you feel guilty, it simmers. It can take months. It can take weeks. It can take years for some people for the truth to finally come out, or for them to be able to go ahead and talk about some instances. So let's go ahead and highlight this, and I'll share with you guys why I'm afraid of something, or why this should have been cause for alarm. For Shoko, right? What's going on here? A little too close to the board, but that's okay. What has this just done, ladies and gentlemen? For her, what has this experience just done? Let's take into consideration, right? She has been bullied. From the looks of it, has had limited friends. There is self-doubt, right? Or self-esteem issues, like I'm not good enough, self-esteem issues. Literally getting bullied again. What else would you say? Self-hatred, yeah, self-hatred. What else, guys? Let's pull it up. She's been bullied. She has limited friends. She has self-esteem issues. She's being bullied again. There's self-hatred. It's not hypocrisy to intervene. It's an occasion to do better. It would be, but you also have to remember, for a lot of individuals, like, we take it upon ourselves. We feel as though it's an attack on us whenever something happens. So there's concepts of shame. And speaking of that, there is concepts of shame. Cognitive distortions, which is interesting that you bring that up, though, John. I will say that's pretty amazing. Cognitive D. What else? Seeing all of this. Oh, and we also seeing all of this. Does that bring up anything for you guys? I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, it does. We're watching a silent voice, Tim. How you doing? For me, it brings up like a red flag, red fucking flag. Why? Let's talk about it. Why? Chat, why does this bring up a red flag? Come on, you little wizards in training. Let's look at it. Self-esteem is an issue that we have listed on here. Friendship issue that we see in here. Security of body or health or morality, the family, whatnot. Is there issues happening in the family? Is there currently any issues happening in the family or issues around the family? Super cold over where you are because it feels it is freezing, Sagas. The triangle is unstable. Her hierarchy of needs is unstable. You know, if we're talking about physiological responses, does she have any issues at the very base amount of the pyramid? You can say, you know what, like she might have some difficulties, you know, with friendship, with respect. So we already know the top 3 layers are cracked. Why is there a description of me on that chalkboard? On the whiteboard? Bluro, if you identify with any or most of these things, I hope you're doing well, first off, and I hope you know that this is a community for you. But also, dude, seek out help wherever you can. Like, this is for everyone out there. Like, I love you guys. We're not a substitute for, like, you know, therapy or anything like that. This is just for identifying some of the symptoms. And that's a big aspect of that. Bluro, I thanks so much for being vulnerable and sharing that. I love you, man. This is a community full of support, but also, if you can, and if there's help available, please do seek that out. And this goes out to anyone out there that is picking up a majority of these. Her hierarchy of needs is unstable. That would, as a psychologist, as a therapist, as an individual in mental health, would trigger me to automatically be like, let's do a risk assessment. This is something that's screaming out danger zone, and I feel it's getting ignored.
西宮さんってさ、本当に耳聞こえないんだね。あ、もしかしてそれが原因でいじめられてたとか。許せないんだよな、僕。そういうの。 ね、石田君。
え、どういうこと？私が昔のこと言いふらしてるって言ってるの？
ちょっと声が大きいよ。
結局石
Fuck you. Guys, let's get one giant fuck you. Who the fuck else would say anything? Even if you didn't, you could just be like, nah, that wasn't me. Why don't we figure out who it was? Instead, oh, what? You think it's me? Oh, wow, you really haven't changed. Let me go ahead and blow this up out of proportion in class in order for me to go ahead and have this power over you, you know, in this environment. Instead of just, I don't know, just completely being like, nah, that wasn't me, dude. I don't know what's going on, but whatever. Fuck you, dude. Okay. Mods, can you do a poll real quick? Actual question. Who would you prefer? Ueno, who might tell you shit straight up, be very upfront with you in a kind of bully way, or her, this girl, who might like blow some things out of proportion and be like, what? I didn't say this. Who would you prefer, ladies and gentlemen? Who would you rather be friends with if you had to choose one? Who is better? There you go, mods. Ueno or this one? You have to choose one, ladies and gentlemen.
石田君は何も変わってない。小学校の頃からひどいことばっかり。
どうしたヤショ？
河合さん落ち着いて。
何の話？
真柴君、石田君はね、昔ある女の子。
Wow.
何言ってんの？
Wow, fuck you, dude. That's fucking bullshit. You literally waited into the moment where you felt trapped. Because this is what she did, right? She feels trapped. Otherwise, she wouldn't have released everything. She literally waited into the moment where she feels cornered with the question and literally unloads her hidden weapon, right? Her fucking trump card here. Ooh. Ooh, and she's playing the victim, right? And playing the victim, and it's like, oh yeah, well, you're the one that bullied someone. And it's like, I don't know about you guys, but it's shit like this that really gets me going. It really fucking, it takes me off a little bit. I don't know about you guys, but...
そんなことあるわけ。
本当のことだもん。
河合さんだって悪口を。
私は西宮さんのって言ってない。
西宮さん。
そう。石田君は西宮さんをいじめてたの。私はね。
Wow! 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 Years have passed and you're still the same shitty person you were as a kid. Congratulations, bro. Oh my god, wow. At least fucking Ishida-kun over here is fucking trying to go ahead and change and has started the process of change. You're still the same shitty person you were as a kid. I'm not gonna fucking pull up a graph for this. Just look at what she's doing. Playing the pity card, trying to build up propinquity by touching and getting people on her side like this. Wow. In front of the class, no less. In front of the class, no less. No. Absolutely not. If someone out there's like, well, she couldn't have done this any other place. It takes me 1 second. 1 second. If someone comes up to me and is like, hey, what the fuck? Like, what is going on by this? Hey, you know what? Why don't we step outside real quick? Let's have a conversation about this because there's a reason. Or, hey, you know what? Let's just take a quick second. Walk with me. We'll talk. So that way it's like a conversation that's between me and you. But instead, she just fucking blew up right there and then. Probably anxiety. Probably because she felt cornered. Blows it up and all of a sudden she's trying to gain everyone's sympathy. So that way she can play this victim card and he's in the wrong. Even if he's in the right. That's fucked up, dude. Oof. Oof, talk about triggering here.
大丈夫。ごめん。なんかすごく。ヤショ。ヤショ。
I'm going to be honest with you guys. Anxiety can present itself in this way. Stress, anxiety, whatnot can literally manifest itself in physical symptoms. And oftentimes it gets overlooked. A lot of people be like, oh yeah, no, I feel sick today. I feel sick every single day I have to go to work. Or I feel sick every single day this person comes around me or whatnot. It's probably because your body gets anxious whenever this person comes around you. Why? I don't know. That's up to you to find out. But anxiety and especially with confrontation can present itself this way. Like, for example, how many of you have to go pee or feel like throwing up or feel so incredibly anxious whenever you have to do a presentation? How many of you guys? I'll be honest, probably a majority of you guys feel some sort of anxiety before a presentation. If you guys have done theater, how many of you guys feel like, oh shit, like there's an oh shit moment right before you step out? Oh, that last minute pee is where all my anxiety. Yeah. So now imagine that, but whenever a person is around or whenever a situation is brought up and it just gets amplified every single time. Plus, he started to be bullied after being thrown under the bus and made to be Nishimiya's only bully, so it triggered him. Yeah, absolutely. What's interesting is this showcases what is his pattern whenever he gets like this. What is his pattern whenever there's a confrontational moment like this, or whenever this moment is being exemplified or over exemplified in a moment like this? He runs. It's flight. Situation with the window. Did he fight? Or did he flight? Or fawn, right? Or freeze. What did he do? Breaking bread. Breaking bread is amazing. He's trying to break bread with the Shoko, right? But he froze, and then he didn't address it. Because he hasn't addressed it so far. This situation pops up. What happens? He froze for a bit, letting her vent out everything, and then he ran. Interesting how we follow patterns and habits and how it literally takes big moments for us to start disrupting those patterns, for us to start getting used to fighting back, or for us to start getting used to doing certain things. I guess the best way to showcase it was like this. How many of you guys have aunts or uncles or whatnot that push your buttons and you want to stand up, or cousins or whatever, and you want to say something, or maybe a friend or a bully or whatnot, but you've been afraid to say something. You've been afraid to go ahead and do something. And for those of you guys that have done it, how does it feel now that you've done it, you know? Yeah. Fears. Oh.
石田やどうかしたの？
なんでもない。本当に。
Oh no, brother. Hold on. What does he do here?
なんでもない。
Nick, no worry, Nick. Gotta appreciate it. What does he do here that symbolizes something? He gets here and he sighs. What does that do for you guys? Whenever you guys are really stressed out and you sigh like that, what is that? For him coming through and seeing this is a safe space, right? He's pushing things under the rug, but he's able to go ahead and just push it aside for a little bit because he feels comfortable not being at that high speed. That's a little bit of a release. He's here because he's like, okay, these are people that I can trust, that I can do everything. Now, what happens when someone invades your safe space or is about to invade your safe space? That's the real thing. He's been running. He's been fucking running, right? Confrontation moment. He ran. He tried to self-reflect. He identifies that he hates himself. He comes through. He sees the safe space. His anxiety's all high. He sighs. He turns around. Here comes someone to invade that. Have you had time to rest? Oof.
カバン持ってきたよ。
でもなおちゃん
Oh, fuck her.
私が呼んだのさっきはごめんなさいでも元をただ
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. You're not like, sorry, but this is all your fault to begin with. If you apologize, you'll apologize for your actions. You don't fucking redirect and fucking blame them again. You can literally just be like, hey, I'm sorry, I fucked up, I overreacted. Apologies behind that. That's it. Done. Donezo. You don't need to go and continue and start blaming again. Wow.
石田君のせいなんだからだけどね石田君が西宮さんに謝ったら許してあげればって真柴君が言うからちょっと待ってよそれっておかしいよねその件で
So good at
石
apologizing.
田を責める権利ないでしょタッチ違うよなおちゃん何が私と違ってなおちゃんは積極的に西宮さんをいじめてた
Oh, and there she goes again. Unlike me, you went out of your way to bully Nishimi. Shut the fuck up, dude. At least Ueno's calling it out, dude. At least she's being straight up about it. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
一緒にしちゃいけないよなおちゃんああうん違う全く違う笑って同調してただけのあんたとはね
Oh.
どう思うサハラ
What I find interesting about this is they're having this discussion over a bridge of water. They're literally having a big confrontational moment, right? They could have chosen any other place. Hey, let's keep moving. Let's go to a park. Let's go somewhere else. But yet they decided to have this over a bridge, right? And they're quite literally burning bridges right now. Interesting. Like, this, I'm getting triggered. Oh, yeah. I know. They're literally fucking... It's water... They're trying to make it like it's water under the bridge, but they're literally burning bridges. Like, that's fucking insane. Like, the symbolism and everything that's happening. It's like, we're trying to go ahead, breaking bread and burning bridges, right? We're trying to go ahead and say, like, oh, yeah, they've grown up. It's water under the bridge. But yet, at the same time, they're standing on this burning bridge full of complications and issues between one another where everything is being disrupted in some way, shape, or form. PewDiePie would get anxious here. Oh, no. Exactly.
なおちゃんはサハラさんの悪口もいっぱい言ってたんだよ本当のことしか言ってねえよなあどうなのサハラ私はあの頃二人とも怖かったよはどっちの味方なんだよどっちの味方でもないよ
やめろ
Think about what he does. Think about what just happens right there. You thought you got to a safe space, and yet you're here with your safe space with Nishimiya and whatnot. And he's like over here, like, hey, you know what? Like, I thought I was safe, but yet the anxiety keeps piling up, and the confrontation is there. And he's perfectly in the middle. He's the perfect in the middle, literally in the middle of the two worlds. He's come far away from just being in that bully mentality, and not necessarily all the way over to the other side where he's forgiven himself and whatnot. He's been on the process of change, and he's right in the middle scene, and he centers himself down because that's probably where all his anxiety is, in his stomach, if we're being honest about it. Not only that, he's been trying to be the mediator between one group and the other. That's not working. Confrontation and everything's happening. All this weight is being placed on him. But aside from him, where else do you think it goes into? Yeah, fetal position. He's trying to comfort himself in a little bit because that anxiety is probably fucking insane in him. If you were Nishimiya, though, what the fuck does this mean? Everyone is fighting around you. People are getting heated up. You see the guy that you might be a little interested in, that like has started the process of change, fucking go into fetal position. Your friend is being yelled at. They might start crying and leave. What does that do to you? I'm fucking, everything's happening because of me. because of what happened in the past, and that's going to re-certify that schema, that way of thinking. And this is why I'm saying red flags. Red flags.
全部悪いから。
その理屈は嫌い。
上野、自分勝手に何でもかんでも決めつけんなよ。
石田君、そんな言い方。
さくらやめろ。どうせまた逃げて後悔すんだろ。
Hey, this is not the time to be releasing facts, sir. Sir, you don't have to. Sakura was on your side, brother. What are you doing? Yeah, friendly fire, brother. You're just gonna run away and regret your cowardice again. Yeah, that's what happens if you get pushed so far down. What do? If this is your stress level, right, and people keep condensing it, your stress level is still here. It just keeps getting condensed. It just keeps getting condensed. What'll happen if it's too much? There's so much energy. You fucking explode. You're going to try and push everyone away. You're going to try and cut off as many connections as you can because you physically and emotionally and even mentally can't deal with all of this stress that's happening around you. This is why attachments are so interesting, right? Because sometimes the people that we love the most are the people that we hurt the most. Accidentally even. You know? It goes into a black hole.
どうしちゃったの石田君。
可愛い。喋るな。
おう。
昔からお前は自分が可愛いだけなんだよ。
いや、ショー、俺はお前の味方だから。
俺のことをよく知りもしないくせに味方とか言ってんじゃねえ。
もういや、私帰る。
いや、ショー。
I know you didn't really mean that thing.
大丈夫。俺は気にしてないからな。
Oh, bro, what did my main bro do to you? Main bro was there for you, brother. But yeah, it's easier. Think about it this way. When he was alone, did he have this much drama, this much anxiety when he was alone? This much stress and shit to deal with? Probably not. So at this point in time, this is what avoidant attachment does. Or even anxious attachment to a point like that. You explode and you start cutting off all your attachments that you can. Blonde's the biggest coward and the most selfish. Ooh, Chad's going fucking wild here. Ooh, this is too much. I think it would be too much for a lot of people.
翔ちゃん、またね。
Oof.
ごめん、石田。私、来なきゃよかったな。
You don't say. Wow, you shouldn't have come. You like to start shit, even accident. Her heart might be in the right place, right? Her heart might be, I wouldn't say in the right place, but yeah, you guys also got to think about it from her perspective. I had a friend who I cared about very, very much, right? And we've done some fucked up shit, but he's completely changed and he's taken on a lot of anxiety and whatnot. And I care about him, and I'm going to try and do everything I can to get him back into this version of him, or this paradoxic version of him that I believe in. People do shit like this. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Also, I have bad hair day. Fuck. A lot of people are in love with the image of you that they have in their head, not the you that you are now. A lot of people will love the roles and the weirdness and 1,001 other things that they have placed about you, not you about yourself or who you truly are. You know, how she plans to do that is the wrong way. Exactly, Masters. As much as we say fuck you and all of these things, you have to remember every person has a different objective. For some of them, they might come from a household where this is the only way to defend themselves, right? Victim blaming or doing certain things. And this is where we have to try and understand aspects like that. When he was alone, he wanted to kill himself. He did survive, but at the same time, you have to understand there's a difference between suicidal ideation and then all the confrontation and anxiety that you have to deal with because of that confrontation, right? Masters, I would say Ueno is better than Kawaii. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck. You're too awful. Oh, Go suck a dick. Go suck a dick, dude. You're just fucking tagging along and getting literal fucking snips and bits here instead of like. Yeah, you don't know shit, dude. You don't know shit, dude. Imagine this, dude. You're having a total fucking breakdown, and everyone sees that you're having a breakdown, and you're pushing everyone away. And someone comes up to you and it's like, "Wow, dude, you're a piece of shit." That is not something one says to another. Like, you don't fucking say that to a person, dude. Especially when you see them and like they've literally gone from being up here to like literally going into fetal position and trying to go ahead and protect himself and literally like heal his wounds like the way a kid fucking does. You're like, you're a piece of shit. You're garbage. Like, bro, at this point in time, you could have left with everyone else, but you decided to stay back to say that comment. Oh. Think about that. He decided to stay back when everyone's already started to leave because of different things. He came with someone and he decided to stay in order to say that, dude. That's all I gotta say. Imagine Ramen episode 18 if Tsuboru says his heart out. It's like, wow, you're a piece of shit. And here I thought we were friends. That's all I got. I'm not even going to go into that. I'll let you guys process that interaction. Friend?
そうだ。来週から夏休みだろ。どっか遊びに。
And he's still trying. Oh. That's all I gotta say. I know you guys might be like, what the fuck are you talking about? To all you people out there that are like, this is an apologist movie, or he hasn't really changed, or anything like that. He literally cut all of his connections, all of them, right? He started going ahead and he's like, nope. He's trying to cut all the connections of people that cause him anxiety. He looks at her and he's like, hey, summer break starts next week. Do you want to go somewhere? Do you want to do something? Because she is his safe place. She is his safe place. He is being so genuine right there. He is being so open right there. He's trying to go ahead and be like, hey, like, regardless of all of that, I still care about you. This is how you know that at the very core, despite all of his other friends, despite all of the other connections, she does not bring him that high level of everything, right? Of anxiety, of stress. She, at this point in time, might be one of his safe places. And this is exactly why he's like, regardless of everyone else and all the things that he said to everyone else, do you want to do something? He's changed, exactly, but not 100% to the better. But that still doesn't matter. It's still the fact that like he has changed and he has started the process for change, regardless of anything else that's going on there. Because who's one to judge whether one's 100% for the better or not, other than oneself, right? Or himself in that aspect. That's why I'm saying like people might be like, oh yeah, like, or anyone here, exactly. But when we're looking at him, he could have said something mean to Shoko if he truly hadn't changed, or if this was just to keep the cycle of power over or whatever. But no. Instead, he's like, hey, why don't we do something? Summer break is starting next week. And then realizing that, hey, in the process, you've hurt her as well. Oof. Guys, hold on. I gotta show this. Twitch, this is why I can't do shit anymore in some aspects. I'm gonna go and showcase this to you. Right? Hold on. This happened literally less than a minute ago. Sometimes Ed is too expressive. Boys. 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 Ard. Boys. Oh, you guys are something else. Aw, though. You guys are amazing. Ard, thank you for that.
ユーズ、こんな暗くしてると目悪くするよ。
Aww.
さあ。ユーズはまだ姉ちゃんのことが心配なのかい？
Best girl.
ばあちゃんはゆずるが心配だよ。姉ちゃんのことばっかで自分のことはちっとも知ろうとしないんだから。
Based.
ばあちゃんだって一緒じゃ。
Guys, Art, thank you so much for the clip, by the way. That's actually kind of funny. I might use it in a trailer clip or something. But also, can we go ahead and talk about how based grandma is? It's like, yeah, you're worried about your sister, but you should also kind of focus on yourself. You have yourself to figure out. Very true. Fuck me, I'm putting all my worth onto this person behind. But oftentimes, like, if I were to ask you this, how many of you guys had your parents say something like that? Or did you encounter someone that ever said that to you? Where they're like, hey, dude, you know what? You're going through a lot of shit. Or, like, you've gone through a lot of different things. Like, hey, why don't you try and take the time to figure yourself out? Like, what you like, what you dislike, you know, all of the good and bad.
老人会も行かないで手話の勉強ばっかしてさ。
Aww.
ばあちゃんは自分のためにやってることだからいいんだよ。
だったら俺も自分のためにやってることだよ。
そうかい？ゆずはいい子だよ。
Aww.
そうかな。
Oh.
毎日お母さんに叱られてばっか。学校だってずっと行ってない。
ゆずは心がきれいだ。翔子も頑張ってる。ばあちゃんは本当にいい孫を持ったよ。
Bro, that, my heart.
まんじゅうも食べな。
食べる。
Grandmas are the fucking best, bro. Some grandmas are just are just amazing, brother. Ah, some good like
ばあちゃん。
Is that way sitting of regression? No. A lot of people like to think, oh, the way you sit is going to showcase a form of regression. But oftentimes it's just a form of comfort, right? Like we go, like whenever we're more comfortable with, for example, I'll be straight up, right? If I am ever in like 1,000% like thinking mode where I'm going like omega brained and shit, I sit like this. I have my knees up, right? I'm like this, dude. I am literally like my knees are all the way up, right? Like they're right here. I'm fucking thinking like this, bro. This is just my omega fucking thinking mode that like I've got into. You know, imagine. I do. I sometimes sit like this in the office, and I have some. Sometimes I bite my thumb, right? Sometimes I'm over here fucking thinking, and that's just the way that I think. That's just the way that I process shit a little bit quicker. And I've had some of my case managers and therapists and other people come into my office and be like, "Are you fucking omega thinking?" And it's like, yeah. I'm fucking trying to go ahead and process some information and shit. But no, the reason why I'm like, my post has nothing to do with how interested I am. But my other thing is, if you're feeling really comfortable with the person, you're able to change how you sit, how you relax, all whatnot. For example, I sit very differently when I'm with friends versus when I'm with, say, a CEO or some shit, right? Very different ways of sitting and thinking and processing certain aspects. He picked up a job again, though.
よう西宮、元気？今日とてもいい。
What has he done again? And we talked about this in some other animes. Bro, we gotta get a bread emoji. We gotta get a bread emoji. We've talked about this. What has he done again? He's tried to go get bread. Life is very cyclical. It can rhyme at times, right? And sometimes we have the same decision. We follow a very similar habit, and then we have the ability to make a choice or not, right? And people do this, yes, all the time. Like, relapse is very, very fucking normal, especially when trying to implement something new. He went and got a whole new bread, right? And he's trying to go ahead and break bread again, especially after seeing Nishimiya like that. He should have gotten, like, una concha, un pan birote, like, yeah. There's 101 other breads he could have gotten, but hey, it is what it is.
このパンは君みたいにいいパンなんだ。だから、
Oh.
なんだそりゃ。あれ？今日は来ないのかな？
And what does he do again? What does he do again? Pan dulce para Shoko. What does he do again that he did at the very beginning, the very first time he got bread? He has to break bread with himself. Aside from catastrophize, he ends up breaking bread with himself. He's eating bread. Yeah. Like, she's not there, so he ends up eating just a little bit. And he ends like it's such a nice little symbolism with that of even trying to go ahead and say that, like, hey, he's starting to go ahead and stabilize. He's okay with whatever the next step's gotta be.
またお腹痛いの？いや変か。おーい。ゆず。
Oh.
帰るか。
石田。よ。
The mask, bro. The mask is so... Oof. Yeah, because sometimes we only want people to see the positive sides of us. Sometimes we don't want people to see what we're truly struggling with. So we put on this mask. Also, King of Strangeness, thanks so much for following. We try and not let people truly see inside and what's truly hurting and what's bothering us and what's demolishing us from the inside, because we only want them to see the positive. Only remember that, like, hey, we were positive during this time. Even when you might be dealing with the world's greatest things. Because most people hate to hang around, hang around and dates based on fun, and negative and seriousness aren't fun or fun at all. I'll be honest. Okay, I'll share this story with you guys. A long time ago, I went on I say a long time ago, when I was living abroad, I went on a date, right? A first date with someone. And, you know, I got, first date, they were, like, very happy and whatnot. Like, they're, like, you know, you can tell that it was, like, a forced mask and whatnot. We're having this conversation, and I'm just very straight up about it, because we were at a park, we were chilling, we were talking, and I'm like, hey, you know, if something's going on, like, in your life, like, it's okay to express it. Like, we all wear masks, and we have a conversation about masks. And they just start bawling. They just start crying. Like, and they start crying, like, it's one of those, like, primal cries, because they had a family member pass away. And I'm like, I'm not going to hold this against you. I think it's very, like, you know, in any way, shape, or form, like, stuff happens in our lives that's out of our control, and that's A-okay. We had one of the most in-depth conversations about, like, you know, for them, what it meant for them to be there, and everything, dude. And, like, it was, like, full on, like, primal crying and like being there and then having deep conversations and whatnot, and me being like, hey, go see your family. Afterwards, we went on a couple other dates and we became friends. Absolutely fucking amazing individual. But the point is sometimes we wear that mask and we think no one else can notice that mask. But yet when people identify that mask and when people are able to go ahead and like sometimes just be like, hey, it's okay. Like, you don't have to put up this mask and try and be happy when you have stuff going on in your life. Oof. They gotta fuck. Dude, it was something else. And not in a negative way, but in a way where you're like, hey, is it normalized for you to do this for others, you know? If it would happen to me, I don't know if I could keep tears where they stay, if you know what I mean. Oh. What about the people who never wear the mask and wear their hearts on their sleeve? So ultimately, here's my thing. Masks are completely normal. And I want to go ahead and touch on that, right? Masks are completely normal. We all wear masks in some way, shape, or form. Like, sometimes we wear masks around our parents, around work, around whatever. However, it becomes an issue whenever, like, you're hiding or you're completely holding down emotions from leaking out at some point, right? That's when it becomes a major issue. Like, oof. It's good you can express those things when someone is gamefully concerned about you. However, the first thing I thought was, you make a girl cry on a first date and then laugh? No, I wasn't. Like, we were laughing about other stuff, you know. It wasn't just that. But, yeah. The art. You make a girl cry on the first date. Oof. I laugh. Oh, okay.
今夏休みじゃないの？どうしたの？マジで。
Wow, now he breaks bread with her. Oh, you're right. No fucking video. Hold on, I'm gonna back it up. Here we go. I got it. Thank you. Thank you, chat.
おーい、ゆず。
Video?
帰るか。
石田よ。
Oh man.
何って制服じゃん。どうで
なんで？
学校だよって
今夏休みじゃないの？
え
どうしたの？マジで。
どうもしないよ。あえて言うなら、コスプレ？
Sure.
姉ちゃんからだ。俺行かねえと。
送るよ。どこ？
いいって。
送る。
本当にいいって。
泣いてただろ。さっき。なんで？
石田には関係ないことだよ。
I mean, even if it has nothing to do with him, it's still good to share, yeah.
と思いたい。
なんで？
ゆずるが心配だから。
うちのばあちゃんみたいなこと言うなよ。
Oh.
勝手にすれば。
Oh.
ありがとう石田。
Oh.
ここまででいいよ。じゃあ。
I'll share a story with you. I met the realest friend of an aunt or an uncle. Well, Tina, what's up? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Fuck, yeah, I know. Imagine being led to like a funeral, right? Or a wake in this case. Oof. But I'll share this story with y'all because for me, it really solidified what it means to be a friend in an aspect like this. And I think this is a story worth sharing at all times, right? There's a lot of points in times where, you know, I've had a friend of the family, an uncle, whatnot, that's always been there for us, right? And needless to say, she was amazing. I don't know how else to say it, but like very matter of fact, right? One of those individuals where you can tell that they're gonna tell you shit just straight up, and they're gonna be like, hey, you know what? Like, bro, get your act together, bro, do this, and like very like if there's a wall and like you needed to be called out, they would call you out, but they would also be kind and nice to you and be like a part of the family, you know, like open to being there, open to being a part of family functions, you know, it's a big friend of the family. Anyway, she was very, very close with one of my uncles. Uncle passes away. You know, and she's like, hey, don't worry about it. I'm going to take care of your family. I'm going to take care of everyone that's there. I'm going to be very fucking real and whatnot. People would come in to the wake, to the family function. And people that like, we all knew that my uncle never got along with. Most of us would shut the fuck up. She, on the other hand, stood up and is like, what are you doing here? He wouldn't fucking want you here. I don't want you here. I fucking hang out with him all the time. Get out. So that you can fake cry and you can play the victim card and gain sympathy. Nah, fuck that shit. You threw him under the bus. You did this, you did that, you did whatever. Very straight up, very a matter of fact, right? And especially growing up as a teenager, we would go and visit them every so often. And they were like, hey, whenever you need anything, I'm here for you. I'm going to promise to you, to your family member, that I'd be here for you and I'd be able to go and help you out and whatnot. Life got busy. Life got really, really fucking busy a while ago. You know, college years came, so on and so forth. And I would check in from time to time. And then she was like, hey, like, damn, you only check in once a year, once every 2 years, once every 3 years. Like, what's going on? You know, are you okay? What's like, you know, is this truly what's happening? Like, you know, like, I've said I'm still here for you. I'm going to help you out. Needless to say, a couple of years ago, I found out that they passed away, right? And in that, they wrote a couple letters for everyone. They're being like, hey, I appreciate you all and whatnot. And in that letter, like, because I just kept checking in, she was like, hey, you're the only person from the family, aside from, you know, my parents and whatnot, that kept checking in. And I want you to be that type of person that regardless of who comes into like my wake or my funeral or whatnot, that you stand up and that you're a true friend regardless. Like, you know, I've been there for you. I've been able to help out family. I've been able to help out others. But I want you to go ahead and be there and be open to being real about yourself and be open to like not letting people try and take advantage of that, right? That spoke to me, man. When seeing her stand up for my uncle and, you know, in that wake and that funeral, just being very straight up and, you know, taking some substances from time to time. I ain't going to say what, you know, but like her being there and legitimately centering herself down and being a part of the family, essentially. And just being like, hey, you know what? Despite being there and being like helping out everyone, no one really checked in on her. And she's like, well, where is that friend? Where are those friends? Where is that connections where, you know, I've helped out so many other people. And yet when I'm getting sick, when I'm getting lonely, when whatnot, there's only like 2 or 3 people that were checking in on her. So that's what I'm saying, guys. Stand up for yourself. Check in on the people that you care about. Be open to being there. Master's laughing. I know, dude. She was a fucking badass woman. That's all I got to say. She was a badass fucking woman, dude. She'd be straight up with you. It did. It hurt, dude. That was like a life lesson that I learned. And I took that in, dude. I took that in and I'm like, you know what? This is what it truly means to be a friend, is to be there for people. And, you know, and how even just checking in once in a while truly affects individuals. And I know I wasn't checking in every so often or every year. It was like every so often that I could call, FaceTime and whatnot. And that still stuck with them enough to write a letter and just be like, dude, you're amazing. You know, thank you so much for checking in. You were one of the few that actually did. And yeah. And there's no fucking video. Hold on. I'm gonna back it up. I just saw. I get too into the movie, bro. How are you, Ed? I'm doing okay right now, man. It's always interesting to bring up like stories like this because there's like 1,001 different stories that we can bring into play to highlight elements like this. It's always like, how much do I disclose? What story do I disclose for you guys? Because there's some wild shit, dude. There's some wild shit. But I appreciate the check-in, guys. I really, really do. It took me back there when I was like, you know, at that wake. And I remember my mom and my family also being like, nah, bro, you guys weren't that close to her. Get out. Get out.
手にすれば。ありがとう石田。ここまでで いいよ。
Thanks, guys.
じゃあ。
頑張れ、ゆずる。
石田、
Mm.
やっぱ怖い。
Oh. Oh. That's a hard one. Why did she wear the school dress, guys? I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there. She even said she's cosplaying. For the granny. Yeah, for the granny. Because grandma wanted her to go. And it's a way of her reflecting and doing that onto her, right? It's also that agent of change. And sometimes, I'm going to be very honest with you guys, death can be some of the greatest agents of change that we have. It really is. It cements us and whatnot. And for example, if I were to ask you guys, your grandma wanted her to get back to school. Yeah. If I were to ask you guys this, which is, how many of you guys have had a parent pass away? And this is a very serious question, even for you guys on YouTube. I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but this is a good way to go ahead and self-reflect and start that process of everything. You know, the process of just looking inwardly. How many of you guys have had a parent pass away? How was that for those of you guys that have Survivor or anyone else? I'm very honest with you guys. I still haven't gone through that, but I've been through some scares and I've shared them here on the channel where, for example, me being very straight up in case you guys don't know, for those of you guys that were here during that time, you guys know, I had a scare this year. I dread it as well, Nick. I had a really bad scare this past year where my, essentially my dad ended up going to the hospital. You know, I'll share this as like, he's been one of my greatest agents of change, my dad and my mom, and amazing man. Like, in terms of who he is as a father, as an individual, you know, taught me martial arts, taught everyone in all of my brothers martial arts since we were 2 or 3 years old. He's been teaching us how to fight, how to go ahead and defend ourselves, 1,000 different things. Forewarning, my family comes from a very, very extremely low income family, right? Where we were literally like living paycheck to paycheck when I was a kid. And so he has worked his entire life in construction, right? To the point where his hands, essentially kind of like elephantitis, where they've been so inflamed that they stay at this large level and compared to others. And his foot as well, where like he's now much older and, you know, his foot is retaining water and he's walking and he's in a lot of pain, right? And so I've been like processing all of that and seeing how it's affected him, right? He's always been one to push to, hey, get a higher education. Hey, you gotta do better than I have done. You gotta go out there and like live a better life. You gotta go and do certain things. In case you guys don't know, I'm the only one in my family that's gotten a degree in higher education. My parents didn't went to high school, but they dropped out. My brothers tried to go to college, but they got busy with the military and other federal agencies and stuff. I'm the only one that's gone, you know, from my family out this far. And, you know, when I went abroad and everything, he's always been there for me, right? Come back, doing everything here, and he gets really, really sick. He gets extremely sick. And we end up going to the hospital. I was working. End up going to the hospital to go, like, you know, figure out what's going on. Find out he has congenital heart failure or congestive heart failure, whichever one it is. In case you guys don't know, essentially that's just saying like, hey, your heart is starting to fail, right? You only have a couple years like left, essentially. He's barely about to hit retirement age, And I want you guys like just to weigh this in. And it fucks me up still talking about it because it's something that I have to process on my own. Time is ticking. He has worked every single day of his life, and he still does to this day, to literally like be able to go ahead and like, you know, as I said, we like it's paycheck to paycheck scenario in my family and for him, you know, going through it. And he's just about to hit retirement this year. And to just be told, hey, congrats, you reached, you know, this time in your life and you only have a couple years left. Oof. The conversations have changed. The conversations of like actually being there and caring and trying to understand and spend what time we have like with one another. It's vital, dude. And yeah, that's why I'm saying like sometimes death or the concepts of like that time is ticking can be some of the greatest aspects of change. Can be some of the greatest aspects of trying to be there and you know, understand and take what lessons you can, good or, you know, not so good or whatever the messy history might be. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to get all emotional. I was going to start crying, but I'm like, no, not today. My mom had cancer when I went through high school. My dad has diabetes. When I went through high school, I ate once a day because my family didn't have enough money. Yeah, Bluro. There are a lot of people that don't really know like how bad some situations can be, and I hope that your family's okay, Bluro. I really, really do, and that, like, you know, things have gotten better. A lot of people don't seem to conceptualize some of the stories and some of the things out there, like, you know, that some of us may go through, and that like the struggles that we may go, like that we may all go through, right? Like I can't even imagine like being in your shoes and dealing with two things at once like that. That's a lot, dude. That's quite a bit. Ultimately says one of my parents passed away. I would feel like I would have to fill the world they left behind. If that happens, I could say goodbye to having my own life. Dad will be 60 soon and no possibility of retiring in sight, especially when he's a caretaker for a severely autistic family member. Yeah, ultimately that's a heavy one, dude, because you got to take care of others, you know, in that scenario. And I feel for your dad because that's a big responsibility and a big role for all of us to take in. But this is why I'm saying, guys, is family, death, and the concepts of death and like ticking time, great motivators of change. For me, and this is just me saying something, like my goal has always been to leave a positive mark, right? To get people to start looking for mental health help. I want to at least be like a fraction of the man that my dad was. For example, my father would teach martial arts for free. We have like generational martial arts knowledge passed down generation to generation to generation. Growing up, we didn't live in the best neighborhood. People had guns, people did drugs, people did everything. And he would teach martial arts for free. Like what was back then essentially MMA back in the 90s, back in the 80s, actually. Because it's everything from judo, jiu-jitsu, whatnot, in order to keep kids from going into gangs. In order to keep kids from going into drugs. We would have a class of 40, 50 people in our fucking backyard, and he'd just be teaching, and we would all be learning how to do, like, you know, anything and everything. And he would do it for the sake of helping others, and not really even for himself. Because he would come home tired from work, 4 or 5 p.m., you know, from doing everything he'd do. From 5 to 9, he's teaching martial arts, and then he's got to wake up really, really fucking early in the morning to go do construction again. And I'm like, that is a wild cycle to be in. But that's why I'm showcasing that. With that being said, guys, please care for one another. Please care for a loved one. And as I said, even for yourself, always have a plan. Always have a plan as to, like, for example, if something were to happen, what are your next steps? And what would you like others to do for you? I appreciate y'all. Y'all are fucking amazing. We're getting in deep with this show. What the fuck, dude? Oh. bro. I think this movie is so impactful. Even the moments of silence. I know the physical distance and stuff, but even like the moments of silence carries so much weight. The moments of silence and just walking, you can feel the weight of each scene being carried through. And the music, the fucking background music, what I'm talking about is like them not speaking, right? But like the background music is amazing, and that it just helps like elevate and push the scene going through it, right? But them not communicating and the distance that they have, how they're walking through it, they're not trying to speak with one another, and it's until then. Oh. Oh.
ビビった。なんで謝んの？そんなわけねえじゃん。なあ西宮、明日も遊ぼう。
I don't want to fucking cry. I don't want to fucking cry when someone starts thinking that like, oh, I'm the problem, I'm the issue, I'm a burden, and I'm clearly being a burden for you. Like I'm making you go out of your way to take care of me or whatnot. Oh. How many of you guys have cried so far? Like that's my real question, because I'm like, or cried when watching this movie, because this is oof.
西宮は私と一緒にいると不幸になると言った。西宮を不幸にしたのは俺なのに。海が見たい人を愛したい怪獣にも心は
I was fall like 15 minutes in.
取り返しつく気がしない。
Yeah, bro.
西村、おう、今日はゆずるも一緒だな。よし、映画でも行くか。面白い。
Now, what is he doing? This hurts me to watch. Now he's he's overcompensating. Now he's putting on a mask. I'm gonna be honest. This is the anxious attachment, dude. This is that anxious attachment that is popping up. The anxiety is probably just skyrocketing because he knows that this relationship is starting to break and he doesn't want it to break, and it's on the verge of fully separating and issues like that. And so he's overcompensating because every moment has to be a good moment if we're together. I'll share this, bro, because inside, like, there's been relationships, and I think if you guys have been in a relationship like this where I had a partner when I was in high school and beginning of college. You know, I thought, oh yeah, this person's gonna be it. Started having some difficulties. You know, and you could start seeing sort of like the rift start to form. What happens? You get anxious, bro. You start overcompensating. You try and make like every moment that you have a good moment for them to maybe even be like, hey, maybe we can work things out. Maybe we can be together. Maybe we can still keep doing things. But it's like deep inside, you're fucking crying. Deep inside, you're like, no, please no. Please no, please no. We have to go ahead and make this good. We can work things out. We can do certain aspects or whatever, even if it's not your fault, right? Because every person has a right to choose. Every person has a right to do a certain instance. Like, oh. And it's also suffocating. It's also suffocating for her, isn't it? He's appearing everywhere for her. Probably, like, in a way, he thinks that, like, the more time that he spends with her, the more that, like, they might be able to go out and, like, fully get along. But what happens when someone keeps attaching themselves like this? And it's like, yo, we're at the same place. Yo, I come to study this too. So on and so forth. What ends up happening, guys? Start getting pushed. You start getting pushed back. Because maybe you need space to think. Maybe you need space to breathe. Maybe you need space to just process certain things. And if someone's always right next to you and you're like, okay, dude, like, it's breaking boundaries. And he might not even realize it because he's anxious. If you've ever been at that point in time where you've been in a relationship and as I said, like, it's on the verge of breaking up and you're like, oh no, and you get really, really anxious, you start getting annoyed. Or like you start overdoing things and not thinking about another person's boundaries and shit.
今年の夏休みは楽しいな。な、ゆずる。
知らねえよ。
いや、すっげえ充実感だわ。マジで。あ、なにしみや。明日はどこ行く？明日もどっか行こう。
ダメだよ、明日は予定ある。何？正気かよ、姉ちゃん。
何作んの？いいのこれ。俺がここにいんの合ってる？
石田には俺たちの母親の誕生日ケーキを作る任務が課せられた。
大丈夫なのか？またビンタされない？
She keeps inviting him over. There might be some good in that presence, right? I think she tries to make himself look happy because she makes him sad. I think that she tries to make himself... He tries to make himself look happy because she said that she makes him sad. Could be. But you also have to remember, how tiring would that be? Like, if you can't truly be yourself or express yourself or whatnot, how tiring would this be for you? Always having to be like, oh, wow, like, emoji reactor 24/7. Oh, you know, like, how fucking exhausting would that be? I'm looking at it and I'm like, I wonder how he feels deep down in his core, you know, in that aspect.
いや、それどころか殺されるかもな。
おお、うまそう。
She's 44? No way.
何してるの？なんでこの子がいるの？翔子、あなた何のつもりなの？帰りなさい。
まあお母さん、いいじゃん、おめでたい日なんだからさ。
言ってる。
似合ってる。
No, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a man that tells truths, you know? Art, thanks so much for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. Now, I'm a man that tells truths here. For 44? Brothers. That's all I gotta say, brother. Papa.
なんとか殺されなくて済んだな、石田。やったな、姉ちゃん。
おー。
ゆずる、県のコンクールに写真選んで応募しといたから。
なんそれ？
翔ちゃんが出したいって。
趣味悪い写真ばっかだぜ。
そうでもなかったわよ。
But this is what I find interesting on this, right? They're both in the middle, right? I would be furious if I were the mom. Oh, yeah. But think about it this way. They're both acting as like intermediaries between one side and the other. And the fact that they're both framed perfectly in the middle and like sort of restraining the anger, the communication wave. They planned this out so well because any one of them, they literally built a wall so that like any one of them could have switched with Ishida at any point in time, right? They could have switched with him at any point in time. And there's like these intermediaries. They're building space. And that's awesome. That is awesome. And they're breaking bread. Literally, they're breaking fucking bread, boys. They're breaking dough.
俺はいいよ。
行こうぜ。
ここでいいかな？
いい。
It is a good. Oh. Yuzuru. Guys, can we get some fucking Doritos for Yuzuru here? Being the best fucking wing woman that she can be. Can we get some fucking Doritos in the chat here? Yuzu is the best fucking. No, because she told mom, like, hey mom, like let's go get some yakisoba. She could have gone and done that by herself. She could have chosen like her sister, but in fact she did not. She's like, hey mom, let's go get some yakisoba. Oh yo.
ありがとう。あ、この間家に呼んでくれてありがとう。
She looks so pretty too.
あ、うん。喜んでたかな。基本無表情だったけど。西宮の誕生日はいつ ?6 月7日。
June 7th.
もう過ぎてるじゃん。そっか。もう西宮は18歳なんだな。来年はちゃんと一緒にお祝いしような。あ、一緒にって言っちゃった。どうしたの？え？花火、
Red flag. I don't care who it is, bro. I'm just gonna be pretty straight up about it. If suddenly someone stands up and they're looking out, you know, and you're like, hey, let's celebrate next year together, or whatever. No mention, no comment, no positive, no negative. The disassociation that is happening, trying to build bridges and do so many things like. How fireworks sound like to her. But like, you know, like no response at the, hey, I'm just leaving or whatever. It's like, hey, you know what, dude? If we're here together, what's going on? Talk to me about it. What are you thinking? Whatever, right? This is why I'm saying always reach out to friends, always trying to ask, because even the, you know, people smiling, they can be going through extreme depression. They can be going through quite a bit of anything and everything that life throws at them. I also want to highlight something. The mom. Why do you think she allowed him to get close and for them to go out and outings like this? Aside from them bringing him forth and taking that step over, if we're being honest, it's probably because the mom has started to notice changes in her for the better. Because probably the mom has started to notice that like she's getting along or she's being more smiley than usual, or because she's starting to take steps forward. And sometimes even though you might harbor that resentment from the past, you also have to acknowledge what's going on currently, right? Because anybody else at any point in time, she could have been like, get out of my house. She could have done 1,001 things, but she didn't. Because there was probably already an internal battle that was happening that the girls caught on to. Oof.
まだ終わってないのに。勉強。
You need to study? The study can't wait another hour? Oh, bro, then my heart.
あ、俺送るよ。でも。 そっか。じゃあまたな。
And her not saying it back? Her not saying it back and just saying thank you. Oh, bro. Oh. 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 Just saying thank you? I would have been like, oh. Oh.
あれ姉ちゃんはあ、そうだ石田。ちょっとカメラ撮りに行ってくれ。
Or I'm guessing it was thank you.
お邪魔します。暗。西宮入るぞ。あったあった。充電はあるか。こっから花火見える。西宮いるじゃん。西宮西宮ちょっと待って。何してんの？西宮。
Fuck the shoes, bro. Just don't take off your shoes, bro. Just run. You don't have to take off your shoes, brother. You can just fucking dip. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Your timing is impeccable, Ninekun. I'll ask this. If he didn't save her, do you think he would have saved himself? That's... He's putting a lot of his keys towards his happiness on her. So if he doesn't save her, if he didn't save her, do you think that he would save himself? Oh, dude, that's just breaking my heart the more and more I think about it. Oh, no. Oh. No.
神様、どうかもう一振り俺に力をください。もう嫌なことから逃げたりしません。明日からみんなの顔をちゃんと見ます。明日からみんなの声もちゃんと聞きます。
Yeah.
明日からちゃんとするから。
Yeah.
あの時つけた傷、俺ちゃんと謝ったっけ？ごめん。
I'm getting too emotional, bro. Oh no.
まだ怒ってる。あ、しまったな。西宮に俺のことどう思ってるのか聞いとけばよかった。ちなみに西宮、俺はさ、
お姉ちゃんがパンケーキ焼いてくれたわよ。
Oh. It's painful to fucking experience, bro. No matter how many fucking times, like, I'm over here like, no. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the amount of guilt, the amount of everything that must be going through Shoko's head as well? Where it's like, I'm such a burden, I couldn't even die right. I'm such a burden that I had to help him so he could fall. Like these thoughts are probably cementing in her head, where she's like, I couldn't even kill myself right. I want you guys to just take a time and process that. And this is why therapy, mental health, and support networks are also important on both sides, because of this frame of thinking. On his side, he might have had, we can talk all about like the sensations of guilt and everything that would have come through. That might have come through if he didn't save her, because we know that he was already thinking about attempting beforehand. But if he didn't save her, I have a feeling that he would have done it again. In fact, he would have lost everything that he was trying to build. His whole reason for change or aspect of change might have just gone out the window. And for her, now it's like, I'm such a burden that now I've caused this, and it's now cemented itself as well. And it's like I can't do anything right, because anything that she's tried to do has somehow ended up in being a burden to someone else. Even though it might not be true in any way, shape, or form, you have to think about the way that she's probably thinking right now. Bro, my heart just fucking breaks actually processing that and taking that in for a second. It's oof. 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 It might.
おばさん
Auntie?
ゆずるち
Oh.
ゃんやっと会えた。店電話しても留守だし、面会もダメって言われたから。
それならもう大丈夫。今日から部屋移動したのよ。一緒に行きましょう。顔見せてあげて。
おばさん、翔子。
石田さん。
西宮さん。西宮さん、ごめんなさい。またこんな形でご迷惑をおかけして。
すみません。
Bro, I'm over here like, fuck. Oh, that hurts. It's a lot of pain on all sides. It's a lot of fuck, dude. It's a lot of pain on all sides. And fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Oh, this hurts. I'm begging you.
やめてください。きっと息子がまた翔子さんに何かしたんです。じゃなきゃ
おばさん、石田はうちのバカ姉ちゃんを助けてくれたんです。俺の監督不行き届きです。ごめんなさい。
どうか顔を上げてください。翔子ちゃんが無事で何よりです。ゆずるちゃんもね、お願いだから。
なんで石田。
Imagine for the mom, and I just want you guys to take this in. She knew that he was gonna, he had thoughts of suicide beforehand. Getting the call that like, hey, he fell off the, certain number of whatever, and seeing that he was back with her again, that amount of guilt must have resurfaced for her. All that guilt, so like, she probably had just so much anxiety and so much guilt and everything going for her at that moment where she's like, oh no, has he really not changed or what happened? He was probably causing a lot of issues and whatnot. And then seeing the fact that he was actually trying to change and that everything came through, dude, that, oof. Yeah, he promised his mom that he's not gonna. Yeah, exactly. He promised his mom that he wasn't gonna take himself out, and then getting that call of, hey, you know what? Like, we're rushing to the hospital right now because he fell from certain stories or whatever. Dude, my heart's breaking. The more that you genuinely process this scene and what it means and the amount of guilt that both parties must feel and share in that moment. Also, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Who even allowed you in here? Oh no. Oh no. And you don't think she already thinks about this herself? You don't think she's already been breaking herself down, literally thinking, I can't do anything right. I'm literally a burden. I've literally been a fucking pain in the ass to every... Yeah. It's like, he didn't even want you around them. He was spending time with me, not with you. This is what summer break was. Oh my god, dude. I'm fucking raging, brother. I'm fucking raging, brother. That's right. That's right. Stick up for your kid. Oh. Don't have kids if you can't take care of them. Oh, bueno, you about to. Ooh, the audacity, brother. Oh, I would fucking, I believe in gender equality, and I would kick this girl to the next generation. I would fucking kick this girl into the next. I usually try to have a lot of empathy for people, but at that point, guys, you guys know what I'm gonna say. Fuck you, dude. Like, just straight up, dude. Oh, I don't need some mom, actually. Oh. Oh. Oh, dude, yeah, no, I'm fucking, I'm tearing, yeah. I wasn't planning on sitting here sobbing like a baby. Yeah. Imagine everything that must come through for her, dude. And I genuinely mean this, dude. The mom of the person that you cared about to save your life comes through and is standing right in front of you as, his life was on like literally, you know, on the brink of death. Imagine all of that sensation, bro. Just everything, all the emotions being crumpled in and all that guilt and whatnot, literally cementing itself. And you see, like, oh, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine, man. Kind of insane how it comes full circle, yeah?
何してるの？これ見たら姉ちゃん死にたいなんて言わなくなると思った。どうすればよかったの？
Can we give some Doritos, like genuinely for everyone in the chat that needs it? This is a hard thing to watch, man. That is a very like emotional, like scene that for a lot of people it can bring up a lot of emotions. It can bring up a lot of feelings and memories and whatnot, especially if you've had people that have attempted on their life. It's a lot, man. It's a lot, and this is why I'm saying anime as a medium needs to be explored further and showcase the brilliance and the amazing that things that it does at bringing up topics to discuss and talk about and whatnot. Because it's scenes like this, it's moments like this that solidify why anime is important, man. Really? Oof. Same, Nenekun. I'm really glad that anime is being recognized more and more. Oh, his friend this year! See, isn't that interesting? It really is mimicking the beginning. It really is mimicking the beginning real quick. Where he was trying to go ahead and make contact with her, but he was being blocked. Uedo's gatekeeping here, but we have the friend back, and how the...
あ、西宮さんいたの？あっち行かない？ジュースおごし。
Oh.
野鳥とのことを聞いたよ。それって橋でのこと？野鳥はさ、俺みたいなやつ受け入れてくれた。
Oh.
親友ってこういうものなんだって初めて知ったよ。野鳥は僕のビッグフレンドだから。
This guy's the ultimate bro, dude. Oh. This guy's the ultimate bro. Yosho's my big friend. I really need to wake him up. Oof. Oof. Damn, dude.
目を覚ましてもらわなきゃ困る。
Giga Chad bro in our life. It's that guilt. That guilt, man.
辛いから死ぬなんてどうかしてる。
河合さん。
I feel like I don't even gotta say anything. You guys just fucking ran with it. Chat's just like, oh, dude. She makes me laugh and not in a part two, really, right? And you gotta put, like I understand where they're coming from and trying to rebuild a relationship, but also like, breaking out La Chancla. At least Ueno didn't make it like she's there, and I know that she's gotten in like physical altercations. Maybe she does need a caretaker, a mother figure, or just someone, a role model to look up to. But like her,
声がでかいよ。
大きい声出さないと聞こえないの、西宮さんには。みんな心配してたのよ。誰だって生きてれば辛いこともあるの。でもみんなそう。
Hi, what's up, Panda?
だから自分のダメなところも愛して前に進んでいかなくちゃ。
You're giving a philosophical lesson to someone that probably can't hear you. I just want to fucking take this in for a moment. She's over here like, you have to learn to love yourself, even if you hate aspects about yourself. Now let's hear it through Shoko's perspective, right? You guys ready? How many of you guys like, wow, dude, wow, like, wow, bro. Or she took it out. Oh no, I muted myself for the purpose of you guys understanding, because Shoko's having some difficulties in fully, hearing things, hearing everything. And she's over here, like, trying to give this full-on perspective. You just changed my life, Panda Candela. Too bad you couldn't hear Ed, YouTube. Like, trying to go ahead and, like, give this philosophical aspect to her instead of just, like, I don't know, communicating in the way that she can communicate best. Like, is she doing this for Shoko, or is she doing this for herself? I want you guys to think about this. She has some hearing, but not great amount of hearing, right? So this is what I'm saying. Is she doing this for Shoko, or is she doing this for herself? Nobody tried to convince me that life is good before. Thanks, I'm fixed now. For the audience, for herself in the audience. Yeah. I think she thinks that she probably does, but she's really. And then this weird villain, isekai looking dude.
みんなのところ行ってきたんだ。すごいね。
Oh.
私自信ないよ。
She is strong though.
石田くんが目覚めても
She's really strong.
合わせる顔がない。私は変われなかった。翔ちゃんのことまた守れなかった。弱虫のまま。誰か
Brother. Oh, ay Dios mío. Oh. Oh, Dios mío. Holy shit, bro. She just hit him with the 1-2 combo there. No, that's such a...
私は変われなかった。翔ちゃんのことまた守れなかった。弱虫のまま。誰か
You can change from now, chat. If you're going through some difficulties, literally, people that are like, change is not part of this movie. And this goes for everyone. Guys, if Shoko says it, you can change from now. We can all change, brother. Life is about change. So it's up to you, man, whether or not you wish to take that first step forward. But I'm just, in case you were looking for a sign or something, Shoko just gave you that sign, brother.
来てくれてありがとう、翔ちゃん。
Nah, I wouldn't try and make peace with her. Fuck that. Nah. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't. Bueno or bueno, bueno is talking to everyone that's her. What? That's wild though, Nenekun. Like if you genuinely take this in, she is literally confronting the bullies of her life and like that caused her pain when she was a kid, in order to fix the situation with Ishida. Right? In order for like the friendships and whatnot to be established. Like she's out there trying to go ahead and like not really absolve, but work through aspects of her guilt as to what she thought she messed up in that. But also, Shoko is talking, dude. Shoko is no longer just afraid of her voice, right? Like Shoko's out there like using her, and this moment was a big aspect of change. And this is what I'm saying. There's so many people out there, a lot of people out there that will only cement certain things as aspects of change, right? Your hands being one of them, or your eyes or whatnot. But anything, any moment in your life can be an agent of change. Anything, a scenario, a car crash, anything like that could absolutely be a major agent of change. That's why when we're looking at this, it's like, okay, Ishida almost Ishida falling, him going to the hospital and everything. Oof. The biggest bullshit is they're not confident with angry and they're guilty, and angry they're guilty. It probably just comes off, bro, naturally for me. That's what it is, Nene. Not really for anything else. She do be brave and push on. Probably. Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. For her, she's braver than brave. She's doing what they should be doing in terms of trying to come together for Ishida. Think about it. All of them probably already knew what happened. That he was in the hospital or something. You really think Ueno didn't tell people that he was in the hospital? So then why did Kawaii, why didn't she go and visit him beforehand? I'm just bringing this up. They probably all knew that he was in the hospital at some point in time. And it took literally Shoko being an agent of change, changing aspects of herself and working through all of that for them to try and like come together, for them to try and be there for Ishida. Just throwing this out there, aside from Ueno. And the best friend. I think Kawaii, but Gay kept... Oh. Go out of her way to everyone in school just to fix what can be changed. Imagine that. Imagine that. I think we're about to hit like 9 or 10 hours for this entire thing. If you guys have been watching for 9 or 10 hours for the entire analysis of A Silent Voice, all 3 parts, you guys are fucking goats. That's all I gotta say, brother. You guys are fucking goats, because this is a wild one, brothers. You guys are... Props to you guys. Guys, let's drop some Doritos for them. Let's try, and for everyone that's been in here for the entirety of this analysis. Excuse me, watching for about 10 minutes? Yes, it's wild. Yeah. You guys are the fucking goats here. Holy shit. When is Ueno going to stop pretending like Nishimiya was any sort of the problem here? But sometimes people... No, thank you guys. You guys are fucking amazing. But Ueno probably does this because she needs... Like, some people need a villain in their life, or some sort of a villain, in order for them to abstain from guilt. In order for them to not necessarily have to process a lot of guilt, And for her to not even have to process the aspect of forgiveness, Passy Sucker, no, you go. No, you go. You guys are fucking amazing, though. You mad lads. Aww. Brother. Bruh. Oof. 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 That anxiety, bro. The dreams like that. Oof. And I'll be honest, there are elements like that where even in psychology, even in whatnot, we're still trying to go ahead and find the links and explanations to. Like, there's a lot of themes, a lot of elements where, for example, when someone passes away, close family members, for some reason, some people can usually tell, right? It's like a change. It's like something internal. I've experienced it with my grandma, right? And with others as well. I'm pretty sure you guys have as well at some point in time. At some point in time, we all have a weird feeling. And not even necessarily passing away, but like a change or something, something coming through that. But also, our subconscious is very, very powerful at going ahead and highlighting moments, right? Highlighting moments of anxiety, highlighting moments of like, hey, you know what? Like, what if he did pass away? What would you do? What would you do? Like, yeah, V has come to. Like that's sort of why I'm highlighting it. You like, for you guys, how many of you guys have a hypno jerk? Or how many of you guys experience dreams like this that seem so real that like something tremendously bad has happened that you have to sit there and process it for a minute? Yeah. No. And at the bridge again, brother. Oh, God damn it, brother. Oh, I can't. That primordial cry, yeah. Yeah. Oh. That rebirth imagery, what's the hospital staff doing? But no, I think it's also important to realize when he came out of this, right? When he came out of this, what's the first thing on his mind? It's not even him falling. It's not even him like that. It's Nishimiya. It's Shoko. The first thing on his mind is not even like, yeah. The anime list is a little out of touch there, dude. So that's sort of why I'm highlighting this, is no matter what, for him, she's the most important thing in his life at the moment. She takes priority over everything else in his brain. Oof. Oh. I wonder if she thinks it's a ghost at first. I ain't gonna lie. That look. What would a person be doing from the hospital here? Oh. I'm about to blow your guys' fucking mind. No, not that. Not really blow your mind when we were talking. When the story first started, Ishiraku Shokaku. There was a power over dynamic with the whole bullying thing and whatnot.
Yeah.
Cinematography is amazing, right? Then as we shifted, according to him, right? Ishida Shoko. Then as the story shifted one more time, right? We're gonna put because of the accident. Just power dynamic wise in terms of like where things are swaying and whatnot. Hold on. Sorry, that's my brother. Hold on. I just sent him a text. I'm like, I'm streaming. What's up? It's been trying to shift. They've been trying to go ahead and regulate this, right? He's been trying to go ahead and fix this. They've been trying to go ahead and fix this. The accident happens. Now that it's like, okay, traumatic moment, comes back, tries to fix it. Dramatic moment, right? So what goes on through this? What goes on through this? At the moment, where are they at? She's tried to go ahead and start fixing stuff, right? On her end. She's tried to start fixing stuff. He, on the other hand, has been trying to go ahead and cement and fix stuff with her. If we're on a bridge, and I know what you guys... Hello, guys. Just came across. Wait, hold on. Just came from the arcade videos on YouTube. Amy, well, welcome on in. Appreciate you coming from whatnot. They're on equal grounds. Unknowingly. Mr... Yes, the new Arcade Season 2 trailer. But, like, what I'm trying to say is the story's been shifting the dynamics as to who's... And it's gone on more than just this, right? There's been ups and downs of, like, the different dynamics that's been happening through here. Now they're meeting at the bridge, literally facing one another from that. Are they on equal ground? Are they in that? People always be saying, I can fix her, but can you fix yourself first? That is a real question, ladies and gentlemen. That is a real question. Fucking amazing things that the story is doing. Annie, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. You go. Oh, my bad. My bad, chat. Hold on. My bad. I completely hit go. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oh.
大丈夫。うん。よかった。無事で。
Oh. Bro.
俺、もう元気だよ。大体は。そんな顔しないでよ、西宮。あ、そうだ。西宮さん。ごめんなさい。昔のこと、ちゃんと謝ってなかったから。
Now they're on equal ground. Oh. Now he's finally apologized, my brothers. Now he's finally come through and like, you know, because he's been trying to work and let change be the process for him. And now him actually stepping up and apologizing. He's gone from trying to be like, you know what, let my actions showcase like what's going through here, to, hey, you know what? I don't think I've done it. I'm sorry. Huge. Huge.
あとその後のこととかもいっぱい。俺さ、多分君のこと都合よく解釈してた。もっと話がしたかったんだ、君と。
Oh, bro.
それだけ。なのに俺は君を傷つけて、結果最悪な選択させちゃって。
まだ手が変わらなかったから。
Because I couldn't change.
まだ手が痛くなればいいって。ごめんな。
泣かないでよ、西宮。ねえ、西宮。俺、さっきまで君と話してた。夢の中で諦めようと思ってたみたい。
Oh, my heart, bro.
でも違った。俺もずっと西宮と同じこと考えてたけど、それでもやっぱり死に値することじゃないと思ったよ。みんなにもちゃんと謝りたい。あのさ、西宮、俺君に生きるのを手伝ってほしい。
Love it. Love it. But, Ishida, we need to get you with the mental health therapist quick, bro. We need to get everyone in this whole... It's romantic as shit, don't get me wrong. But we need to get everyone in here to a fucking therapist, like, ASAP. Like yesterday, brother, because... It's romantic. I get it, bro. I get it. I feel that, brother. But, like... like, a one-way ticket to therapist, lad, right? Get my brother some help, too. Volunteer yourself, Ed. You can do it. Ooh, like, but it's also an aspect of like, hey, we can do this together. Hey, I need help, right? And I think that's a big aspect for both of them, right? There's also something that both of them are doing that I don't think I've seen them do, which is they're speaking their emotions honestly. They're being very honest about how they feel and why they feel what they feel, right? Instead of putting on a mask, instead of trying to go ahead and be embarrassed about talking about certain instances or whatnot, they're laying it all out there, and they're both centered, and they're both it's really, really good for being able to go ahead and like talk about that. But I will say this, guys, we all have the ability for change, and we all have the ability to change, but it's up to us as individuals. Like, we hold the key to our own happiness to allow that change to happen, or to take that first step in the process of change.
西宮。
Friends. Oh, exactly. No, he's talking with her. That's what I'm saying. It's so good.
あれ、キモいことやっちゃったな。やばい。ごめんね。忘れて、西宮。今の忘れて。
Oh. So good, dude. The ripple effects that this has.
お客さん、着きましたよ。
おー、マリア。 お花に水やってたのか。偉いな。
Oh. Oh. Who tells a little girl this?
上野さんじゃない？
Maria.
あの子ずっと翔ちゃんの看病してくれてたのよ。
To be fair, I will say this. I think the mom should have not let Ueno into that fucking building, especially after seeing her slap fucking Shoko and the fuck get into a fight with the mom. Like, come on, bro. I would have been like, nah, sabes que vete a la chingada. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Nah, bro. That's just me, bro. That's just.
お礼言っときなさい。
お見舞い来てくれてたって。
私さ、ダメなやつなんだ。こんな状態になってやっぱり余計に西宮さんのこと好きになれなくてさ。
In case you guys are wondering, what is her cycle, right? Because it's true. It's a good question. It's this, guys. Where is she at? In this cycle of change, where is she at? Because we all go through this. We're either pre-contemplating, we're contemplating changes, right? We're preparing, we take action, we either maintain it or we relapse. This is usually the cycle of change, and this is usually what happens. Has she started thinking about it? Has she started preparing for it? Is she taking active actions for it? Because think about it this way. For Shoko and for Ishida, we've seen them go through the different cycles of changes here. But for herself, they're all in different cycles of change. And that's what this movie is just highlighting, is like, we all have the ability to change and we're all at different cycles, and that's okay. That's A-okay.
石田が落ちた時、あんたのこと
Same, Professor.
島田たちだから黙っとけって言われたけど。石田、おかえり。
Aww.
帰るわ。
Oh.
ありがとう。
Wow. I feel she relapsed.
やだ、ちょっと切りすぎよ。
Mm.
これくらいの方が可愛いわよ。あ、翔ちゃんおかえり。お邪魔してます。
And the moms being friends, bro. The moms coming together and bonding from that moment. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. My heart is oof. 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 But you're the bigger man. I know, right?
いらっしゃいませ。
石田くん。
はい。
ごめんなさい。
あ、いや、こちらこそ。
そうよ。うちのは無敵だから。
お母さん、マリア迎えに行ってくる。
My man popping out here. That fucking Latin representation here.
上の子の旦那、帰ってきたの。あ、翔ちゃん、ゆずちゃん上に来てるよ。冷蔵庫のゼリー出してあげて。よ。
おお、冬服似合ってんじゃん。
見たまえ、石田。
え、おお、マジかよ、すげえな。
Hey,
俺
yo.
も見たまえ。
お、マジかよ。
Wait. Europa. I mean, that was close. Instead of an A, if that was an E, ticket. T-I-K-E-T. Walk. Wait, walk is right. W-A-L-K. Wait a minute. I'm looking at some of these. I'm like, played. Okay.
ご正田だな。俺に勉強を教えておくれよ。
お、いいぜ。
See, they've gone from being standoffish to being friends to literally being able to go and communicate like that. I mean, in my language, it's called Europa. You see? There it goes. So that's sort of what's beautiful in that. It's beautiful that they're able to go ahead and have this like communication, be able to go ahead and have this level of like trust in one another. You know, beautiful fucking shit.
学校行き始めたんだな。
翔子にきっかけ作ってもらった。まあなんとかやってみるよ。期待に応えたい。
Right.
明日から学祭なんだって。
ああ、そうだよ。
Birds.
おはよう、みんな。元気だった？
Oh.
ひどいこと言ってごめんなさい。よし、行ってきます。
頑張ってね。
Is the change big enough to change his perspective? The anxiety must be through the roof. Anxiety must probably be skyrocketing. There's probably 1,001 things going through it for himself in that, right? He has friends now. He has people that he can relate to. Is that change enough? Because sometimes it's not, sometimes it is, and I think that's a big question to even ask yourself.
何？
行ってきます。
Is that how they're used?
おはよう。
Oh.
行こうか。
That ship is hard, brother.
あれ、石田じゃね？誰？
入院してた人でしょ？あの飛び込みの？
That self-talk, bro. That self-talk can sometimes break us. I will say this, if you self-talk, dude, it's completely normal. It's really fucking healthy. And I do want to talk about this because people often demonize it like it's weird and whatnot. Self-talk is normal. Talking to yourself is completely normal. But oftentimes our cognitive distortions can go ahead and distort what we think others are saying about us. And that amplifies our anxiety. I had a couple of kids that would come for group therapy and stuff that one of the main things was dealing with social anxiety. And sometimes all they had to do was literally just sit in a room and like for themselves to like truly start letting go of this thought process and being able to fully understand and see that like out there, it's wild to think about, but everyone's living their own life, right? And you might just be a small fraction of a second in their grand scale of things. You think it's worth doing a Rad's R on Ishida when a professional finally tells me that talking endlessly hours alone is not wrong? No, it's not. It's healthy. It's healthy for you to be able to go ahead and talk to yourself. It's healthy for you to be able to go ahead and process emotions and whatnot. But sometimes we're not able to fully hear and understand our own cognitive distortions or what's truly happening without others being a part of our lives and without others calling some stuff out or actively saying, hey, you know what? You might be catastrophizing or, hey, we're here for you. And having that support network there is what allows us to cause that change.
初めて言うけどさ、俺学校で浮いてるんだ。
Oh, I know.
その顔見れなくてさ。
Yeah?
だから実は下向いてると楽。下向いてていいって。西宮、俺普通に歩く。
She's just fucking walking him.
俺のクラス行こう。
Oh.
あとちょっと。石田君？石田君じゃん。もう大丈夫なの？
Oh.
西宮、俺ちょっとお腹痛いかも。
It's that anxiety, brother. It's that anxiety. Dude, anxiety takes such a... Is this more general social anxiety or spectrum? This is more just, if we're going to be honest, this is more social anxiety, right? social anxiety based out of trauma. And oftentimes people downplay this than anything else. Social anxiety can present itself in many ways, and it usually comes out of a big traumatic event, or usually due to anxiety that's been left untreated or not knowing proper coping skills to deal with it. For example, I've done theater. I've done a lot of public speaking. I've done films. I've done a lot of fucking wild shit in my life. You guys want to fucking get this? I have social anxiety. When there's too many fucking people, I'm like an introverted extrovert, right? Where I can be extroverted if need be, but my social battery fucking drains. And starts draining pretty fucking quick. You know? We all have different like levels of energy that we can take and not take and whatnot. And we all have different layers of anxiety that comes through with that. Like I can be social if I have to be, right? But I like being in my house. I like being in the same place, you know? And you're fine for 3 hours. I think there's a difference because I can go ahead and correspond like the camera as opposed to like, and I speak in front of people. I've done fucking plays and theaters and whatnot, you know, but like, and 101 other people can attest to it. But do I get socially anxious? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm at a party. I sometimes drink and I can be cool. I can be an extroverted butterfly. But like after a little bit, dude, I gotta fucking recharge my battery. Aww. An ambivert. There we go. Do you have a stomach ache? My dude casually goes in. Big bro's like, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna casually come into this stall with you. You know, you might have had Taco Bell, but that's fine, brother. I'm here for you. Oh, I love him, dude. Yeah, that's a...
本当はちゃんと顔合わせるつもりで来たんだけどな。ビビったかな。ねえ、いやしょ。石田君。よかった。無事で。君があのまま目を覚まさなかったら、僕の全てが終わってしまうところだったの。いやしょ。橋の上でのことは気にするな。
I think sometimes, especially with friends, we can all tell whenever a friend's going through a rough time and they mean what they say or they're just lashing out. But in this case, get yourself bros that truly are there for you. And Speedball asked a question. Do you think that he should just open up to everyone? No, it's not so much about opening up. It's what I like to call the circle. Right. I like to show off the Brofenbrenner's ecological theory. But for example, we have different layers that we can let people in our life, right? And sometimes people have a hard time letting anyone in at all. And so people are always out here and never truly like in here, right? So if this is you, if this center circle is you, who do you let into this area? Who do you let into that area? Who would you say you can let into this area that they can only know certain aspects of you, right? Who would you say are friends that are just acquaintances, right? Who are just friends that are acquaintances? And I don't really care, and so on and so forth. There's different circles and different layers that we can truly let into ourselves, into truly knowing about aspects of ourselves. And we can control as to how much information we give or we're comfortable letting in. Do we keep everyone out here? Do we let them in just to know some of the basics and kind of an acquaintance / beginner friend level? Maybe a friend or maybe a really, really close friend. Maybe your best friend, maybe your partner, your lover, your whatever, right? It's where do you let people in and how do you let them in? Because we all have different boundaries. You just don't divulge everything. Yeah, the people in the center are the closest to you because you have the most impact. It can be awkward. Absolutely, it can be awkward. But it's up to us to determine what that is for ourselves and for others in that regard.
あんなこと生きてりゃ何とでもあるさ。だからヤショ、頼むからもう遠くへ行かないでくれ。お願いだから。長塚君。 ごめん。本当にたくさん。あとありがとう。
Oh,
いやしょ。あとそのひげどうしたの？
the mustache.
かけだよ。君が早く目覚めるように。
Yeah, prayer. Oh, dude.
どうしたの？石田君の名前を叫んでる長塚君の声が聞こえたから。
I like how he walks out instantly, right? He sees someone out there and he looks down. That confrontational moment, man. Are you ready for this confrontation? That anxiety might get the best of us, and we might start looking down because it's a lot, man. It's a lot to fucking process. It's a lot to take in. You know, imagine how lonely this guy must have felt. 100%. 100%.
石田君に渡さないと。持ってる？
持ってきたけどダメだよ。あんな出来損ない。
別にいいじゃないか。渡そう。
これ本当はね、全部集めたかったんだけど集まらなくて、みんなに声かけたんだけど。
いやすごいよ。
これ本当はね。
Say 20, 40, 80, 120, 160. Like 240? 240? So the whole reason why I'm counting these, I'm like, okay. Did she do these by her? She got around 240 roughly, give or take some. Evil Ed coming out, 100 paper cranes or something, right? Yeah, I'm reasonably sus, bro, because I'm like, the boyfriend probably helped, so probably lowered it down in half, right? You guys know what I'm getting at. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's still great that she did an aspect or something, but the reason Kawaii didn't manage to get 1,000 like she wanted to is because everyone knows she's Two-Faced and didn't want to help her. Really, Professor Odd Gaming? Holy shit. Guys, you're only doing psychoanalysis on animes. That's all we do, brother. That we just psychoanalyze all animes and video games.
全部集めたかったんだけど集まらなくて、みんなに声かけたんだけど。
いやすごいよ。これで十分。俺こんなのもらったことないからす
Aw.
ごい嬉しい。マジでありがとう河合さん。あとごめん真柴君も。いや君はすごいよ。
うわ、キモ。友情ごっこかよ。鳥肌立ったわ。なんでなおちゃんはそんな言い方するの？は？なんだよ河合って。やんのか？ちょっと二人とも。
Everyone's here. Everyone's here.
ごめんね、石田君。
And she's doing the same
大
thing.
変だったっていうのに、まるで変わってない。
Oh, well, thank you. Huravond.
そんな。
Gute Nacht. Whichever one.
そんな深刻な話してねえよ。
Okay, the real question though is how many of you would still choose Ueno over Kauai? That's the real question here. Like me, yeah. Imagine a Smash Bros. Silent Voice Edition. Oof.
また謝った。ま、それがあんたか。バーカ。
L plus ratio? She's like, you're doing it wrong. It's so cute. It's so cute. Get schooled, bro. L plus ratio plus didn't happen plus you're doing it wrong. Oh, Ueno. It's so good, dude. Get wrecked.
あ、もう知らん。唐揚げ食べに行こうっと。逃げた。
See, but she tried. You can't sign language plus ratio.
みんなにお願いがあるんだけど、いいかな。みんなで一緒に文化祭見てもらいたい。
Oh, bro. Yeah. And life is finally moving. The clock has finally started back up again. It's such a beautiful and powerful fucking scene. It really is. It really is such a beautiful and powerful scene. I'll let this play out. Overwhelming, yeah. We're gonna break this down. I mean, I don't think it went over. Right? I don't think. Can it be anxiety? This is such a fucking powerful movie. Yes, but I want to explain this scene. I want to explain this scene in more context for you guys. Because oftentimes we can say, oh, you know what, the clock finally started ticking and whatnot. But there's something bigger than just that. What does he do the moment that he lets go of his hands? What happens the moment that he lets go, guys? Aside from the light at the end, which comes through. We've talked about it. Guilt. He's now made amends. Yes, there's anxiety. Yes, there's 101 other things. But guilt has been the silent killer. Guilt and trauma are the silent killers, guys. All that trauma from the past that held him down and held him in place that he was working through, that he couldn't really hear anybody else, that he was making, scenarios and voices up for others, and that he was like all the cognitive distortions and everything that came from a trauma brain completely stopped him from seeing that the world was advancing, that time was moving on, that yes, he was feeling anxious, he was feeling everything. But now that he's worked through some of that trauma, now that he's been able to go ahead and make friends and start taking that step, he says it like in there, which is, hey, let's do this festival together. He didn't have friends for a while. That process of change has hit him, literally letting go of aspects of that guilt, of what was the past, of trying to take a step forward, of all of that. Powerful stuff, overwhelming stuff. You get to hear people finally be people. Their ex is finally falling off because you're not afraid of that guilt that you've had, that trauma that you've had, transferring over into them immediately. This guilt, this trauma has been his silent voice. It has been literally, the trauma and the guilt have been the whispers, the literal silent voice in this movie. If you think about it, the trauma and the guilt that they've inspired and the whispers that we see and quite literally everything is the silent voice that we see through everything. This is why we can hear everyone speaking at the end. Aside from the social anxiety element, aside from all of that, trauma and guilt, major applicators, major everything. I'll share this, and this is a story for you guys to reflect. We're screaming at them, but they were silent. Yeah, well, trauma and depression and anxiety and all of these things can be one of the greatest moments. One of the greatest killers, I guess, if you want to be honest about it, because it stops us from changing. It stops us from wanting to seek out change at times. But what I wanted to touch on was this. I had a couple, right? Couple coming into counseling. Many years had passed. Their partner passed away. She comes back to therapy. What do you think she tells me? This person comes back into therapy. Her husband passed away. She tells me a couple of things. The first one is, I don't even know what I like. She comes to me and she says, I can't even talk to people normally. I don't even know if what I like is what I like or what I like is because of what my husband liked. I can't even talk to people and have a steady conversation because everything I do goes right back into that trauma and guilt field, so I try and stay away from everyone. I can't even do certain things because everything I did was with my partner and I was never able to truly identify myself. She had these X's on people. When she was around people, she would make up scenarios and things as to what they would be saying because she was so focused on that guilt and that trauma of like her partner passing away that she hadn't really healed from that. And then over time, when she started healing, what did she start to do? Make friends. She started to go out. She started to take that next step. She started to literally like improve and grow and whatnot and even reflect on what was. This is what I'm saying, guys. Have a good support network. Have good friends. Have individuals that you can talk to and seek help if needed. Such a beautiful fucking movie, guys. Let's watch the ending one more time. And change has come through. Oh. Literally, what a masterpiece, guys. And who does he highlight in his brain, guys? But literally the people in his life. The support network that he feels he has, or friends or whatnot. Good and bad, I guess. Wow. Yeah, and the two childhood friends that left too. Wow. Oh. Oh. Are you okay, Ed? No, bro. That felt like a fucking journey, dude. Holy shit. Hold on. Is there more? There's not. This felt like a journey, ladies and gentlemen. This felt like a fucking journey and a half. And it's such a beautiful story to tell. And I'm glad. Let me turn on the light real quick. I'm glad that I've had the ability to come back and do this justice. Come back and literally showcase why this movie is so fucking beautiful and powerful and amazing in every way, shape, or form. We've done over 10 hours of this movie analyzing it, ladies and gentlemen. And this movie speaks volumes about, connections, attachments, what it means to have friends, and 1,001 other aspects. Thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this journey, for being a part of this movie, for joining in and, joining in on the fun and the deep things that we question and we analyze and we talk about. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I gotta say is what a fucking ride. YouTube, if you guys enjoyed it, thank you so much for watching this. I know a lot of times, there's people out there that can edit it down or do 1,001 things, but everything we do on here tends to be live because I don't know how else to say it. For us, a lot of this is actually about the deep analysis of the characters, about actually being here and enjoying the show for what it has to give. So if you guys liked our conversation, some of the deep elements that we went into, and yes, we had some silly moments, but we also had some deep moments. Hit that like button, subscribe, come join us. We have a Discord where we talk about anything and everything and all of that. And I can't thank you guys enough for making it through all the way to the end. I know it was a long one, trust me, I know, but I appreciate you all. And it's you guys showing up and giving that support and literally just being here and, everything, whether it's on the YouTube comments, commenting and liking, or even here on Twitch and joining me on this wild ride. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You guys have made this journey not feel so lonely. So thank you. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. I appreciate y'all. Oh, man. YouTube, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a good night. Hit that like button, comment, subscribe, and join us here for this season and all the other seasons. It's fucking amazing, guys.